go! We're finally in. We had a little bit of a hiccup earlier. We were
Correct. And now we're intentionally on a document. This is the first time you're seeing this today. Fun fact. Yeah, he died. Yeah. Yeah, he might die. Yeah. It was Wednesday, yeah. We had a day in between. Yeah, we were. It was non-stop starting soon. Soon TM. Yeah. I mean, Lee just wouldn't shut up. That dude just talks and talks. That's why we killed him. I like. Yeah, I've spoken to like some people that are playing here, briefly about the teams, and honestly, I wasn't really like paying attention towards the end of the drafts unless it was like stuff that was specifically being asked. So honestly, like looking at some of the rosters, when we were going through them, well, originally for yesterday, I was seeing like the complete teams for the first time, which was kind of fun, but I wouldn't say I had as much like influence in the choices this time. More just like stuff being run by me, and I was like, oh, that sounds good, or like, oh, that seems like a good plan. Yeah, yeah.
a lot of people running a lot of things by me, and it's really hard to give like fully thought out, fleshed out opinions and comparisons and like thinking of alternatives for things. So I usually just end up saying, "Wow, sounds great," kind of thing. Like, "Oh yeah, this could change, maybe this could change." But like otherwise, I feel kind of bad for some like deadpan answers sometimes. But I'm thankful that people want to come to me for advice. But yeah, I didn't have too much of a hand in any people's drafts either. So, and usually I've got a lot of I've got my hands in the Swarm division, so I'm hands off this time.
Get your hands out of the Swarm division,
yeah,
man.
I know. Well, you're usually kind of more hands on. Well, I guess
I'm
more
usually
hands-on
like
with
I'm hands
Truant
in the division usually.
division. Yeah, you're in the division, and then your friends are in like Truant, right? So they've got the promotion. Were they excited?
I don't think I've been in the division at the same time as either Davey or Metro. And then when DJ Red Lantern was playing in the division before, he was in Hustle, and so I've actually never been in a division. At least with like the two, like Davey and Harry at the same time in NBA. But I mean, you know, I was a advocate for Davey moving up, at least just because I at least know what he can do, even when he has some of the bad luck. Like he's been grinding it out, so I think he deserved the
he definitely felt like his record was always like worse than his play.
Yeah,
like he would get pretty unlucky sometimes, and either missed out playoffs or like just missed the game in playoffs or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're glad to see him in Swarm. And I think he's early on in the rosters as well. So well, let's just get into Yeah, let's just get into these rosters, and we can talk about them more as we get there.
Yeah.
So, first of all, we have with our first pick, we've got Fairs 75.
Bears 75. I see a
He is
Rillaboom.
back.
I see a Terra Rillaboom.
He,
It's a good
yeah,
team.
so he used to swap kind of between Swarm and Truant Division, and I think he stayed in Swarm Division for a little while now, actually. His play has been pretty good. His drafts have been getting better. And actually, I think this is one of the drafts that are really interesting to me. This is it definitely. I might be a little bit biased here because it's like my All-Star winning season 5 team. Except instead of
Is it?
Ursa, it's Great Tusk. But I think grassy terrain teams are really
Oh,
awesome.
I thought you were
Sorry?
talking about like in NBA. I was like, I don't remember you running.
Yeah, it was an NBA.
It wasn't. Wait, you had
Yeah,
Rillaboom
last
and
season.
Cinderace and
Well, I didn't have Cinderace, it was Ogre Pond Fire. But I had Jirachi, I had Mega Blastoise, I had Bulky Dragon, and it was Ursaluna instead of Great Tusk.
I guess it's
So
similar, yeah.
yeah, it's like a lot of overlap. It's
Yeah.
definitely similar. But yeah, I love grassy terrain teams, and I could talk about grassy terrain and its kind of pitfalls and its strengths for long enough that we might not be able to finish this division, let alone getting to Hustle. So I won't. But this team has a lot of bulky offense Pokemon that really benefit from the grassy healing, and the fact that they usually deal more damage back to the opponents than they receive means that the small healing is good for the bulky offense team. I mean, you can't really go wrong with a start like Great Tusk and Terra Rillaboom, Cinderace. Like, there's just a whole bunch of power picks, you
Yeah.
know?
And I like that Tusk has a strong ground move that isn't hindered by grassy terrain. Obviously, Tusk
Yeah,
usually
exactly.
prefers to run Quake if he's like a bulky set, but like if you're running a bulky set on Tusk, or at least like if you can sacrifice an offensive Tusk on a team to make it bulky, it's like you can also sacrifice the 5 base power difference between Quake and high horsepower. Whereas if you do need to run an offensive Tusk, you're not running into that situation that some other ground types have where it's like, oh, it kind of sucks that like I kind of have to run high horsepower just to be safe. Like even though I want to like, try not to have that overlap, but like you still run high horsepower just to be safe. And sometimes that calc is just a little bit off if it's like not a guaranteed kill or even just a 5% chance to miss. But
A crit chance
having
though.
the what?
The crit chance. Oh no, sorry.
No,
It's
it doesn't have any benefit
no. I'm thinking
over
of what's the ground move that has a high crit chance? Drill Run. That's what I was
drill
thinking of.
run, yeah, which is
Yeah,
also
my
like
bad. I think I've
95%
done that
accurate.
before actually.
Yeah, I think drill run's only like 60 base power though.
Yeah, it's
It's
pretty
pretty
weak, like
bad. Yeah,
65 or something.
yeah.
It's
Um,
pretty bad.
but but I like that. Like if he wanted to run like a banded tusk or even a scarf tusk or something like that, like you have the high or what's it called, the headlong rush,
Yeah,
to click instead, and that's never going to be hindered by grassy terrain.
yeah, for sure. Otherwise, the main checklist things that we like to go over, like speed tiers, hazards, hazard removal, type immunities, Terra captains, and things. What do you think about? Pick one of those. What do you think?
Um, I mean, I like the Terra captain choices here. I talked about the
Yeah, we
Terra
talked about
Rillaboom
Rillaboom a bit
yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then also like I mean, you have Terra
as in Wednesday.
Electros is very interesting. Because
Hmm.
the one that like normally doesn't have a weakness, right? So
Yeah, but it has
throwing Terra on it.
a it has an immunity ability, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that.
You're not.
Yeah,
It's true.
you can point
Drill
it out.
Run's
I'm
80.
not.
I actually thought Drill Run was really weak. What's the
Oh,
really?
it's
Oh, maybe
80.
I'm thinking
Okay.
of Bulldoze then. But Bulldoze is
Bulldoze is
weakened
60.
by,
Bulldoze is 60 and
but
it
it is
lowers the
weakened
speed.
by grassy terrain.
Yeah, it is, which is dumb. I think it's
I don't
Magnitude,
know. I
Bulldoze, and Earthquake are like the only 3 that are
Yeah.
hindered by it.
I just get the ground moves mixed up all the time. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is. I can't do it.
Well, it's because most of them like aren't relevant. So
So one small pitfall, I won't get too into it, but one small pitfall that I can see a lot of grassy terrain teams falling for is the idea that like, oh, I have grassy terrain, so I can run a whole bunch of ground weak Pokemon and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. It's like I think that's kind of why people force Rillaboom and Heatran on the same team a lot. Is oh, now my Heatran's not weak to ground. It is still very weak to ground.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
Especially in Nat decks where like everything still has high horsepower. I mean, not that high horsepower went away, but like most things have it. Earth power, so many special attacking ground types that exist.
Yeah.
Or
there are a few that don't, right? Like the
Yeah.
Garchomps and the Landos and stuff, but they still have Earth power. Regardless, the Heatran is still good on grassy terrain for like different reasons.
Yeah.
But
nice too.
do you think this team is overly weak to ground?
I think there's a little bit of overlap with the Kingambit and the Jirachi, kind of both being like the grounded steel types. Not overlap like in their role, but just having like two like 14, 15 point steel types here. And you don't see a flying type until the 12 point tier, which Togekiss is bringable to a lot of games, I'll say.
Yeah.
And I like that it's a bulky flying mon, but it also has its own recovery, so it doesn't rely on the grassy terrain.
Yeah.
And actually, when it roosts, if it's above grassy terrain, it'll get that too.
True.
What I like about this Electros Terra Captain, though, is that a lot of times, maybe not a lot of times, but like we've seen it before, where your Terra Captain is also your only ground type, or your Terra Captain is also your only fairy type. Like certain things that you, a lot of times you don't want to necessarily go off of that type, even if they're a good Terra Captain on paper.
Right.
Like
but
your
then Electric isn't really like
Electric isn't, but also
type.
Levitate isn't tied to his Terra. Like he can Terra and he'll still be a ground immunity.
Yeah. Oh no, we talked about it. Oh no.
Guys, I'm not saying ability. I'm saying that he will be in a ground immunity.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Some other notable things about the team. Yeah. A couple more notable things. For speed, it is a 119 speed cap, which is good. There are only going to be a handful of other teams that have something much faster. Like
Cinderace scarfs really well. Like I think he ends up being fine. You have strong priority with Rillaboom and Sucker Punch on the Gambit. Rapid Spin to boot. Like if you're running like a faster Tusk, you can Rapid Spin, get some speed. Scarf Jirachi is also a very common option. I'm not super concerned about speed on this team, I would say, and I think it's pretty well spread too. Maybe no, because you have the base 85. That's like you're just under 300 max. It's like 295. I think you maxed it out at, and then
I'm just looking now. Yeah, continue. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say like I think you kind of, unless there's something that I'm missing between 119 and 100, that is common. Like can 115 can't run Adamant on 100, right?
I think it can. I'm pretty sure it's exact.
It can on 100. Okay.
Yeah, it modest.
Oh, you know, I think it's like 249 or 349 is that sounds right, and then 100 is
329. Yeah,
329. Yeah. So that's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean there aren't many Pokemon between the 115 to 118 speed range. That's 118 is kind of weird. Actually, let me see what there is.
I think it would have to be a mon that like doesn't need to outspeed Cinderace, like, or that can't rather, that like doesn't need to be trying to do that, but also like wants to outspeed the Jirachi. But also
there is one Pokemon with 118 speed. Can you guess what it is?
Is it Meowscarada?
No.
Or is it Greninja?
No. Those are all above 120.
Oh yeah, I'm sure because I know that they were in like a weird order.
It's a mon that doesn't actually use its speed. It's always just fast enough, and it's Hawlucha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyways,
I forgot
getting a little more.
Was the slowest of those three starters. Okay, it's Cinderace thing.
So I did look in the rest of the division, and having Cinderace as your fastest mon puts you exactly average within the division, where you're like
average
eighth
of
place.
The fastest.
Yeah, average. So you're 8th place, as in like your fastest mon. There are only 7 players with a fastest mon that's faster than Cinderace.
And are you counting megas? I would assume you are.
Yes. Yeah, not many megas are faster than 110 anyways.
Really? Just
Can you think
drafted
of
in the
any?
division or just in general?
No, just like in general. I mean, there's like Mega
Mega
Manectric and what
Beedrill,
else?
Mega
Beedrill,
Manectric, Mega, I think Lopunny, Mega
Aerodactyl, Lop. That's four.
Aerodactyl,
I mean, Alakazam is banned, obviously.
yeah. Mega
There's
Mewtwo
four.
Y is not banned. No.
True, true, true. Yeah, I mean,
What's
Beedrill rarely gets drafted.
what's
Aerodactyl too.
yeah, Aerodactyl I mentioned. What's Pinsir at? I know he uses quick attack, but how fast is he without
Pinsir's
that?
105.
105, okay. And then there's one other one. Oh, Gallade is exactly 110, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, shifting back, we do see double steal, which is usually not like something that's a problem, and I don't think it's really
Yeah.
a problem here. I think
If
Gambit
anything,
in
it's
particular,
better with the terrain too. Like that.
yeah,
That
Gambit in
makes it
particular
less,
is a very offensive steel type, in my
yeah.
opinion. That even if it just runs, it doesn't have to be like Assault Vest or something. But I think an AV set is really strong in grassy terrain. Usually it'll even just be like a Black Glasses or a Berry or something, and we'll just hit harder than the opponent and just get extra recovery for free.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
You know what I actually like?
Same with Dragalge. Actually, I think Dragalge is very similar to Gambit in a lot of ways. Not obviously in like exactly what they do, but in like
Well, they're the same
typing,
animal. So
or not typing, in stats wise, they are the same animal, aren't they?
yeah,
One's a seahorse and the other is Dragalge.
correct.
Yeah. Mega Blastoise though, I think is really interesting just on terrain in general with Terrain Pulse. It becomes
Yeah.
let me double check. It's like
Does it get grass coverage
120
otherwise?
base
Is it just
power.
grass knot?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't even get
It
grass
doesn't even
knot?
get Grass Knot. No.
Oh. Maybe Trailways? Not that it matters. I mean, it's a special attacker. You're not really counting that.
So Terrain Pulse ends up a... What is this? It's 50, but if it's on terrain, it
on
doubles.
Terrain's 100.
And then it gets the grassy terrain
The
boost
1.3.
and the Mega Launcher boost.
Oh, Terrain Pulse is Mega Launcher, yeah. And that's
Yeah.
is that 1.5
So
for Mega Launcher?
Yeah, so it's 150 base power plus the 20% grassy terrain boost. So it's a really strong move.
And when one of the most common grass resists are fire types. Well, maybe not one of the most, like steel is also common.
Yeah, I mean,
but like you have Aura Sphere for steels, and you have stab water moves for fire types. So that ends up being like you
specifically
can't just like
other water types, right? Is kind of what you want to aim it towards. It'll always be just the better water type with Terrain Pulse.
Yeah, I think that ends up being pretty good.
Mm-hmm. So overall, I think this is a really good team. Again, I might be biased because it's very similar to my season 5 team that is dear to my heart.
What I would say,
Jirachi's an all-time fave of mine. I'm maybe not a fan of Togekiss in general, but I mean it is just a solid fairy and pretty good for its points, so hard to turn your nose at.
I think that I also like how these two are really good into psychic types, which makes it so that the Terra Poison Electros is actually kind of a threat. Like the Terra Poison on like with Levitate, which I'm not allowed to say. If you are discouraged from bringing a bunch of like psychic attacks against this team, which you probably should be, aside from like Tusk, who's like also weak to it, like you're kind of deterring that. Like you probably be more inclined to run like flying type, like Hurricane or something, if you have one of the ones that learn that for Tusk. Because
I mean,
these two just shut it down so well.
And the thing is, it preps for Tusk and Dragalge at the same time, so I don't think it's really.
Well, are you really like hard prepping for this? Because I feel like ground is probably a solid option for Dragalge anyway.
I don't know. I mean, you're saying you're saying like your opponents won't prep a certain way, and your opponents
I'm saying that these guys like cover it really well. So I think it makes it good. Like so, for example, like a choice set. Like you don't want to choice into a psychic move until you're like certain that you're getting snipe or that they're not ready for it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think Gambit can also like pursuit trap too, which is nice for Tusk to cover him as well. And I was just saying like hypothetically like with the Terra Poison like that, since that's like its only weakness when you're levitating. It is nice to just have that like full denial basically between the quad resist and the pursuit trapping dark type.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, let's get moving. What do you say out of 10?
I want to say 9 out of 10. I don't think we gave any
9?
10s last time, right? I
No.
don't think anybody gave 10.
I did give one 10 actually. I gave a 10 to Rosie.
Oh yeah, and I gave
Which,
it 10.
funny enough, was another grassy terrain team.
I gave it 10 to one of the last ones that was funny.
Yeah, I also
forgot which
give
one it
Fairs a
was.
9 though. I think this is a really strong core. Once again, it's reminiscent of one of my favorite teams. So yeah.
Oh, it was
really good team.
Stormtide. I gave it 10 to Stormtide's team.
Oh, ha ha ha. And what did the community say about Fairs?
6.96, which is basically a set. Like that sounds like average or the average. That is like on the upper end of like total scores that we've seen because it's basically a 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well done.
I think that's fair. Bears.
All right.
75.
Moving on, we've got your boy. I'll let you have the stage.
Davegrigger. Yeah, this team I didn't really see a whole lot of. I mean, he talked about the Grafii, which us NLB players love our prankster mons. That's we're always promoting those. Something that I noticed with Davey a lot of times is that he will use mons that like he's seen in our other division or in our other league, because you see every game in that league and you play everyone. So like you get a very first-hand experience of a lot of these things. So like Gastrodon, we have one person who like runs Gastrodon a lot and like it puts in a lot of work. So he probably sees that as a good option there. And then like Grafii.
And you just moved from what, Paldea decks?
We're doing Nat decks for the first time this time. We were doing we did like BDSP for the first couple because it was like we had a bunch of people like hadn't played Pokemon in years, so it's like, oh, we'll just do like the Diamond and Pearl decks basically. And then we did Paldea decks, and then we did like no Terra at all in Paldea decks, and now we're doing Nat decks, no Terra. So everyone just kind of agreed that Terra is not worth the time for prep when we're all like working adults. So
true.
But yeah, I mean, like just looking at it, I mean, Necrozma is interesting because he's so flexible. I feel like Necrozma is one where it's like it's really player expression with him, like to get the most use out of him. It's kind of like Mew in that way, not necessarily doing the same thing, but like just in the sense that it's like he's kind of a blank canvas in a lot of ways. So it's kind of up to you to like get good use out of him. There's not really a place where he's like objectively good or bad like on the rest of the team. It's like he'll be in a Necrozma and you either use him well or you don't.
It's the kind of mon where it's like, oh look, it can rock, it can like be fat, it can be like whatever, it can be whatever, it can be the Dragon Dancer.
Yeah.
And usually whoever drafts it will stick to like 1 or 2 sets over the course of the season. Just because even though it looks like it can do everything on paper, in practice and in the context of the team that it's drafted on, it's usually going to be better at doing one of those things than doing, for example, being a Dragon Dancer when you have, I don't know, a good Dragon Dancer. If you have Roaring Moon, right? Like, you don't need Dragon Dance Necrozma because you've got Dragon Dance Roaring Moon right there. And vice versa, right? If you have a lot of Calm Mind or like other speed setup mons, maybe Necrozma is just a good bulky rocker, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
And I've seen, I don't remember who it was, but there was somebody in NBA who drafted Necrozma and pretty much just ran it like Mesprit every season or every game. And not that Mesprit has recovery, but like, like a T-Wave knockoff, psychic move.
More like a Deoxys defense.
Yeah, I guess more like a Deoxys. That's right. Yeah. Except it just comes with a much higher threat level.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see how one mon changing between hands, just like Mew, right? And changing between teams too can bring so many different sets all at the same time.
I was curious to see. I want to go back to the roster to see when it was drafted. Yeah, it was drafted about halfway down the draft. So I was gonna say that also like kind of determines like, are you drafting him because he has some of the things that you decided that you need, or are you drafting him because you want to use Necrozma, right? Like some people will draft him round 1 because they're like, I want to use Necrozma this season, and then like he will fit into wherever I need him.
If I were to guess, I would think that Necrozma was drafted because it's like a good setup mon with Tapu Fini,
Mhm.
And status is a pretty decent way of, especially like Thunderwave is a pretty good way of shutting down a lot
Yeah,
of
that's fair.
like fast Necrozmas, and Toxic is good for like CM Necrozmas and stuff. So it's interesting to see, and I've definitely actually drafted those two together as well for pretty similar reasons. And it was very much because I wanted it as a setup sweeper, not as a bulky rocker, right? And I feel like that's what Gastrodon and that's what Treads are going to be doing over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Usually, you can still run rocks, and like Monkey Boy is mentioning, Misty Seed Necrozma is real. Just like Grassy Seed on Fairs' team, I think Grassy Seed on any of the setup mons is also pretty strong.
Yeah.
And Misty Seed here is
It's
pretty
just
good too.
get the extra bulk on your setup.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
One thing I think is
Uh,
kind of weird though is the like I like Grafai, right? But the Feeny with Grafai seems kind of weird.
yeah, I do think Grafai will maybe not like the terrain, not
Yeah.
being able to like pranks or toxic things.
Yeah.
It might not be the end of the world, and
It
if
still does
anything,
have,
it
and
kind of
it
makes me
has on
think.
burden, right?
Yeah, it
I'm
kind of makes
sure
me think
that's
it
what
might
the
just
plan
be
is. Yeah. So,
a second Misty Seeder. Yeah, who
yeah.
knows? Halisha is here. It does make the surprise appearance on the Feeny team, as we've seen many times. What do you think about these Terra captains with
I was
Arcanine
gonna say
and Hisuian
so.
Electrode?
Matayoshi said in the chat, which I agree with, that Terra Electrode is a pretty sick one. I think anytime you have like the fast electric pivot that you can give Terra Blast ice coverage, like that's always going to be good, right? Like you're always going to at the very least have a place for Terra ice on your fast electric pivot, if nothing else, right?
Yeah, it does
And
have like 80 special attack though. Let me double check. It's
it
pretty
is
low.
80, yeah.
Yeah,
But like specs or something too, like just when it's so fast and you have to be, you know, careful with it. Then again, I mean, it does have grass stab that just would hit a ground type anyway. But I just think that's like that. I think Terra just kind of lets it tailor itself to whatever that matchup is. Like if it's a dragon,
yeah, yeah.
like ground dragon, then the ice obliterates it when grass would just be neutral.
Exactly, yeah.
And
And even
versus
just being like a grass type that deals with steel types, for example, I think
right,
is,
yeah.
where you can
You could
just
do
Terra
Terra
ground
Fire,
or
yeah,
Terra
Terra Fire.
fire, right? And it like can kind of cosplay as, hey, this is an electric type, or as like, hey, this is actually just a grass type with electric
Yeah,
coverage. But yeah, like you said, every matchup it'll just be tailored. It usually will pick between. I usually see like grass, doubling down on grass for a strong energy ball,
right.
ice,
Yeah,
or
so you
like
don't
I
have to
said,
rely on
ground.
the accuracy of like Leaf Storm or something.
Yeah, yeah. It really just
Um,
depends on like if the water type is the Seismitoad, for example. You probably actually don't even need to Terra Grass.
right, but maybe you Terra Grass just because you hit the swap harder too with Energy Ball. Like if they
Yeah.
don't have a great like protection for it, right?
Yeah,
But
I'd say in a case like that, you'd probably want to be Terra Electric so that you hit everything else harder. If your energy ball is going to kill the immunity anyways, you know.
yeah, I guess it just depends.
Anyways,
'Cause I would think that like they're expecting the Energy Ball, and you also like
yeah,
might not want to just like
I mean it
over
is a grass
predict and
type
not
there.
click Energy Ball, right? And
Yeah,
then but if you're clicking Energy Ball and it's Terra Grass, then it'll hit the resist harder. Or if they don't have a great
yeah,
resist, then it hits that harder. But I see what you mean too. Either way, it's
yeah,
flexible. I mean that's what it's a Terra Captain for. The
yeah.
Arcanine, I
And
think.
from a type perspective, it looks really hard to switch into. You look at its stats though, and it's like, okay, like it's not actually going to one shot things unless it's hitting super effectively. So
Yeah.
you do have some wiggle room there. But yeah, Arcanine, what do you think?
I think somebody in the Truant division had Terra Arcanine as well, and we talked about like you can make it just like a bulky mon that heals. That's it, but it can also keep it like a fire. What's the word?
Flashfire?
Yeah, but what does it do? I'm not allowed to
It's a fire immunity.
that. So
Oh my god.
as a Terra Captain.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean you have your Terra normal extreme speed band, like that's an option, right?
Yep.
Or just Terra
Hit him with the
Fire,
howl.
Flare Blitz. Like there's so much you can do. Metro says about the Electrode as well, like the soundproof, which I kind of forgot that it has soundproof. But that's also like something I think that's pretty unique to draft, where it's like if you were ever using this on ladder, you're probably just running static, right? Like, just
Yeah.
because you want to get like a little bit like contact punish.
Yeah.
But in draft, if you go against the, I don't know if Noivern's Terra legal, but like the Terra Noivern, then it's like, well, now they have to think twice about running Terra Normal Boomburst because you have a soundproof one. Granted,
Yeah, true.
maybe not the best example because Electropod just dies to like the flamethrower that he clicks anyway. But you know what I mean, where it's like it's just that extra layer of like some stress don't work. And Boomburst is the obvious one, but like there are some things too that like some people might just forget our sound moves, or like the combination of forgetting it's a sound move, forgetting Electrode has soundproof, and you click like I don't know, psychic noise or luring voice or something, and it's just like, oh whoops, I forgot that interaction exists, right? So
which is why Subseed is actually, in my opinion,
that's true. Actually
best set.
Yeah, it gets around because it can't use sound move on it. Yeah.
Okay, looking at some other metrics here, we've got other than Halucha, the fastest mon is Treads. Oh, I guess sorry. There's also Graphia, but that's also kind of fake speed. It's like it's weird because
fake
the team
speed because you still run like, speed on Graphia even when he's prankster. And especially if the Graphia is coming. Yeah, because you have the faster priority in those cases, and also when you're just pivoting around, like you still U-turn usually more than parting shot, just because dark types would just completely clown it if you relied on it for everything. But having U-turn to pivot on them is nice for a prankster mon. So you still switching. Like to be fast.
You don't need the speed anyways.
No, I'm saying that just as a U-turn pivot in general, like you don't get the prankster boost for it. So it's still like good to just have that speed. Because what if they don't switch, right? You still want to be.
Yeah, realistically, honestly, if you're just a utility Graphia, you don't have much else to invest in, anyways.
Yeah, it's like not. Really
I guess it does usually have speed. Yeah. But I don't know.
But especially like this one, that's probably gonna be an unburdened Graphia. Like it probably doesn't really matter for that reason, right?
But then that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying though, is like a fast unburdened mon is kind of fake speed, right? Except for I think specifically, like I mentioned last stream. I think Sneasler is pretty real speed because a band set is a lot more likely.
Right, and I guess you're not really worried about like just regular jolly max speed Graphia being like the thing that shuts down your setup is like it's not going to.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I'm honestly not really. I'm honestly not even going to speed creep your Graphia.
Yeah,
I'm going to speed creep your Iron Treads, and if your Graphia outspeeds it, unless it's like weak to Gunk Shot or something. That's a case that I would speed creep your Graphia, but otherwise, like, I don't really care.
Yeah.
That's and right. past the two Unburden and Prankster mons, the speed I think is pretty bad. Like on paper, the speed is there. On paper, right? You have a 118, you have a 110, you have then you have Treads is kind of just your fastest like regular Pokemon.
Yeah, the one that's not going to be. Because nobody's, unless you have Regieleki or something like that, like you're not trying to compete with the Electrode speed, right? Like that's like basically a non-existent speed. It's something.
So between
and then the Unburdens are in that category as well, because they just jump up to that. So you're not playing for that either. It's literally just Treads, and Treads might not even be running speed all the time. It's like maybe you even just take that risk and say like, hey, AV Treads, like a bulky AV Treads is like necessary here, or else Treads loses to this thing that I have. Or like he knows that he has to run a bulky Treads, so therefore I'm gonna.
It is the only steel type, so.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like there might be times where like you have a matchup into this team where you're looking at it like, well, either he's bulky Treads and not outspeeding my mon that I didn't even bother speed creeping with, or he's fast Treads and he's dead to this other thing that I have. Because I know that he can't be both, right? It's like one of those situations where like you can kind of craft your team around that, and then you do your scouting, and then you know like, okay, well if he's fast, then I just won't put in this mon that is outsped by him because I went adamant instead. But then I know that this other mon kills him. So
sure.
So I would say it's kind of like everything over 100 is kind of like not really reliable speed, or at least not like super consistent. Treads is speed. Like you can
I'm not gonna lie, my head is kind of swimming with what you just said. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
I was saying
you're saying that things that are fast but not fast enough aren't fast.
I'm saying that if you were speed creeping things here, you might let's say you're faster than Tusk, but you're not as fast as Unburdened Halucha, Unburdened Grafai, and Electrode, which plenty of mons are in that window.
Yeah.
You decide that, hey, maybe my Adamant Banded version of this mon does really well into this team, but it's outsped by Treads. You need to scout to see what Treads is running. If you see that he's bulky, then you can go off. But like, so you still take that risk of like not speed creeping the Treads if you have a reliable way of scouting to see whether or not it has that speed invested. And that's just a normal thing. But I'd say that because Treads does both, I think it's a more fair decision to come to where you're deciding like, I'm just going to scout this, as opposed to a mon that's like usually fast, but like, because everybody scouts, you always have to scout anything, right? But Treads is not always going to be that fast. I think it's fair to say that you have a method of scouting that, and that you have something on your team or some way to figure that out. And you can make
very
a game
hypothetical, and we're really nitpicking something that I don't think actually matters to the team. So let's get back on track for a couple more talk points for Dave. Specifically, let's look at some hazard control and any, like, if there's any missing types or anything. Notably,
well, you
there's
talked
not
about Treads is the only steel.
Yeah, it is the only steel.
I mean, we have a Dragon, Fairy, and Steel right here.
Yeah, I mean, Treads is a fine steel, and it's a fine, like, not a fine steel. It's a good steel and a good ground.
Yeah.
And it's not even the only ground either, so it doesn't have to fill that role all the time.
Well, and actually, I like that this ground is 4 times weak, but this ground is neutral to grass.
Yeah, true.
So it's like gives you 2. And granted, you have the electric grass type.
It's hard to cover for both.
But like, you know, like in that odd situation where like you have that either electric grass type or the electric type that like has coverage for it, like you have 2 options.
Something I don't like is Hydreigon in Misty Terrain. Seems like a really big non-bow. I feel like Hydreigon is just a mon that wants to drop Dracos, and having them weakened just doesn't sit well with me.
The terrain is for the mon that's grounded, right? So like if you are grounded, you take less damage from Dragon Moose.
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that he's levitating.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a problem with like Latios and stuff too. I usually feel like on Misty teams, if you want a dragon, something like Latios is better that isn't always that offensive, or can like take those Misty turns to set up. It doesn't even benefit from it though, but still.
Yeah, I'm curious what the Hydreigon is for. Aside from, maybe it is just like the type checkbox where it's like, oh, it didn't have a dark, didn't have a dragon. This one has good coverage, decent.
It's a good mon.
Speed.
Yeah, it's a good mon for sure.
Yeah.
I just think in exactly a Misty Terrain team, it's kind of meh.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is I don't.
Yeah.
Particularly love that the Fire, Water, Grass core is all in like the bottom half of the team, and 2 of them are Terra captains.
Yeah, and Electro is like barely a grass type, you know.
Right.
Like for grass, you usually want, if you are looking for a grass type, and honestly, grass types aren't that mandatory nowadays.
Yeah.
You usually want it to be like a Scald switch, an Earthquake switch, something, at least one of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't look
your
for a
grass
grass
type
type
of your Fire, Water, Grass core
offensive.
being neutral to ground isn't great.
Yeah, and also just paper thin, right?
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's like drafting Bulbasaur as a Scald switch. It's like, yeah, it resists Scald. You got it. But
yeah,
Electrode's not here to be like part of a type core, in my
right?
opinion.
But that's what I'm saying. Where it's like I wouldn't really count this as like having a good Fire, Water, Grass core. Is basically what I was getting at when we're talking about like the types. Yeah. But I think the top. I mean, like again, you have your. You do have a water type up here. But funny enough, the Gastrodon's the only like true, you know, one of the core already because you have the Terra captains. But either way, Harry, you are actually 2 away if you can wait, because Metro is next, and then it'd be you.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've seen Unburdened Terrain teams a whole bunch. We don't have to talk about that, but it's completely fine. I mean,
Mega Bayonet,
it's a tried and true strategy.
Never used this mon. I just see people say on Stunfist that's like it's fake. Don't fall into the Mega Bayonet trap.
It's fake? I think Mega Bayonet's
It's fake
Real
on
cool.
ladder. It's fake on ladder.
On
So like
okay, don't
it's
use it
probably
on
better
ladder.
in yeah. But that's why like I don't really have any experience with this one in draft at all. The only thing I
Yeah.
know about it is that people meme about it as being like in a tier that it's not supposed to be in because people try to use it when they shouldn't. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, it does check a bunch of boxes. I do think the speed is kind of hard to rate.
Yeah.
Like, how Lucio Grafii Electrode means that you're going to have the fastest Mon, assuming Unburdened Grafii, it could still just be Prankster. You're going to have the fastest Mon in whatever matchup. But,
Well, and like we said
I
with
don't think
Grafia, like
Grafia
he's
is
already
coming very
just
often. It's hard to bring Electrode to every game.
You're
It
not
might,
speed
as a
reading
Terra
it.
Captain, it's good, and I think it'll at least be able to come like half the games if you like wanted to try and force it. But you might need to bring it more because your speed is kind of bad without it. So hard to say. Hawlucha is always just fast enough. I could see Scarf Hydreigon and like speed boosting Necrozma.
And Necrozma can also like
boosting
agility
Prez.
and I think it gets agility, right? I know it gets like Dragon Dance, so
yeah. So I was thinking the speed was pretty bad, but I think the fact that you like always have an option to be fast somehow is actually a pretty good argument for Dave here.
Yeah, it can be fast. It might not have as much trouble like muscling out other like faster teams, which is always going to be true when your cap is so much higher. Like you still have things that are faster. Like you're not going to have trouble outspeeding things. The thing that you're having trouble with is like de-incentivizing or disincentivizing. De-incentivizing, I don't even know. People from just ignoring your speed tier and just going bulk and adamant if they want to because you have nothing in the middle really. So
hazards are pretty good. You've got Treads, you've got Hydreigon, Necrozma,
does Gastro get spikes?
Yep, and Rocks. Yeah, it's pretty good. Grafia doesn't get T-spikes, right?
No, it does not get T-spikes.
Well, you do have a Grounded Poison, which is good for hazards. You have one of the better spinners. You have
your spinner is already immune to toxic spikes anyway, so.
Yeah. I feel like hazard control is pretty good. I don't care too much for the speed tiers. I don't like the Hydreigon Nonbo with Feeny. I feel like Grafia and Banette are like cute, and maybe they're kind of pocket pet picks, but I feel like there were better things to do with points here.
Banette's got 3 kills, so
yeah,
only Mon on the team with KS apparently.
Yeah. But all things, one thing leads to another, which makes me give this team a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I might just agree with the 7 out of 10. Like I like most of it on paper. I don't think the speed is a massive issue overall.
Decent Terra
You're still
Captains
going
too.
to be able to outspeed things, so it's more of like a semantics issue with the builder. And Terra Captains are good.
They're like middle of the road kind of good though, where like neither of them are offensively bad.
Right.
And you use the
and
points
you use all the points.
But it's just good,
points.
right?
Yeah.
So. Okay, what did the NBA say about
community said 6.24.
Okay, so we're still kind of highballing. I feel like we've been highballing.
Yeah, I mean,
just
you also got to
slightly,
figure that some people, when you're filling out that poll, like, and you're just kind of quickly going through, you might not have the same like consistent metrics that you always use, and that might mean that your scale is also bigger. That you might be more willing to give a 3 to something that you didn't really look too much into. Yeah, just drag everything down. But anyways,
we've got 14 more to go through, so let's get to it. Next up, we've got Metroshock. And this is another team that you should be very familiar with.
This is surprising. There's a Melmetal on this team.
No way.
Next you're gonna tell me there's a levitating trick room. Ah, what?
No,
Eric. No way. I don't think there's much to even say about this team because you just say the same thing that you can go to last year's roster reviews. 90% of it, I promise you, will apply.
So during draft, Metro said, "I'm gonna Terra Mesprit," and I forget what I drafted, but whatever the 11 pointer is.
Poltegeist, yeah. Well, I think originally she wanted Sinistra, and maybe didn't get it.
Oh, interesting.
Which they're not
Or
actually similar mons, even though they're like they don't
no.
really do the same thing. So,
Or maybe because Sinistra was open when she drafted
oh, okay, maybe
Poltegeist.
that's a lie then. Maybe she said
So maybe
Poltegeist
she
and I was just
meant to,
thinking Sinistcha.
maybe she meant to take Sinistra and just said the wrong one. Maybe.
Well, maybe she'll find out in Team Builder.
I don't know.
That she
It's
has
kind of
the
funny
wrong
though.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be misremembering.
Okay.
I just thought that like because we have talked about the Sinistra in the past, so like that's why like I
Yeah.
thought that like oh that makes sense that you want that mon. I don't know if she's still here in the chat. Maybe
Yeah, I
she
think
can
Sinistra would have been
confirm that
pretty
she
cool
did
here.
in fact mean Poltegeist and not Sinistra. But you also never know. Maybe
Funny
something
enough,
changed up here, like the grass type getting the ogre pawn. Maybe that like I don't remember if that was part of the plan.
maybe.
And then you decide not to do it. I don't know.
Did you notice the second levitating psychic type?
Oh, Soul Rock. I was thinking where. There is a
Definitely
it says Trick
stayed
Room,
true to
right?
her name. Yeah, maybe. I have no idea, honestly. That thing really sucks.
I don't know why you would use it over the Mesprit that you have. Probably just an
Yeah,
extra
well,
point.
just use both.
Yeah, true. Never fail.
It probably has explosion too, so you can just like trick room and then slow explode. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah.
And the rune now I feel like is becoming one of her
Runerigus is
signatures.
also definitely a Metro signature. Yeah, and we see what do we have for speed? We've got Enamorous, Ogre Pawn,
The Mega
Absol. Like it's pretty decent. I do think a 115 cap is slightly low. But it's like more than passable. Yeah, Absol is pretty cool. I kind of wish Absol was drafted more because I think it's a good maybe not drafted more. It's hard to say. If it could use an item, it would be
Yeah.
strong.
That's what it's one of those mons where it's just like, wow, this is such a great mon. And then
it's
you
like
realize it's
just
like, oh, it
barely
can't
not
do what
strong
other
enough.
dark types that are around what it does. Like
Yeah.
it's just can't use an item.
Yeah.
You do have the issue of both of your fastest mons not being able to hold items.
Yeah, we've seen that before. At least the fastest mon isn't a 110 that can't hold. It's a 115 that can't
Right,
hold.
it's a 115, yeah. You say have to respect
Yeah,
both of them.
so that's a little bit better. And honestly,
and the Enam can scarf, like it's not like
Scarf Enamorous, you have Raging Bolts, Thunderclap, like you have
good
options.
priority.
Even
and really you're in Trick Room. Like are you really like
True.
You probably not as concerned about it. I would say this is actually surprisingly, ignoring the item issue, surprisingly decent speed tiers for a Trick Room team. Like I think
I know it's
actually
almost
covering
too good
herself
for,
pretty well.
Yeah.
But,
it's almost too good for a Trick Room team.
Yeah, so
actually
actually
the right
the
team
team
on, I
sucks.
promise.
So
Yeah. True.
I'm gonna have to go back in the chat log, so I'm gonna make sure that you said Poltegeist. But yeah. I mean
So
I don't know enough about Mega
what
Absol to know what it does, like particularly well, besides just being a strong, fast.
Well,
type.
we've got a lot more than Absol that I think Absol is kind of inconsequential. It's like good, and you can bring it. It's a very bringable mon.
These are very long.
The main
mons.
core of the team is going to be like the top 7, I'd say.
Yeah.
And then the rest are picks that can come every once in a while. I expect to see Runerigus coming pretty often.
I think it's
Hitmontop can come every now and then. True.
Yeah,
Hitmontop can come as like the main
and
spinner. If you want, sorry, 1 second. If you want your Rotom to not have to defog all the time, you can bring it because right now, Rotom and Top are the only removal, right? So that's pretty tough. So maybe if there's like a really good matchup for Rotom, you bring Top. And it is like completely fine to into like dark types or something. I could see dark types being a problem for this team because your dark switch is Enamorous. I guess that kind of feels bad, right? Especially if you want it to keep its item.
Dark switch is
there's yeah, true.
Can't be not.
Well, that's just a Metro classic, though.
Yeah, and it also looks a little bit.
It looks a little bit.
Oh, Mega Absol is Magic Bounce, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not removal.
No, but it's like at least it's something on top of the removal. I will say that I think that Toxic Spikes looks pretty decent into this team.
Yeah, that's something I was just thinking.
Can't
Is
wear
there's no grounded
boots.
poison,
Can't wear boots. No grounded poison.
so you kind of have to remove.
Like no recovery Bulkymon that doesn't really want
Yeah.
toxic spikes.
Now,
Same with Raging Bolt. Melm ignores it.
yeah, and
Namorous
Ogrephon
ignores
can't
it.
even boot if it needs to.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like they just can't
Yeah.
wear boots. So at
Yeah.
least your, like, I guess you could say primary hazard remover is immune to grounded hazards by default, even without
It
boots.
still has to wear anyways, right?
Yeah,
For
but it
the
has to wear them
rocks.
because it just dies anyway. So,
Yeah. So the team is definitely hazard weak.
which
And
is
honestly,
normal.
even for setters too, I mean, the fact that the main setter on Terra Mesprit,
Rune
probably
is the main
not.
setter on this team.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like the highest tier hazard setter. There is Ogerpon does have spikes. I don't think that's as common as rocks on Mesprit.
Probably
But then
not.
if you're running Terra Mesprit, you usually want to have your move slot for attacks, right? Like it's usually like a mystical power kind of.
You would think, but this is
offensive
Metro.
set. True.
You know
maybe.
it's running
I
at
mean,
least
honestly,
Trick Room.
yeah, and like a Terra Poison, whatever, is pretty good too. And Poltergeist is another good captain. So
Yeah.
if you
Hold
bring
on,
both
I
to
got
the same game, it doesn't
I
have to
saw
Terra.
a message. I saw a message today before stream. I didn't respond to it, so this is your response right now, Metro. This is me broadcasting it to everybody. I didn't watch the game, but Metro said I brought hazards and actually used them. I'm improving. So I think that's
Let's go,
a good
dude!
sign.
Big.
So we can
I'm
say
so
that
proud
we
of
can
you.
say that despite the fact that the hazards are still just basically Rune and maybe Mesprit. I don't know who used them in that match. Because the replay is actually not on here yet, so I don't even know who went to the match. I'm gonna assume it's Rune. Maybe it's Spikes. Maybe it's Spikes on Ogerpon. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's I think it's pretty typical. I think for Metro. But
So the top four, though, I think in particular, are pretty strong. They're not very, like, other than Melm, they're not very defensively sound.
Bolt
Actually, Pawn is
bulky.
pretty good. Bolt is pretty good. Yeah, like
That's a pretty bulky.
they're
team,
actually
I
very
think.
bulky. They do get worn down over the course of a game.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, I take that back. They're actually pretty not bad. I think Enamorous.
There's no wish.
Enamorous is an offensive Pokemon for sure, but its typing is good enough to like take hits.
Yeah.
It was Spike's Ogerpon. Awesome. Well,
I was gonna say, I feel like you wouldn't have said that if it was just Rock's Rune again. So that's why I was like, it could be Spike's Ogerpon. But yeah. So,
what do you think of Poltergeist?
I told you what I think. I thought it was the wrong Mon. That's what I thought. But hey,
Like,
Shell Smash Terra Captain, sure, go for it.
I've even seen Nasty Plot instead of Shell Smash before.
Well, and you have weak armor too, so you can get the speed boost from that. So. And it's not your only ghost. Actually, both the Terra Captains are not technically not the only one of their type. We have a backup psychic type.
True.
If you Terra off Psychic, because Psychic's a very important type to have. You need to make sure you have your backup Psychic if your regular Psychic is Terraing. So.
It's true.
Metro, are you satisfied with this analysis? Can we move on to this one?
Oh yeah, there's a Melmetal.
Melmetal
was Metro's Mon.
We mentioned it. It's been acknowledged. We're also 9 minutes in, so that's why I'm trying to speed it along.
All right.
My rating, or if you want to go first, you go first.
Okay, I gotta find it. So.
Then I'll go first. I think it's.
No, I got it. I gave this team an 8 out of 10.
We still.
Although maybe I'd drop it to a 7 after realizing how bad this team's hazard removal is.
What's funny is I was gonna say almost the exact opposite, which is that because it's kind of weird on paper with that I was gonna say like a 7, but because I know that Metro's actually gonna bring Rune as much as like any of these other mons, like it's basically like having a decent rocker, and then like if you just, I mean, their removal's not amazing, but also like,
I mean, Runerigus is still Runerigus, so if you bring it, you have a rocker, but then you have a Runerigus on your team.
Right, but I'm saying that she's going to do that, and I think it's been fine in the past. That's why I would like almost give it another point.
It's totally fine. I mean,
Like,
Miltank is a fine rocker, but like, you're gonna get taken advantage of.
Yeah, I guess my point is that if I saw Rune on a different team, and that's like your best rocker, then it, I mean, which is not even on this team, but like, if I saw that, I'd be like, yeah, that mon's not coming to games. Like that was just like a checkbox that they saw on the tier list that this mon has rocks, so they clicked it. But I don't.
True, but since
you
know this person,
I know this is actually coming to games. So I
count it that you have to give it an extra point.
Yeah, I count it as maybe like a 8 or 9 point rocker in terms of viability, or in terms of like likeliness to be brought to a game.
So you're gonna give it an 8, and I'll
give it an 8.
Put mine 7.
Yeah, we can switch.
And the audience says
the exact same score as Davey, which is 6.24.
Wow. Still
there
low,
must have been like
low.
There must have
People
been like
hard.
8 people who filled this out, and those decimals are like very specific like points.
Yeah, definitely like a certain number of people.
Yeah,
I can see how many responses they had. Let me check.
I think you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned it on stream or if it was in
there were
chats,
30
like,
total.
Yeah,
but I can see how many answered each of these like swarm questions in particular. 25.
25. Wow.
Yeah, but it's still definitely just some weird integer for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know
Okay,
if Harry's
moving
still
on.
here. We'll move on to Harry.
I sure hope so.
DJ
Red
I think he
Lantern.
was playing a match in our other league today, so that's why I don't know if he's still around.
Okay.
But he'll see it.
So
after, if not.
we've got the first thing that stands out to me is Mega Sharpedo Sun. Let's go, dude.
Woo! Mega Sharpedo.
It's okay because it doesn't even click water moves anyways.
Is that a flip turn?
It does have flip turn.
Yeah. Which I guess
it doesn't have water
it's
fang
just
though,
a
sadly.
pivot chip anyway, so who cares?
Yeah. See, if it had water fang, maybe it'd be a different story.
Yeah.
But it's always just kind of clicking crunch, ice fang kind of deals.
I remember seeing. I think the last I saw of this team when it was like in progress was after the Venusaur, because I remember the gouging fire. And I knew it was going to be the Sun team with the Terra Venusaur and the gouging fire. I think just looking at this team, even though it's a weather team, this is just, I think it's just a solid, well-rounded team in general.
I mean, something that stands out to me though that's kind of a problem for it defensively is kind of similar to last stream's electric terrain team, where their defensive backbone was Corviknight Vaporeon on electric terrain.
Yeah.
Their defensive backbone is Corviknight Screamtail. Neither of these resist fire, so your Torkoal is your only fire resist, but it makes the fire moves better. And gouging fire is a resist.
Oh, and he's a quad resist too.
Yeah, then you're switching your gouging fire in on things, and that feels bad.
You have 2 steel types in your own Sun.
Yeah,
and Noivern is also a fire resist. There actually are a decent number of fire resists on the team, but I agree that they're not like Pokemons.
And Torkoal gets one shot by overheats from actually strong things.
Yeah, but keep in mind that Screamtail in Sun gets the photosynthesis boost, so if you do spec into like Spidef, if you're concerned about something like that, it actually tanks it better in Sun. So it's like basically nullifies the Sun because you're, increasing.
I mean, not even though. It's a 50% boost versus what, a 30% boost?
No, you get 1.5 for stats that aren't speed, I think. Or wait, no.
No, it's the other way around.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm thinking of against opposing photosynthesis mons. Like if they get like boosted attack and your plus defense, it just nullifies it. But yeah, you would still be taking a little bit more from a fire move that's boosted in Sun.
And then by the way, you also have to guess that your Screamtail's special defense is not just bonking from a Flare Blitz.
Right.
You know? Like you have to, it's like a 50-50, right? Is the defense that you're boosting from photosynthesis the right one?
Right. Which I guess could be like
anyways,
kind of spec'd out depending on the team, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It is kind of minuscule, and like
But
Neubert
I also think that the team is
technically
like fine
resist.
without Sun, in that in the sense that like you could. I don't want to say it's risky to prep for Sun. Obviously, you're prepping for the Sun, but at the same time, like if there's a matchup like that where you're worried about a strong fire type on the opposing team that you don't really have a good answer for, you could just run this team without Sun. You could just run like
Yeah.
these Mons,
I wouldn't run
fine, even the
Venusaur, but
Sharpedo. Yeah, no, the Venusaur is there for the Sun, but then you have a strong special attacker, Terra special attacker without it, right? Like without the Sun.
yeah.
And I think it lends itself well to being flexible like that, and that's what I mean when I say like I look at it just looks like a solid team in general. I mean, it looks like a solid roster to build a team from for most situations, and I like that.
So I don't hate the team. I do think I wouldn't count it as a solid base. I feel like Screamtail and Corv are extremely easy to take advantage of, being so
Yeah,
passive.
I am biased for
Like
Screamtail.
Corv's body. Yeah, I know you're kind of biased towards it. I think it's really abusable. Maybe in the lower two divisions, it's not gonna be taken advantage of as much.
Mhm.
And honestly, the best way to make it not taken advantage of is just invest in speed instead of your defenses, which then you're not.
Which Harry
getting the
like
defense
Harry's
boost and whatever.
smart about that kind of stuff too. Like he would run like the encore sets. Like he's that he prefers to like use his defensive or like utility mons like that, as opposed to maybe somebody else where like you'd see the Screamtail that they might have just drafted as like a fat fairy, and it's like they're just gonna run bulky every game and like not really abuse what it's good at, like compared to other bulky fairies. I think Harry will actually like utilize that. So I think that's a plus.
So something that I thought of, and I kind of want to pick your brain on this, is Torkoal felt like I'm kind of torn between whether Torkoal was a hey, I have 2 photosynthesis mons and an Earth Light, I'm just gonna pick Sun, or seeing that Screamtail was the second pick after Gouging Fire, which I think is probably at least a round or two early for Screamtail. Do you think that the plan was to get Torkoal all along and Sharpedo was just an oopsie, or do you think that Torkoal just looked okay, it looked good with the top 3 and Sharpedo was a collateral damage?
I don't remember if we had talked about it, because this was also like right when our other draft was starting. So, and I actually distinctly remember one time he sent what he was looking at for this, and I was like, "Wait, you're making all these trades?" He's like, "No, this is for the other one." And so I was like super confused. But I would.
Oh right, because you guys used a similar doc, right?
Because we're using that
really
dex this time too. So that's why I was like seeing like some of these. I was like, okay. I think. And I think he's still here. Yeah, he's playing some from the start. I was gonna say I think that like the fact that we have the Terra Venusaur, which I recalled him saying like that was something he wanted to do. I think it was part of the plan, and you're probably just not concerned too much about Torkoal getting nabbed. Maybe like I wasn't watching the rest of the draft develop. Maybe it's just very clear that nobody else is running Sun, so it's like why not just like leave it until a little later. Harry, since you're here, I don't remember. What the reasoning for the Mega Sharpedo was, or if that was just like he seems cool to use, I'll draft him. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, it's like Sharpedo doesn't actually care that much about the Sun lowering its water moves. It is unfortunate because then it doesn't even beat like other fire types, unfortunately. So you kind of just have to rely on, I guess, Ursaluna to beat fire types and hope that they're physically
resist.
And even then, like
Gouging Fire again can beat fire types. Like with
I feel like first picking Gouging Fire with the intent of it being your switch in to a lot of offensive threats probably is.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the plan.
Yeah. But, so long story short, I don't mind. I do think the Cobalion looks tacked on at the end.
The Cobalion I don't fully understand either.
It's fine, and
but it is it's 2 steel types in Sun.
Appreciate it.
But
yeah, and even then, Cobalion's kind of a fake steel type. It's like you draft it as a fighting.
Well, right, but that doesn't make it any less weak to fire in Sun.
No, no, I know. That's not even a problem. And usually you do have the
It's
better
trying
fire
not trying to
type.
take the hit, yeah.
Yeah, but like the thing is, if Corv is in, what do you think is switching on your Corv? Right, it'll be an offensive fire type that Corv can't touch very well, and then
Right.
something on your team gets blown up. Cobalion is most for
Well, again,
dark resistant to rocks. Yeah, it makes sense.
I think you might still be underselling Screamtail's bulk a little bit on some of those, but
Yeah, but I mean, we've had this conversation about 10 times. You're saying that its bulk is being underrated, but then you're also saying that he's speed. So you can't have your cake and eat it.
Well, no, I'm saying that you said like if you have Corviknight in front of something that's going to blow it up. Like this is like a hypothetical. We don't know what this team is or like what this mon is that's about to click it. Like you might have seen that in builder and said like, okay, bringing fat fucking Spadef Screamtail to this game because I have no answer for this, right? But Screamtail does. If you invest in it, it does. So that's
and
what I'm saying.
What I like is Screamtail doesn't have to be fast. You have Sharpedo in a similar speed tier. You have Cobalion in a similar speed tier. Noivern caps your speed at 121. I think Noivern's amazing, honestly. The Terra Noivern here is
that's a good pick here.
And differently than the Sun team that we saw in Truant, where it was Terra Venusaur and like a Terra super low pointer. I don't remember what it was exactly. Your Terra Captain that's not a Sun abuser is very good. And honestly, it doesn't mind the boosted heat wave too.
I thought you cut out for a second.
But yeah, sorry, I had something in my throat. It doesn't mind the boosted heat wave too. But it does lower the accuracy of your hurricanes, so it's kind of like give and take. So it's like
that
if you're running
true,
Sun,
you run Air Slash
Sun
though,
and
still.
Noivern is not an offensive
flying type.
But it can be like an offensive normal type.
Right.
But then you've got Venusaur and yeah.
One thing I just noticed too, because we were just talking about sound moves in Terra ironically just talking about Terra Normal, Boom Burst, Noivern.
Yeah.
A couple of these mons are kind of like sub bait, like Torkoal and Corviknight can be. So I like that this kills through sub, right? Like so you're like it actually Screamtail too. Like Screamtail at least has Encore to like deter it a little bit. But like these are some like maybe Core's not as passive because it can pivot, but like you know what I'm saying though, where it's like it's kind of like there's like a couple like fat / utility mons here that might take advantage that might be taken advantage of. So having Noivern being able to shut down subs like that is actually pretty nice. One thing I noticed that I don't love though, and this is actually one of the weaknesses of Screamtail specifically in Nat decks with Toxic everywhere, is that Corviknight's kind of your only Toxic answer. Your poison type is Venusaur, who is a Terra Captain who's probably just coming for. True, yeah, but like, I would be worried about Toxic on like Bursa, on like a Dragon Dance, Gouging Fire, on Screamtail. Like, I feel like Toxic is strong against this team.
Yeah, you probably got to run some Lumberry Gouging Fire.
Yeah, because again, with Nat deck specifically, where the mons that like Corviknight doesn't want to be in front of, they can just throw Toxic on their set.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. Like an offensive Pokemon that beats something and forces a switch into a defensive mon can just be offensive plus Toxic, and exactly. It's bad. Yeah.
So that's a concern.
I honestly think I might just not be a Sun believer, because every time I see a Sun team, I go, "Wow, this looks like paper thin," and then I see a Sun team that's not paper thin, and I go, "Wow, this has no firepower." But like it does have firepower.
Yeah. What I like about this,
I think I'm just not a Sun believer.
I would agree with you. Like generally in draft, like it's just it's more predictable and more like counterable than like a sand splash or like a snow splash, right? Like where you're like not playing your entire game around it, and then rain is like so strong for like where it's like you can't ignore that because there's just too many things that it can do just completely destroy you. Sun is one where it's like it's not strong enough to be like completely game bending, but it's also like kind of abusable. Kind of abusable. What I like about this Sun team in particular is the Gouging Fire, where I've seen Gouging Fire on like a fake Sun team in draft before, where Gouging Fire is like strong without Sun, right? Like it doesn't need Sun to be strong, but like prepping for the Dragon Dance Gouging Fire or the just like banded gouging fire, but then also having to make sure that like you have an answer for banded flare blitz in Sun that isn't just like, well, something's dying, which I feel like most of the time that's a lot of teams' answers. Just like, well, if they're the banded gouging fire in Sun, like I don't have a swap
revenge,
for that, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Let something die in revenge.
So so that's one thing that I like about this particular like flavor of Sun team in draft, where it's the gouging fire specifically, because I think that like he's not like a Sun abuser in the same way that, oh, rain went away and now my Mega Swampert's slower than like half of the team, right? So it's not like that. So I think that's one place where it's fine.
I agree with you, and I think that the type of Sun team the gouging fire wants to be on is not a Torkoal team. It's a Ninetales team.
That's fair. Right. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Or even we even drafted in PGA Vulpix as just a one-pointer.
Just set it
in
down,
a rain matchup, we can screw it and take advantage of it, right? The main goal of gouging fire is not to be a Sun user. It definitely is like completely good at it. But when Sun is so integral to the team, dedicating a Terra captain to it, and your only other users being photosynthesis users, so clearly gouging fire.
There's no other like synergy with the Sun.
Yeah, I feel like I would like to see it maybe cleaned up, maybe have Sun a little bit more of a with like a Ninetales, saving some extra points there.
How much is Ninetales?
And I think a good Sun abuser for like a full-on Torkoal team is Walking Wake. I feel like Walking Wake, Sun without Walking Wake, I think is not very good.
Yeah.
And I think
it's available as 10 points, so it's like 3 points cheaper, right? Wasn't Torkoal 13? Or no, it's 14. Torkoal is 14. I guess because it's a spinner too.
And Wake is open too at 16. So I don't know if you have if you have the opportunity to do it, or if you even want to.
Still. Yeah. Well, he said in the chat, he's saying that he's wondering if there's a trade to mix around like Mega Sharpedo Cobalion.
Yeah.
I think if you did those two plus the Torkoal, like demotion to Ninetales.
Yeah.
Because
really hazards get pretty weak without Torkoal too.
Yeah, without them to set, and also without the spin. But I think at least Corviknight is like a mon that's fine running defog a decent amount.
Yeah.
And there's also like again like you're changing a couple. Yeah. But you're changing a couple things around too, like so maybe you find something else that fits in there.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that's good to call out there. I think I'm just a kind of a Sun hater. I agree with you. The gouging fire is great outside of Sun, which is kind of makes me wary of it on like a full-on Sun.
Yeah.
There wasn't too much that I super love, other than I think Terra and Noivern. I think like Noivern with Ursa, I think is a lot of good normal spam as well. Mm-hmm. So you've got some good stuff going there. Technically, Screamtail gets Boon Burst.
True. On top of 65 base special attack and not stab.
Yeah. Overall, I still think like a 7. It's not bad. Like 7 is still a good review for me.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised you get. I was expecting something lower from you.
Yeah, I think it's still completely fine.
I think I want to give it an 8 just because I'll have the bias with like some of the mons specifically. Like I think I just like inherently have more faith in this like the Screamtail and I like Venusaur a lot too. I like how the kind of splash with it. I agree that there are improvements to be made. But I'm kind of rating it on potential, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
So I think that's fair.
So you gave that an 8, and the audience says
7.24, which is the highest so far.
That's actually pretty high.
And I think it's because there's probably a bias towards seeing like very easily identifiable synergies. Even if it's like if you look into it a little more, it's like how good actually is Sun, how good actually is. Yeah, you just see Sun, photosynthesis mons, Terra Venusaur. Like you look at that, and without thinking too much about it, you're like, wow, this is a really well put together team, right?
Yeah. So possibly. Yep. Okay. Well, there we go. All right. And on to Skyknight. This is an interesting team. Let me double check what I said about this.
So, 3 normal types in the top 3. I like that. Yeah, that's strong. That's good.
You like that. So something that there's 3 normal types?
Oh, I guess Mew's not normal. I was thinking that Mew and Terra are both normal.
So that was why when this team was being drafted, I saw the Mew first pick and I was like, great, let's see where it goes. We saw the Terapagos second pick and I went, damn, I love this already. I'm really interested to see where it goes. And then we saw Ursaluna, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess like double normal isn't the end of the world, but it's not a big deal. And then proceeds to pick up another extremely fighting weak mon and
Yeah, I was
another
gonna say my face from
and then
close
an
combat.
immunity being
It's
like
clicked.
the Gengar is like, oh shit, I need a fighting resist that's not Mew. So then Gengar and Floor just
And
came
then
after
promptly Terra steals.
that. No. Um, I
Yeah, that's kind of
I think the offensive profile of this team is interesting. I like the special attack Terrapagos and Gengar with the physical attack Ursaluna Weavile. I don't think I'm a Pharaoh believer. Maybe I'm just a hater,
in
man.
general.
Maybe I just Pokemon. Maybe
in general,
every Pokemon
just like in draft.
Just no, just kind of. It might be better on ladder than in draft. I'm not sure.
Oh,
It is still
I'm
good.
sure it's better on ladder when you don't have to like play mind games with yourself, guessing what random blaze kick somebody brought or something, right?
Yeah. No, Ursaluna is still great. I just kind of have this feeling of like, if it was just a mono ground, would I be saying the same thing? Like maybe I'm reading too much into the
I think the thing
No.
that makes okay, you actually cut out for real that time because you said after the pause.
Oh, sorry. I was saying like maybe I'm reading too much into the fact that it's just a normal type instead of like if it was a mono ground type, I wouldn't have a problem with Ursaluna, right?
Well, which is funny.
I would probably say
because
that Ursa is like the best mon that you could pick if it was mono ground. So
yeah,
having
but like
double normal is fine.
what makes Ursaluna himself outside of the context of the rest of the team good is well, not the only thing is the stab facade with guts, right? Like you want that. So I'm a little confused as if you're saying like just as a mon in general, you think it would have been better on this team as the ground? Because I would say like, well then why are you choosing this mon? If it's
No,
like
I'm saying I need to check myself because if I was looking at this team and Ursaluna was just mono ground type, I'd say, wow, these top three are so good.
oh you
But
okay,
then,
I see what
me
you're saying.
personally, right?
Right.
I feel like I'm
But
reading too much into
because
it being a
there's
normal type.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's impossible
and
to ignore that and then the 4 times weakness and then your actual physically defensive mon is also weak too.
yeah,
to fighting. But,
yeah, exactly. So there is a Florges that came after, which I think is good. I think Florges is pretty underrated.
I think though, like that it does just kind of like look like this is a bit of like patchwork, right? Like where like you notice that issue, right? And then you're like,
Yeah, it definitely like an
and
oh shit, I need a fighting
here's
resist.
my
and I don't
intimidate,
want it to
here's
have to be
my
Mew.
fighting resist, fighting immunity, right? Like literally
No, I like
everything.
Rotom Fan.
I'm not saying it's
Rotom Fan
bad.
as a
I'm not
Terra
saying it's
captain.
bad. I'm saying that literally
No.
everything after these 4 are either a fighting resist immunity or the intimidate mon.
Yeah. No, so I just like just in general, I use Terra Rotom Fan in the PWC in their last season, and it was a lot of fun. And I didn't think that. No, it was very low tier where it was like only 5 and below, or it was like 6, 5 or 6. I don't remember.
Was it the same kind of like
Terra.
economy though? Like 5 and 6 is similar to like what it is here.
It was pretty similar. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It like capped at 20 kind of thing, but then you only got one captain, and it had to come to every single game, and it had to be below that point threshold.
Oh, it had to come
yeah,
every game. That's actually an interesting rule.
Yeah, and
like
there was
that.
no Terra preview. Since it had to be a low tier and had to come all the time.
Yeah, that's more fair.
Yeah. To let the low tier captain shine a little bit more. Some people liked it, some people didn't. Whatever. But I loved it there, and yeah, I think it just never really needs to run Air Slash anyways. So if it was Rotom Frost, it wouldn't be much different. It just has like, I don't know, it's just an ice resist instead of a
fighting resist.
What is flying resist? A grass resist, I guess. Yeah,
fighting resist. That's what he needs though.
Yeah. Honestly, electric plus whatever you Terra into with Terra Blast is pretty all you need. Pretty much all you need. There we go. Gengar, what do you think of Terra Gengar? It's unfortunate we don't have our final thoughts guy with
I know he's not here because we killed him. I'm sure it's fine, right? Like it's a fast attacker. It's 130 base special attack. Put any stab you want on that now.
Does it have
And
Terra Blast? It does, right?
yeah, because it's in anything that's in Gen 9, able to be brought into Scarlet.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell
has
is
Terra
in Gen
Blast.
9.
Oh, you don't know who?
I don't play
Okay, I
enough.
thought you said I don't know
I
how
don't-
it's in Gen 9. I was like,
No, I don't
picked
play
it? I don't
enough
know.
Chaldea Decks
Yeah.
to remember what's in it.
There's a decent amount of like after both DLCs. There's actually quite a bit.
I could see maybe like Terra Fighting would be pretty good on Gengar.
Yeah, well, because
actually.
its biggest problem is focused miss, right?
Yeah.
So just like that's huge.
Just give it an Aura Sphere and
Give
you're
it
good.
an accurate. It was better than Aura Sphere too, right? Because it's doesn't it? Well, I guess it's not better than Stab Aura Sphere.
Yeah.
But
It's
like
worse than
the
Aura
fact
Sphere
that like
since it can miss technically.
can Terra Blast miss? No, it can't.
It's 100 accuracy. Aura Sphere
Oh,
doesn't check
right, yeah,
accuracy.
true. If you get your accuracy lowered, or if somebody uses
if
double
you get
take
mud slapped
illegally,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no! If somebody
Man, this
illegally
is why
Terra-
Gengar
Terra
needs
Glasses
Levitate.
or Serpure.
For Mud Slap,
True.
so it doesn't miss its 100% accurate. Not Aura Sphere.
True.
So yeah, I mean, I think I'm sure it's cool. Like it has setup. It's fast. It can run specs. Like I'm sure it's very versatile. I guess the only concern, I guess it's less of a concern and more just kind of like a drawback is that it's your grounded poison type and it's your ghost type, like your spin blocker. But then again, Gengar's so frail that he's not really spin blocking on something
it's
that has
tough
like
to spin block with
knockoff or
Gengar.
yeah,
You really have to read the opponent well.
right.
Which
It's
some
more like a
people are so
checkmate.
good at reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people are really good at reading, and you know that like Gengar is a safe switch to spin block when the opponent is losing.
It's
right?
like
And they have
desperate to get
spin.
rid of the hazards. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can play your opponent like that. Otherwise, it's pretty tough. It's kind of like the frail magic bouncers, like the mega magic bouncers that like. I'd say that's less consistent switching them in because you can't say for certain whether they're going to go for the status move.
Yeah.
But there are situations where you can pretty safely assume that they're going to go for the rapid spin because if they don't, they lose.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's fair. But and so I guess in a way that still means that it's not as much of an opportunity cost as like I don't know, like an actual spin blocker, like your Annihilate with Annihilate being a Terra Captain would not be an opportunity cost, so that's extremely broken. But you know what I mean? Where it's like it's not you're not losing a whole lot, and you don't even necessarily. Have
if anything, when you Terra your Annihilate, you say, "Yeah, come on."
Yeah,
Come on,
hit me with
do it
spin.
again.
Give me more power on my rage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's your grounded poison type too, so it is just kind of like a little bit unfortunate that like these are two types that like you do kind of like to keep around that you would be tearing, but also like for what Gengar wants to do, I think it's not that much of a trade off. Like I think it's okay.
Yeah. So Skyknight's in chat, and he says the full original plan was Mega Aggron Suicune with hands over Urstaluna, and then did lower tiers. And then did lower tiers, one of them being a ground type of sorts.
So if it was the hands instead of the
if it was hands, it would have been a lower tier
ground tier. Yeah, then ground would have been a lower tier.
Hands would have been cool here. Not gonna lie.
I'm assuming did they get sniped? So hands and Mega Aggron just sniped, I guess.
Hands is it looks open
for round 3. So that would have been coming back this way.
The keyboard broke. Lol. True.
They were sniped?
No. Hands is open.
Oh.
It would have been Terra hands too. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
So why didn't you do that?
Traded hands.
He had hands.
Oh.
Wait.
In Grace?
Who is your... could you not have a second Terra Captain then? Like, that would have been illegal, right? Because... Unless are they the same price?
You'd have to...
Oh, no, hands is 15. Never mind, it would have worked.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was 16. Yeah. Very, very electric week.
I'm checking Grace here just to double check. Oops, wrong division.
But you still could have drafted like a different ground type though, right?
He did draft Iron Hands.
Yeah, he's saying that they traded it because he was very electric week.
Very electric week. Yeah.
I don't know. I think
so there was no ground type that he dropped that he drafted. So
Right, but
see.
like
That
you
does
could
make
just
sense.
trade for a ground type, or at that point in the, well, no, I guess it was after the draft.
Very good real ground type plus better low tier Terra was better than hands and worse low tier Terra. Yeah, I mean that's actually a pretty fair assessment. Um, I just remember seeing your
Yeah,
team in the early stages, going, "Wow, Mew Terra," and then look. Wait, when did Ursa
yeah, that's fair.
options for grounds at that points weren't fair? Yeah, that's or weren't great. Yeah, that's fair.
That tends to happen after the draft when everyone has already snatched him up.
But so specifically about the Mew Terrapagos, I think they go really really well hand together. Plus, you have a Wish Passer for the Terrapagos to support it even better.
And Ursa.
I think, yeah, and Ursa, sure. I think Terrapagos is going to be a beast. I'm not going to lie, and it likes to be the spinner. It likes to be the rocker. It likes to be the like toxic roar kind of utility mon. It can do that, and when it does, Mew doesn't have to do that, right? And when Mew does, Terrapagos doesn't have to do that. And if neither of them want to do that and run setup, you've got Ferrothor, right, to like be the annoying kind of piece of shit. So I really like that, at least that trifecta of like Mew, Terrapagos, Pharaoh, and I guess a quartet with Florges. It's pretty good. I know I was saying I'm not a Pharaoh believer earlier, but I think it actually does free up the other rockers to let them do, because it's just such a free just such a consistent rocker.
Nahyma has
Options for ground
officially
storm great.
embraced the homophobia.
I was like Quag Gastro Toad Screw, or no, Toad Seismitoad, some Toad. There's a lot of Toads. Weak points are very obvious fighting weaknesses and not my not good water type. Yeah, so I was gonna mention that after. I do think that honestly the combat Tauros or the Paldean Tauros do get unwarranted flack. I think they're actually pretty decent.
Yeah,
It's
solid.
unfortunate that the
And
fire
it's a
one kind
water
of needs
type, too.
boots. Yeah. So I don't know, as like a physically defensive water type, I think it's great.
Yeah, with the
I do
immunity
think
to
that
it.
in general
It's kind of like
fighting
Quillfish.
doesn't. Yeah, if it was mono water, I feel like that would be really cool.
Yeah.
Mono or fighting water does. It's kind of like Keldeo, where like it does give you a cool dark resist, but is that worth the extra weaknesses that you
Well,
get
what I like
to
about it
your
is
like
that
main water? You know.
you can bulk up and like be defensive and still like body press people with stab body press. I think that's kind of underrated for it too.
Yeah. Matt's in chatty has a pretty good point. The main issue with this team, in my opinion, is that Ursaluna, and Weavile all want to be pivoted into.
Yeah.
Ursaluna in particular to proc Flame Orb. Team needs a slow, bulky pivot specifically. I agree, and that's kind of like Floor just does that. That's kind of the problem with like your water type being stationary, your Ferrothorn being so stationary,
Mew can
even your
U-turn at
Gengar.
least, but
What can, sorry?
Mew.
Yeah. But even
Yeah,
Gengar too,
teleport,
like it would be nice if your like offensive mon could also pivot, because
Yeah.
Gengar is another mon that wants to be pivoted into, right? Or get in from a revenge. I mean, like Iron Hands, true. Iron Hands could volt switch.
True.
I'm not
And
telling you to take the
slow.
trade back. Terra Hands would have been really cool here. I'm not gonna lie. But I think Ursa is fine, and you do need a ground type. So I mean, that ground type's not gonna come out of nowhere. So.
I'm just looking at
Speed. We didn't really
speed
talk
right
about
now.
speed.
Yeah, I was literally
Yeah.
thinking the same thing. Because I was thinking about
After
how like
125, that's
how
great.
Weavile is like a fast one that doesn't pivot. You know, just because we were talking about pivoting.
Yeah.
And
Funny enough,
let's see.
he actually brought Baton Pass Weavile.
Wow.
Yeah. So it does pivot.
Like he just
Take
brought
that.
it
Yeah, this week he brought
in this game. Yeah.
Baton Pass. Yeah.
Well, not to spoil, but I don't know how well it worked.
Yeah, true. True.
I don't know if that's
a
a great endorsement of the Baton Pass Weavile.
Nah, it was.
Speed's
a
fine.
so
I think
it was pretty close.
I think you got good options. Like the Tauros can run speed, but it's like not really, you're not really counting that. But you have the Mew that's like anything that you kind of have to respect. Your Terra Captain, like I said, I like that it's just like a fast offensive Terra Captain and a good speed tier there. And then you have speed above that too. You have the Weavile to cap it off, which I think caps it off really nicely.
Yeah.
Drawback, I guess, for Weavile is that it doesn't love to scarf. Like it can, but like it usually wants boots, or if anything, like if it's gonna sacrifice boots, it's probably gonna be to run band for the extra power. But Gengar can scarf, so it's like I think it ends up being fine for that. I think you have answers for like the really fast mons if you need to scarf someone. What about around like the
You got Shard, you got Vacuum Wave.
Right,
Something I like too is Terapagos likes to have bulk invest and kind of just only invest the speed that it needs in order to outspeed things after a spin or a rock polish. But Rotom is pretty much the same speed tier.
Yeah,
it's only like
right
slightly
there.
faster. Yeah, so you have something else to take that speed tier when you want bulky Terapagos, which is nice. And I kind of wish you could say the same about Mew's speed tier. Not really counting Paldean Tauros.
Yeah, because it's not consistently gonna be running.
Yeah, like Tauros wants to be pretty bulky as well.
It can run speed. Like I wouldn't say like to completely sleep on like a fast Paldean Tauros, because it's like it hits kind of hard. Like it's still a stab close combat with 110 base attack. But yeah, you're not consider that the same as the Mew. But then again, I mean, even the Rotom's like not coming super often. I think it's still pretty a similar situation.
Yeah.
Even though the Rotom's more likely to be running full speed.
Matt's making some recommendations. I'll let you guys cook. Overall, what do you think of this team?
Speed tier gap. 100.
They're talking about trades.
Oh, if he's instead.
That's why we're letting them cook.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I was gonna say there's something between those. So wait. So are we rating now?
Yes.
I would say I don't know. I think it could be improved. I like what you pointed out with like the synergy between like some of these mons specifically. I think gives it some extra points. I would say until some changes are visualized, also because one of the trades, not one of the limited number of trades already used, but a trade already happened and it like kind of sussed it a little bit. I think the fighting weakness.
I mean, I think just not picking a ground type kind of sussed it and
right in general. Yeah, right. I'm not even saying that was like necessarily a bad pick, but just like the fact that it's like a trade has been made and it's like still has kind of like a questionable aura with the fighting weakness.
Speaking of questionable aura, we have Matt recommending Slowbro when he's already got Mew.
It's literally available. Take it, grab it. But yeah, I would say a 6 maybe. I'm not fully convinced on it. I like a lot of
the main core is extremely dependable, right?
Yeah.
Your Mew, your Terapagos, your Ursaluna, your Ferrothorn, even your Florges, I think are always going to do what you need them to do.
Yeah, 6 is too harsh. I think at least 7, actually.
It might be harsh. I kind of flip-flopped between 7 and 8. I think the fact that 1 or 2 trades will make the team one of the best teams in the division.
Yeah,
makes me not want to rate it lower than an 8.
That's fair. Yeah, because I've done the same thing where I say like rating it based on potential.
Yeah.
After that.
I think this is definitely. You had something cooking here. There was definitely you were onto something with the Terra hands, and if that issue had been resolved a little bit better through the bottom of the draft, maybe we'd be having a different conversation and you would just be the best draft in the division. So yeah, I'm sure you guys can find something to cook.
Yeah, and I also kind of want to walk mine back a little bit too, because I was thinking about like how I didn't love all the other tiers, but then I thought about it, like they're actually not. Like I don't know why I thought that, because I actually do. Like I'm actually more.
Yeah, they're actually like good.
Supporter.
They're all bringable.
The only thing is that it's like it's awkward to say with a mon like Mew, but like I think it's like the opposite of role compression, where it's like you have so many ways to do things and so many kind of synergies that you'd want to run, that like if you're looking at an opposing team and you're like, wow, I have so many good answers for this team, and then you build the team and it's like, well, who do I drop first of all, and then am I still looking at the 4 fighting weaknesses after I've made these changes? Exactly. Or did I have to bring like 3 bottom tiers and then I couldn't bring my Weavile, or I couldn't bring my ground immunity, or my ground my electric immunity that I made a trade for anyway, right? Like, you know, that's kind of I guess would be the kind of concern, but
Yeah.
the community said 6.32.
Interesting. Lower than I thought.
So yeah, it's very close to the 6.24s though, so pretty par for the course so far for what we've gone through.
Okay. So before we move on, Skyknight saying that was my challenge for the season. I'm not sure what you meant was your challenge. But he felt like his truant team was linear and wanted to go the opposite.
Maybe
season.
the challenge was having a broad selection instead of being.
Yeah, that makes sense. And when you have Mew, Terapagos, you're, starting out pretty well on that. So yeah, good team.
Yeah.
There are a couple changes you can make that can shore up some of the problems, and then you've a good path to victory. So
yeah.
All right, moving on to Lukey.
Oh, actually, not Lukey.
Oh, not Lukey.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so
unknown. We don't know who this is.
Every time I see Coco Megachomp, I'm always going to say this Chris Reed team.
Cut out. I heard. I'm always going to say Chris Reed team.
I guess I got it. Yeah, it's all. I'm always going to say it's the Chris Reed team. That's
okay. That's
exactly
pretty
what
close.
I said.
Yeah, there was just a pause. Then Chris Reed team.
Okay.
You love Mega Garchomp. I've never used him.
I do.
So that.
And so did Chris Reed before he dropped and was never seen again.
Wow, that's too bad.
Yeah. Sad.
On paper, I like Coco, Raichu, Lola. It's like literally the designed duo for Gen 7. They like made those
just
two.
look at the top, or not, maybe not the top. Is it the top four? Yeah, the top four. Of Coco, Chomp, Crown, Ogerpon.
Yeah. This is a really.
I feel like that's extremely strong. Your speed is already covered really well. Yeah. Down the line, you also have Raichu Alola, which is just free real estate with Coco.
As a Terra Captain too.
As a captain, pretty good. Iron Crown, amazing steel type, gets better in terrain. Mega Garchomp is just extremely versatile, extremely dependable, and extremely threatening. I think it's just really, really good. And Pawn is this is the teal mask, right? The base Pawn.
Yeah,
so it can still hold an item.
Yep.
It can't Terra, but like it can still Scarf. It can still, do whatever. So it's even better than the other people who are locked to their 110 itemless caps, right? So, right off the bats, the speed tiers, the dependability, and the survivability of the team. Even Mandy is extremely Mandy and Vaporeon. Wow.
Yeah, it's like
are extremely.
It's consistent hazard control too. You don't have a spinner, but you have the Mortal Spin if you want to run.
True, I didn't even see the Glamora.
Unlike the other team,
all of this?
Yeah, I don't know. He probably stole something.
No.
But what I was gonna say with the Glamora, like the last Glamora that we saw, that was the Terra Captain. They were saying like maybe you don't want to be running like Mortal Spin as like your best hazard control on the team, but this is not that. Like we don't have that opportunity cost here because it's not a Terra Captain, and you have the Mandibuzz that can defog like the other 90% of the time if you really don't want to run Mortal Spin. I think you end up with,
and Coco can defog. Haha.
Yeah, Coco. Yeah, defog your own terrain. Yeah.
But like the team, unless you're running Raichu, the team isn't reliant on the. So defog Coco is actually fine. It's nice with Crown. It can just run booster.
Yeah. But it likes it.
Yeah. And it's like kind of like the opposite of what I was thinking with for the Gouging Fire is on the Sun team. It's like if you really want that boost, you can run booster energy, right? And it's kind of the same with Crown too. And like it honestly doesn't even really need its item. Like its best items are maybe Berry, Assault Vest, kind of thing. Maybe Leftovers if you're Calm Mind. But it doesn't really need an item slot. So getting a speed boost from your item slot is pretty good.
Yeah. And the Vaporeon, so the Vaporeon's the only water type on the team. It's a good bulky water, but it's the Terra Captain. Yeah. Again, not the end of the world. Because also like Coco's not really like your real fairy. You could just be Terra Fairy if that's what you want Vaporeon to do. Or it just comes to a game and doesn't Terra, right? Like or like the Raichu Terras, and like I don't know, like maybe it's a little bit of an opportunity cost if you bring the Vaporeon with like zero intent to actually Terra it. Just to keep it as a bulky water type. But I think that like you would also pretty much always have consistent value out of like turning it into a fairy as well.
Yeah, well, I think it has kind of similar to what Rhyperior does, right? Where Rhyperior Terra's out of ground type and stays a ground type with Lightning Rod, right? Vaporeon still does that too.
Yeah, I
Where
guess
it
it's still
stays
like
it
immuning
stays a
water.
scald switch, a flip turn denier, and stuff like it. It doesn't
That's true.
lose
Yeah.
that.
It's just the ice. It doesn't have the ice resist
Yeah,
anymore.
it's really just the ice resist and the fire resist. And
Yeah.
I guess the ice
Teams.
resist
I
is
think the
kinda
team's
tough.
fine into fire, but yeah, the ice resist losing that, then it's just the
It's
Iron
just crown.
Crown.
Yeah.
While your Garchomp is 4 times weak, your Ogerpon's weak, your Mandibuzz is weak.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, but again, like if it's that much of a concern, that matchup just don't Terra or just
Yep.
like I don't think it's like that bad. And you are
Yeah,
getting
maybe-
still full use out of your points,
Mhm.
so it's not like I don't know.
Maybe like the Beware and the Dusknoir could have combined to like a 9-point captain if you wanted to have more flexible, or not even flexible, but like have a more consistent Terra that doesn't
With
lose you in
Raichu,
ice
you mean.
resistance.
So like keep Vaporeon is
Yeah,
is
so
more.
keep Vaporeon,
Yeah,
just make it not a captain,
right.
and drop Dusknoir and Beware and combine it into a 9-point captain
9 point. Yeah,
that you
yeah, that
bring-
might get you more value than a 8-pointer that will always use its Terra, or a 12-pointer that might not always even want to use it.
Yeah, like when you're not relying on Coco to like set an extended electric terrain, or in a matchup where you face off against another terrain setter, which is like 4 matchups a season. So like Raichu's not even that consistent in those matchups and stuff. It's how good is just Terra Vaporeon? It's fine. In the context of this team, I think the thing that's more important than having a Terra Vaporeon is having an ice resist. And that's
Yeah.
going to be matchup dependent too. Like if the opponent has a strong ice type, you're not going to lose your resist. That's all.
Yeah. Why is Coco not a real fairy? It is a real fairy. It's just you probably want another fairy, right?
I think it's a more of a real fairy than the things
Than,
that I
like,
hate on for
Mawile,
for being a fairy.
Right.
Mawile and Enamorous, it's definitely more real with, especially because since it's just so fast, it can just reliably invest into bulk.
Yeah, and it has
always do
recovery.
its job. It has Roost, has Defog, has U-turn, like it has taunt, like all the utility things that you usually want to do off of absorbing a Draco.
Yeah.
Or absorbing.
I guess the
whatever
risk
dragon
is that with so many, like ground dragon is just so common that like if your dragon switch is weak to ground, it's like kind of hurts. But also you have the
a lot of good dragons get earthquake. Yeah, so but yeah, maybe that's the strat is you just steal the Garchomp so that they can't.
So trade suggestion would be find every other currently available dragon ground type and find a way to fit it with your points. So then you just don't ever have to deal with them, and then you're good.
True. Yeah, screens too,
too,
like Rice is saying. Yep. Yeah. And I actually think screens with something like weakness policy Iron Crown is extremely strong. Even just screens with Nasty Plot Raichu, if you Terra into a defensive type, is really strong. Ogerpon could use the screens. Garchomp could use the screens. Doesn't need them, but it can use them.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on here. And if screens are up too, Glimmora takes less damage when it's trying to proc its toxic debris. So, yeah, I think there's honestly just a lot
with
of
like
good.
Horn Leech behind it too.
True. Yeah,
There's a lot of good
SD,
synergy.
Trailblaze, like it gives your flexible offensive team more room to be more flexible and more offensive.
Yeah.
Which I think is just extremely good. How do we have for
Speed
hazards?
tier.
I'm looking at there's.
Well, we talked a little bit about hazards. Like I mean,
Chomp and
auto
Glimmora.
sets. Ogerpon has spikes if it
And
wants to.
Ogerpon.
Chomp sets rocks.
And then for removal, we just have the two
Mortal Spin,
removal and the
Defog, which I
Glim.
think is fine. Like I think that's good. Like I think Mandibuzz is fine running Defog most of the time, and Glimmora has an option too. I think it's good.
Yeah, man. Every time I look at this team, because I'm looking at the rosters page, not on Luke things, so it's not sorted on.
Oh yeah, the Glimmora at the bottom
by tier. I see Glimmora at the very bottom, round 9, and I'm like, oh, this looks like a great team. Where does Glimmora come from? And every time I look, oh, wow. And there's a free.
Yeah, it's like, how
Oh
did
my
you
god.
get a 20-pointer turn 1 and then like still like a higher than average round 2 pick, and then like you're picking a round 15 mon in
Yeah.
round 9.
I mean, the Dust
But
War is kind of
there's
just
a dust
inserted
war,
into the
yeah, 3
middle
point.
in pick 7, but
Yeah.
yeah. Overall, I don't have many bad things to say about this team, other
Me
than
neither.
you said that the ice resist situation is kind of
Yeah,
tricky,
but like
especially
with
when you have a
the
4x.
again, that's also like with the potential of like this Terra captain, right? It's like
Yeah,
all it's
only
doing is
only if
making
you
it so that
choose
one
for
of
it
your
to be
Terra
bad.
captains, yeah, chooses to Terra, then it's maybe an issue. But you even suggested like turning some of these into a different Terra captain so that Vaporeon can
Mhm.
just not Terra. So I wouldn't count that as like a crippling drawback just because maybe it's not the most optimal Terra choice. Hell, maybe you just have your Terra Raichu in that round and it doesn't even matter because you
Yeah,
weren't going to Terra the before it anyway. It's really, it's like slightly missed potential, but I don't think that's nearly enough to like really even take many points off at all. Like I would still call
true.
this like a 9 out of 10 in my opinion.
Yeah. I also had it as a 9, but looking at it, I think this might be my favorite team of the division.
I could
And
definitely see that.
I think I want to have 110. Spoilers, I don't have any other team. I think
I don't have any
Lukey, I'm
tens
going
right
to
now.
give you my shining gold star number 1 team of the division, 10 out of 10. Great draft.
Woo!
Woohoo!
I can get behind that.
And what does the audience say? Community poll.
3.1. No, I'm kidding. 7.08.
That's
So
lower than I thought.
not the highest so far. It's the second highest so far though. It is.
7.08? Huh.
Yeah, it's the second highest because DJ Red
Yeah, I
Light
know
only
that sevens
7.24.
are yeah, sevens are pretty high for
Yeah.
these PR polls, but that still feels like almost disingenuous.
No, no.
Anyways, okay, Lukey, great draft, brother. We will move on now to our boy
Cory.
Cory. Cory.
Cory. Don't look at the schedule. Spoilers.
Okay. Hey, look, it's Clefable.
Yeah, I like this team.
Yeah. What do you think? It's got double
Um,
fairy. Is Valiant fake enough of a fairy to warrant Clefable?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Maybe not for both of them being over 15 points, but
True.
like, but this is another team that, what the fuck? How are we affording this? 19, 18, 17, 17, 16? What?
Yeah, wow. Yeah,
It
actually
does.
the
We
exact
have a
same thing. I'm looking
1.
at this team. I'm looking at this team and I'm still on the rosters page, and
It's the
so I just see
minimum
the
number of picks, and they have a 1-pointer. So that's how.
yeah. I see the like, oh wow, this is a good team, and holy crap, Zera Aura as your last pick. Where'd that come
Yeah.
from? Yeah, Zera is really strong. A lot of teams will cap their speed with their Valiant at the what is it, 116? Or one something around there. That's like just a pretty decent cap for like if that was your cap, you'd already be in the top more than the top half.
Yeah.
Or I think exactly top half, right? Because Fairs was top half with Cinderace. Um, so the fact that you then go from Valiant to Zera, yep, you've got great speed, and it's different from the Electrode that we saw on Davegrigger's team, where it's like, how often is this Electrode even actually coming? And honestly, people will even disrespect the Electrode and say,
Yeah, they just
if
say you're gonna
Electrode
run
outspeeds me,
modest,
I don't care. Yeah.
or they just assume
So
it's modest because it's like that's the only way it does damage, right?
yeah, but Zera's just the one you have to respect, and you
Yeah.
have to run Scarves to outspeed Zera. Electrode doesn't demand that much respect,
Right.
right? So yeah, the Valiant Zera speed is really good. From there, it kind of just drops off a cliff, though. The next fastest
Yeah,
is
that's a
what?
pretty big
1st?
jump from 116 to 90,
Yeah, I do wish there
and they're a
was
little clustered
more
around 90 too.
around the like high mid tiers, like 95 to 110. I wish there was one more mon within that. It doesn't really matter too much, though, honestly. Something, though, that I do have a problem with is the team's hazard removal. The only removal is Mega Scizor
Defog.
and
Yeah.
Terra Moltres. And I don't know if Cricketune gets defog. I'm not going to count it anyways.
Sleeping on the Cricketune down there. Damn, dude,
Yeah.
That was the cornerstone of this draft. That was what made it all possible to have all these
Yeah,
points spent, is to have a round
true.
9 Cricketune, and you're disrespecting the fact that it might have defog, and I'm actually not sure if it does.
So on a team where honestly you're not like super weak to it, assuming that Moltres has boots, like Clef ignores it, like rocks specifically.
Yeah, but
Clef
back
ignores rocks,
doesn't.
and yeah, well I know, yeah.
It'll run boots,
And
probably.
Valiant is resisted to it, and like often Zera's boots as well.
Our Challenger
Just
resists.
by pivoting. Yeah, our Chaladon resists. But yeah, then like Bax and Moltres kind of just also have to be boots, and on Terra Moltres, I feel like the purpose for drafting Terra Moltres is to
It's
run
to
like
not run boots ever again.
non-boots burn-up shenanigans.
Right. Or even
Um,
just another type that isn't weak to rocks, so like you don't feel the need
yeah,
to
yeah,
run boots, but
yeah, but then you're still like running defog on your Terra Captain, and that feels
yeah,
kind of bad
which
because like
is
Terra Moltres can be really offensive.
and we've
And
confirmed,
then
correct, that regular Weezing does not get defog. Is that correct?
yeah, okay, let me double check just so I'm not
I
talking my
thought the
ass.
only reason I thought otherwise is because when we talked about it yesterday, I vaguely
It is
remember
not.
somebody saying like, "Oh, he got it later," but maybe that was also wrong, or they were talking about
Oh,
something else. So that's I don't know.
maybe. Regular Weezing does not have defog. I've
Okay.
just checked. I kind of thought so. But sorry, where was I?
If not
Yeah,
for that
so
random like
you're
comment in the chat yesterday, I wouldn't have even second guessed it. But that was like,
but the removal being like Terra Moltres and Mega Scizor, I feel like Mega Scizor is like the defogger that wants to run defog the absolute least, where it can do it, it's fine,
I don't know if I would
but you
say
lose.
absolute least, but
Okay,
yeah,
maybe not. It's like uh, I feel like you go from having a 19-point Mega Scizor to like a 16-point Mega
yeah,
Scizor when you run defog on it. Because that last move will either get you a knockoff, it will get you a swords dance, right? It will get you a close combat. I feel like the trade-off for using defog on Mega Scizor is so high because the like 6 or 7 core moves that Scizor uses for the most part are so like set defining, and it almost always has to run Roost anyway. You can't get away with Roostless. I
you can
don't
have a
think
wish on
defog is the
Clefable
best
if you need
set
to.
with Roostless. Yeah. But like if you're running defog, you probably want Roost. Like you're probably
Right?
not
Yeah,
bringing this in to be offensive, right? You
yeah.
if you're gonna run
You have like
Roostless, it'll
bullet
be like
punch,
SD3
U-turn,
attacks.
defog, roost.
Yeah, and so that set seems fine, but
Yeah,
then you're not
but you
you're
don't want
not
to run
running
that every
Swords
week.
Dance, and now nobody cares
Yeah,
about it,
right.
right? Like
I will
it
say though,
loses so much threat level when it has defog.
there is a lot of setup threat in general on this team. Though
Yes.
I like the back setup,
Valiant,
the Valiant
Back,
setup,
Clef, yep,
and what's cool is that
Archaladon,
you have one of
Zera.
you have like arguably the best unaware mon, right? Like I mean, Quagsire might be
Yeah.
like better as
I mean, it's better than
or
Quad.
comparable as a unaware user. Clefable's useful for other reasons, but
Yeah.
you have one of the best ones, right? If not the best. So
Um,
you put people in positions where they have to be like respect the setup potential, but also be ready for like a banded Zero Aura that still outspeeds their entire team.
yeah. Rice says they like the non-rain Archaladon pick. I agree. We've seen it before. It feels a little bit weird when you already have a
You have a dragon.
deal. But then I also say that about Archaladon in the reverse. Maybe I'm just an Archaladon. I want to hate on every Archaladon pick that I see that's not in rain. I fully believe in this
No,
Pokemon, by
it's
the
good
way. I
outside
think
of
it's
rain.
very strong.
It's super.
No, I
annoying.
agree. I think it's very strong, but it's almost like I almost give it the Mega Mawile treatment where I say that you should draft it not as your steel and not as your fairy. But now we see our Archaladon here not as the steel and not as the dragon, and I'm kind of shitting on it. So
Still
maybe
kinda,
I should check myself there. Like maybe this is just actually our Archaladon is super free here to do
Well,
whatever.
wait,
It
you know
wants, and
what's
it'll
also kind of
always
weird
be setting
though.
up like Iron Fence or whatever, or Body Press.
You know what's weird though is that the only ground immunity is Weezing's also
There's
grounded.
two. Yeah.
But they're both Terra Captains.
There's a Cricketune.
Levitate doesn't matter.
There's a
he's not
Cricketune to
flying,
resist
is he?
too.
He resists, yeah, but he's not an immunity.
Yeah. No.
I'm
What do
talking
you
like
mean?
about
Air Balloon Iron Valiant.
sure, I forgot about that immunity. I feel like if I see Archaladon outside of rain, I would like to see more like protection from the ground spam for him because it's like one of like the thing that's so broken about this typing is that it has like 2 weaknesses that are immune, right? Like if you have like a good, or not even necessarily just immune, but like even just like mods that absorb fighting attacks so easily that it's nothing. Usually I prefer to see that combined with like a Salamence or like some other like flying dragon or something like that, where it's like instead of a dragon that's also weak to fighting, or a dragon like a team that doesn't really have that good ground immunity to swap into. Like Moltres is a good fighting deterrent, but it's also
there's a
your
lot
terror
of
captain.
fighting
Are you running
here.
Yeah, for sure, like with the double fairies as well.
The Weezing.
Yeah,
I think Weezing is good. Weezing is very
good too. Yeah, the Rocky Helmet Weezing's always good. But even just like the flame body Moltres, like that might not always be running bulk if it's going offensive. I shouldn't say that this team is super bad into fighting, because it's not. But just specifically for me, whenever I'm matched up against an Archaludon, even if it's like when it's outside of rain, it's like the hardest thing is setting up the move that it actually has to respect and not just instantly swap, right? And in this case, it's like I think you have swaps for fighting. I'm not convinced on the ground swaps necessarily, and I think it just shares a similar weakness with the backs. Like I think it's this combo that kind of bothers me.
Yeah, if it was like with a Latios.
Right, like a Latios, a Salamence, like I think that those are like really good partners for it, even though they're dragons. I think those end up being good partners because they don't share the ice weakness, they don't share the fairy weakness, and then the things that he picks up because of those two things, which is the ground weakness, the fighting weekends, those ignore it or resist it. So
yeah.
Whereas he doesn't resist ground again, but if like, you're not really playing it the same way, right? Like you're not switching into the backs because the Archaludon's out, which is like something that you would do if you have a lot of ice. So it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. So it's not really fair to like put it exactly in that lens when like I said, you do have good answers for those kinds of mons. But I think that's why to me it looks kind of out of place. But that I'm sure it's still going to be like a good obnoxious mon to have to fight.
Yeah, yeah. I can see it. Yeah, kind of foresee it being Assault Vest.
Yeah.
On this team, because the Spadef on the team is kind of just Clef, I guess.
Which is that even right? Spadef, it's just Clef fatness.
Yeah, Clef's just kind of.
You know what's funny is that
it's also
Clef
though the
probably
only,
has
the
effectively the same special defense as the backs with more HP and like only 4 less Spadef.
Yeah, Mono Fairy be like.
Yeah.
I
can see
but like the only 2 rockers though are Clef Archaludon, and it's very similar to the poor removal too. It's like the setters are better than the removal options. And even then the setter options are still like pretty limited.
Yeah. Oh wait, you know what I just noticed?
Yeah.
Just back on the typing. This is a Scizor team that does not have a fire resist until you get down to Terra Moltres, and that's the only fire resist on the entire team. Ooh. Both of your dragons are
well, it's a good thing it's always going to be Terra Fire anyways.
I guess.
Oh, maybe that's the point with Baxcalibur, though.
You're just baiting fire moves?
Yeah. Maybe Cory's cooking here.
Maybe. You still have to eat
the hit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
You still have to like eat like the person who said, well, I can run Banded Flare Blitz into this team. And you'd be like, all right,
fine,
thermal exchange, here we go. Dead in one shot. Because thermal exchange doesn't reduce the damage taken from it, right? It just gives the boost.
It doesn't. It does prevent you from being burned.
Right, but but you still take full damage from it.
Yeah, you take full damage.
So
which is kind of unfortunate. You should maybe resist it.
Yeah, it would be similar to other abilities that like take advantage of it getting hit by a move, though not water compaction. It's just something that just jumped out to me because like I feel like usually. I mean, there's a reason why Scizor and Rotom Wash go so well together, but like usually you see a bulky water, at least, with the Scizor, and we don't have a single water type on the team.
There's not even a water. So now my rating is making a lot more, because I like the team, and I thought, like maybe the like speed gap and the hazards aren't enough to warrant this rating that I gave it. So. I gave it a 7 out of 10, and when I was talking about it, I was thinking, oh, like there's good enough stuff here that like
you look at the mons and it's good.
A little higher. I forgot there was just straight up no water type, and wait,
on a team with
the ground
Scizor.
type is Zero Aura.
on a team with a Scizor that can't hold a berry, that can't hold Assault Vest, that's just tanking it.
Yeah.
Um,
No ground, no water.
which like normally I feel like I would
Straight up
always
four hazards.
I would defend like not having the best
Not with
or
Scizor.
like
You
not
can't
having the
with
best one.
Scizor.
Yeah, yeah, and even like Clef being like, oh, it's a fat fairy, it'll still like absorb most neutral things fine. But again, it's like it's not enough for how much you're going to be encouraging people to run like specs or banded fire moves and just go completely unpunished. Except for the packs, I guess. So I think that's my issue with it now. Looking at that, because again, like your one fire type is.
Oh, but dude,
Terra
it looks so good, man. It really looks like it's cooking, and then I think after dissecting it, you realize some things kind of fall apart for it.
But I think that's like the
Unfortunately.
Archaladon could just become something,
Yeah, maybe. I do think this is just what Cory thrives in, though, is like even despite the deficiencies in his team, I think he thrives in the chaos, and he's a really creative builder. So maybe this is kind of the type of challenge that he likes. Just drafted mons that he knows that he can get good work with, and says type coverage be damned. Maybe. Anyways, yeah. So I did give this team a 7, and I will stand by that instead of changing it. What did you think?
I think it's too hard to ignore like how good some of these top tier mons are. Just like in terms of like they'll do what they want to do regardless of what the rest of the team is. Kind of like what you said, where it's like, at what point did you say type matchups be damned? I have good mons. I can hit you with them. I would still say probably like a 6 is probably the best I can give it. Just because I have less faith in some of the time matchups. I think swapping the Archaladon has the potential to like bump this team up quite a bit, but this is one where it's like I would say that potential isn't necessarily outweighed by like I would say a pretty egregious oversight of not having a fire resist for your Scizor until your Terra Captain. But yeah, I'll stick by 6.
See, I think Cory. I'm gonna say it now. I think Cory still makes playoffs. I think he's my guy.
For what it's worth,
I believed in Cory. I thought he was gonna win last season, and he had a chance to exit.
Any rating that I give a team, it's completely unrelated to whether or not I think the player or even the unchanged team, unless it's like below a 5, can make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because I think if we're giving it below a 5, it's like this needs work or else like it won't win games. So that's why I think that like we generally kind of like scale even like the teams that we don't love a whole lot. They're still like usually like a 6 or because I think that just kind of says it's like this team, like any one of these teams can make playoffs if the player is good enough.
What does the community think about the team?
Community agrees with me. They say exactly 6.00.
6.00. Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, have any of us
that
ever
means
been
that
right
every
on the money?
single 25 people who filled out that poll said 6 and sent it.
Yeah, is that how that works?
I mean, it's one way that it could work.
Interesting. Okay. We'll move on now to AKhant. I should ask them how to pronounce their name because I actually don't know. AKhant?
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that to people though.
Oh.
They
say that in Australia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
GMT plus 7 is that Australia?
I think he's in China actually. Which is like basically Australia.
It is kind of similar. They both say that word a lot.
Yeah, sure, probably. First thing that jumps out at me is 2 top tier speed tiers. 4 15-pointers. I didn't notice that. No, it was the Meowscarada. And I think we saw something similar in Truant. Let me double check while I'm talking.
Truant and Relant.
Yeah, where Torn doesn't have to be the speedster anymore.
Yeah, and there was something very similar. I don't know if it was the Meowscarada specifically, but it was something like that.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It might have been
Torn. Okay, it's Torn with Sneasler on Rosie's.
Sneasler, that's right. And that one we liked because the Sneasler could unburden, but then you still have the Torn.
Yeah.
Whereas this one's the Meow could Scarf, but you still have Torn.
Yeah, and when you run like just banded Sneasler, you can still like it'll still be fast Sneasler, so you can run bulky Torn, right? And
Yeah.
it's the same deal here where Torn isn't pigeonholed into being fast every game.
Right.
I'd say actually it's even better with Meow than with Sneasler, because it's not that you have the option; it's that you always have it.
Right.
You
Meow's
always have
never
a
not
Meow that's
running as
faster
much
than
speed
Torn.
as it wants to. Yeah.
Yeah. And if it's not that important for Torn to outspeed things, you don't have to have your Torn be the fastest thing on your team, because Meow is there just a couple points higher, doing the same thing but better, right? So it really frees up Torn to be like a bulky plot set, an assault vest set, with like full spadef. Like the more you invest in defense, honestly, the more unkillable Torn becomes, and the Meow really brings that up.
It's just a pivot core in general too. I mean, you got the U-turn, flip turn. George doesn't really pivot.
Yeah, but still another flip turn on Mola.
Extra
Yeah.
doesn't pivot. Doesn't pivot. I mean, down here, I mean, it's less important down here.
No, but like the top,
just between like
the
these
like
three
main core,
and
right?
Aloe is like,
Yeah.
and we did we have an Aloe Caldeo in Truant as well? Because I feel like I think we
Yeah,
did.
but it was
I think
Terra Keldeo, right? I think.
yeah, it was Terra. Yeah, but I think we were talking about how Caldeo is like you're not drafting it to be your water type or to be your fighting type.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe your fighting type, but like it's not your like that's not why you drafted it. So having a real like bulky water type as well as like still fine. Like it's not a type overlap in the way that it looks like it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like if it was like Meowscarada plus Mandibuzz. It's like, yeah, they're both
Right.
dark type, sure.
Exactly.
But Meow's not defensively a dark type, right? Like Keldeo's not.
Well, it's also matters
a
how
bit
their
bulkier.
weaknesses are distributed too.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the flying dark is not going to be.
But Keldeo has like 90 defenses across the board, right? Like it can be pretty bulky.
Yeah, 90.
It's just it really loses a lot of threat level when it's defensive and isn't gonna get 15 points.
Yeah, you don't want to bring it in too early on things too, right? And you don't want to like to just have to take unnecessary chip. Aloe
and it's
can
not
take
like,
as much unnecessary chip as it wants. Wait, is this double?
And it's not like
core?
Yes.
Jesus. Dear God.
Dear God.
He really is a cunt.
Keldeo is not like Manaphy, where you can run full defense and cheat offense with Tail Glow. Like the Calm Mind on defensive Keldeo is probably going to be too slow to get much value. And if you're defensive Keldeo, your +1 the Secret Sword or Skull or Hydro Pump or whatever is actually doing that much. You're probably better off just being offensive. Defensive is very niche.
Right.
And like emergency situations only. So yeah, having Aloe is very fine. It's maybe a lot of points to dedicate towards the water type, but yeah, completely understandable.
Yeah. There's another
something
type up here too, though. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, there are 2 steel types, but I was interested in why Tinkaton was picked up so early. What do you think was the thought process for round 3 Tinkaton? It was after Torn and Meow.
Quad bug resist for Meow. The paras maybe help. Like if you're like playing support, it's a rocker too, right?
Yeah, rocker.
Like maybe it's just maybe they just saw a lot of like what they needed value wise. Like 9 points is pretty good value for a mon like Tinkaton. Like it's not underpriced, but it's still one that's like if people are looking at when you get to that point in the draft, you're like, oh, what 9 pointers do I need? Oh, here's a fairy steel type with rocks, right? Like it's so maybe that was just it. Where it's like, hey, I already got a really good duo right here. Let's jump down a little bit, grab one of these guys before they get snatched up, and then we can go shopping a little bit back up in the upper tiers, see what people didn't pick up.
It kind of
all the 15s were all in a row.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think that he had a plan or like a bunch of different plans, and all of them converged to Tinkaton being there at the end of the
like these 3, and then just kind of see
so like if you wanted like Skeledirge and Alomomola thing, but then you had like 4 different draft plans where Tinkaton ended up being on all of them. Maybe you just grab the Tink and you just see what team is left for you.
Yeah.
When it gets back, and I guess it was the Keldeo Skeledirge team.
Yeah, there's you know what's interesting though is that because I just mentioned the two steel types, we also have the two fairy types right here too. We talked about how
Yes.
Altaria doesn't really count as like being your fairy type because it's not even a fairy type when the game starts.
Yeah.
Um, it is a little interesting though that we have all like these three mons specifically like kind of clumped around the same speed tier as well. But I also kind of like that. Like I like that it lets you kind of like utilize all three of these types. I mean, Altaria is always a dragon, even before it megas. But you can kind of like utilize all the three of these types like in a very customizable way.
Yeah.
With this PT, like you could have a fast Tinkaton, or you could have a slow, bulky support Tinkaton while Excadrill is running a fast set, or you run like AV bulky just hazard control Excadrill while like again like well Tinkaton's offensive, or a lot of people pretty much would just only run physical Mega Altaria because of Return Pixelate. You have another physical fairy here. Maybe you're running special fairy stuff or like special dragon. Like I think I actually like this overlap here because it's a fairy steel and dragon core, but like spread across three months that can all kind of do everything, right? Like which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. And
And I like
drill is
that.
like drill is kind of tough where it's less, I'd say, less defensively sound than Iron Treads, which is the
Right.
easiest like one-to-one comparison. The steel ground high tier spinner with offensive capabilities.
Hmm.
Treads is definitely, yeah, better physically defensively. Anyways, I think drill is pretty decent SPDAF.
It's
And
65
switches
spin
it.
F. But it's 110
Yeah,
HP.
but it
It's the
has
HP
such
that
high. Yeah,
yeah
it has such high HP that it
yeah
will be better,
giving
especially
it an
defensively
AV and
than
stuff.
Treads.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, at least I think it has higher HP than Treads. I don't
I think
remember
Treads
Treads'
might. I
stats
think
exactly.
Treads might just outstat it completely. But I know what you're saying though, and I agree with it still. Who
Yeah,
had Treads? It was maybe
Dave.
70 spit F on 90 HP. Yeah, so okay, so it's extra draw is 20 extra HP, 60 less spit F. So they're probably around the same. But then
60 less
uh, Extra
SPDAF?
has 60 spit F, so it's 10 less.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Did I say 60 less? That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 120 defense, though, Trez. So
Yeah.
that's where the difference is,
Yeah.
mainly. Who are we
I
on?
am kind of maybe worried that. Nah, I was gonna say worried that Excadrill has to be too true.
Sorry,
Like you
cut out
have the
again.
Tink. What did you hear?
I heard Excadrill has to be. Then I didn't hear
Defensive,
this.
but I don't think that's actually true. I think it has to be the electric immunity,
It
but I think
does.
that's it. And it's honestly fine with doing that.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been so hard coded recently to seeing Excadrill as like not a switch in for things and more
Yeah.
of like a
I,
cleaner just
I
because
actually like
I've drafted
utility
Sand so much.
Excadrill like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Util Excadrill is actually pretty strong, and I have to
I
remember
have
that
him in my other league, and I've been using him like that decent amount.
yeah, I drafted it like generations ago, and it was my utility. Sometimes when it rapid spins, it can swords dance and sweep,
Yeah. Well, I
but
think
that's
the
not
thing
the main goal.
that's nice about Excadrill is that I mean we talked about the HP stat, the 110 HP. When you're running a bulky Excadrill that's not AV but just running lefties, it's it's more HP healing
Yeah, it's
proportionally
quite
because
sturdy.
is 110 HP. But then also like he is still kind of a mon that like when he comes in, whether you're swapping defensively because he's just a 130, even if you're not investing in attack, he's still 135 base special or his base attack with stab, quake, and stab Ironhead. Like
Yeah,
there are still mons that like he forces swaps on, and that's not even looking at forcing a spin blocker, forcing something. So there are times where he can come in if he's a bulky set, and you basically just get 2 turns of leftovers. Like if you came in on an electric type or a poison type, and you get that immunity, and they have to swap, you got leftovers when you came in. You get another turn of leftovers when you press your move. That like, and that's a good chunk of HP that comes back. And I've noticed that while using him, that it's just like his longevity comes from just like kind of being able to come in and get passive recovery and then leave, and then like without like
yeah.
really taking the hit because things are constantly getting away from him.
Oh no, Eager's spoiling the week 1 game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rapid spin is so like I I wouldn't say I wasn't a believer in it because obviously, like, how can you not be a believer in rapid spin just in general? But like, I've run treads, I've run Excadrill, and like, it's actually like it's so fun to like set up that condition on somebody where it's like, hey, dude, there is zero drawback to me clicking rapid spin right now. I'm getting rid of the hazards, and now you can't bring in your revenge mon anymore. You have to deal with me right now in front of you, or else you lose the game. It's like I love that. Like, it's so good on a mon like Excadrill too, where it's just like
Pretty satisfying.
he's fast enough to like get to that point where it's like you have to respect the +1 speed Excadrill too. So
and we haven't even talked about the Terra Captain. So we do have an Arbok kind of losing a little bit of efficiency with the points. But what do you think of Skeleturge?
Terra Dirge, I think, is very, very good in Nat decks. Like, I think it needs it more in Nat decks than it does in Paldea decks, just to be able to like throw on a poison immunity if you need it, like to just avoid the toxic, or even just like regardless of toxic, just running like the Terra Fairy Skeleturge is just very strong in general. But I think the reason why in Nat decks it's more important is that like when you don't know what they're going to run yet, you can't just have the toxic be your plan for Dirge, or have just any unaware mon. Usually when you're building, you need to like make sure that you have something that can like 2-hit KO it without setup, right? Whether that's your banded mon with coverage or just like something that hits it hard enough. And any unaware Terramon makes that a lot harder. But I think Dirge specifically is like, compared to something like Clef, who doesn't need it because it's already a fairy type and can set up fine usually, Dirge has that inherent urgency of dealing with it too, because you don't want it to snowball with the torch songs.
Good.
Yeah, so it's like, and it's like not vulnerable like other setup bulky Terramons, like, oh, just encore the Calm Mind or taunt it or something, right? It's like, I mean, somebody's getting hit with a torch song right now. Like, you're not really stopping that. So I think Terra is nice in that sense, where it's like, it forces your opponent to prep more broadly for a mon that needs to be dealt with quickly and can't be dealt with by just having your setup sweeper get set up before your opponent could do anything about it, because like he'll always be the counter to setup.
Yeah.
So I think it's good.
Yeah, good.
I would like to see
all of that to say it's good.
It's good, but I will say that I would like to see an offensive Terra. Like whenever you have two Terra captains, like I kind of like to see one. Like you can do both offensive, but I like to see if you're running a defensive one that you also have like an offensive Terra option. And Arbok is not that. Like Arbok is not really another option at all. So when really you're technically kind of only real Terra captain here is just this defensive mon, I think it takes the threat of Terra overall a little bit down a notch.
Right.
But go ahead. What were you
gonna say? Arbok is fine, and I like having a poison type, like a grounded poison at the end of the draft. The fact that it's a Terra captain, inconsequential. It just kind of, there had to be a captain for it to be.
There wasn't anyone else like on this team that could.
And
so
if you go into this, if you look at this team and you say, yeah, it's Terra Skeleturge, and don't even consider Arbok as the Terra captain, it doesn't change much. It's still good.
Right. I think it's still good too.
It honestly, in terms of like speed, it's layered extremely well, all the way up from Meowscarada down to friggin' down to everything. Actually, there's not more than like a 15 speed gap between the next closest one,
because 108 to 94 is probably like the biggest gap.
There's like good sustain with double regen, with wish, with recovery on Dirge and Altaria. There's a lot of setup threats. Honestly, Torn.
Well, you can wish pass as well.
Skeleturge, Excadrill, Altaria, even Arbok. They all set. You have a grounded poison. You have multiple. You have 2 removers. You have 4 setters with Arbok. It honestly just has everything that you could.
I didn't even think of this before though, but even like the wish passing to these bulky mons, like that don't have recovery, that like normally like without that might not be as good. Wish flip turn into them is like, that is so good, especially for Tinkaton. I think like even more so than Excadrill. Like that is
it really
go super hard.
I think Tink really likes the Aloe. The only thing I think that this team is missing, outside of the slight Terra inefficiency, is just a way to cheat speed, and it has Meow is a good speed.
Cheat speed,
speed
like in what
control.
way? What do you
Cheat speed, like I don't know,
like
something
deal
that
with
cheats
other
speed.
scarves, like opposing scarves?
I mean, like a lot of teams have like unburden mons or like
Yeah.
cork drive mons and the things that I don't know how else to put it other than just they
I
cheat
think
speed.
yeah, okay, I think I know what you mean now.
Yeah,
I mean, I
where
think
like they
Meow
just
is
have
fast
something
enough.
that is just the fastest.
I think Meow is
fast
fast
enough.
enough that like with
It's
the scarf it still can handle some of that. I guess it doesn't really have
yeah, and it's
priority
very good.
is probably the
Scrambler.
thing that it's missing, right?
Yeah, and it's like if you had a sand setter, if you had hippopotas as an extra 1-pointer,
To get
Excadrill
to
is your
have
cheat
that.
speed.
Yeah, that makes
Your
sense.
your
Yeah.
speed cheat. Oh my god. Right. So
Yeah.
something
That's
like
actually
that, maybe
I have that on my
school.
team. On
Yeah,
my other league.
with your
I
drill.
literally have
Yeah.
I have the hippo, like the 2-point hippo.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of even what I was saying about DJ Red Lantern's team too. Is like if you just rather than going full on the sun to
Or at least
like
14 points
to
in on the
cheat
sun.
your team, yeah, true. Like get a random friggin' Vulpix that just comes in, sets, clicks Healing Wish, and
Still
dies
makes your
unless you
Terra
cheat, right?
Captain broken, still makes like all
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. So that's kind of my only real nitpick.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's if I didn't already say that I only wanted one 10 out of 10, like a 9.5 for me. So I'm just gonna give it a 9 to keep Lukey as the 10 because I have a big soft spot for Mega Garchomp.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
I can't. If you want a 10 out of 10, just draft Mega Chomp and you'll get there.
I actually like I didn't have any 10s. I think just because I just didn't really give them out. But I've also been like changing my vote after we talk about them every time. So I think this one actually, like after looking through it again, like aside from the Terra inefficiency, which isn't a huge deal, I actually think I would give this one a 10 out of 10. I not because
It's great.
I feel like
It's great.
I would
It's a
hate
really good team.
fighting this team, just like with the Aloe and
It's
the
so
Unaware.
annoying.
Like it is, but I really like this section here. And then like that, like the fact that I love this section so much, while like this is arguably the more kind of like broken part, right?
Yeah.
It's so I think it's hard to deny that this one will be a 10.
Yeah. You have the tools to beat any team on this draft,
Yeah, for
which
sure.
is 10 out of 10 quality.
You have
stuff,
the
so.
tool, Terra Arbok.
True. What does the audience say?
Audience says 7.0. Which is
damn. That's lower than Cory and
it's
DJ's,
still
right?
above average though. I think 7's kind of like the point that we say is like,
yeah, 7
if,
is like
if you got a 7 from the
B plus to A
crowdsourced
tier.
rating, then that's pretty good. That means that like one person could have voted a 1 for you, and and you did pretty well. But yes, DJ Red Lantern was the highest so far, 7.24, and then Lukey was 7.08, and AKhant was 7.00. So
cool. Okay, great team. And moving on to I think another pretty good team. We've got Slingshothappy.
Slingshothappy.
Yeah. With the first pick, Lando T into Grungus, the Amoongus. Are you in on the Grungus memes?
Hold on, we're on this side now. The Grungus memes. No, I'm not. What is the Grungus?
Okay,
meme?
boomer. I don't know.
What is the Grungus?
He just names this he always drafts Amoongus and always names it Grungus, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. So that's the whole meme. So it's not like a reference. It's just
you're caught up.
Specifically Slingshothappy does this.
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
I think that's a good meme.
Yeah, it's a good bit.
That gets an extra point from whatever I read.
Yeah. So there we go. We drafted Amoongus second. He didn't take it first. Kind of like how Damu always picks Execute, but then he didn't pick Execute this time.
Well, he evolved it.
Well,
we talked about this.
He did draft it, but Lee had to drop it to make his trade work, unfortunately.
It sucks.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. Your first pick is important to be like the thing that you actually need.
It's
like if you have a plan at all, like you kind of have
to
to make sure you get your first pick, but then you can kind of do like I've done Wigglytuff round 2 and round 3, and actually the only time that I've fully committed to the meme was I drafted Apom round 1 in a full Paldea Dex draft.
Awesome.
And it was. Or wait, no. Oh, no. You know what? That wasn't the full draft. That was the low tier draft. He was still a 1-point mon. He was still a bottom tier mon. But I did draft him round 1. He was the first pick. So.
Oh, there we go. So The first thing I've kind of conditioned my first thing I look at when I'm looking at a team. Maybe it's just because of building so many teams and trying to like prep so many teams over the years of playing draft. I always instantly look at what I need to outspeed. Latios is the speed cap at 110, but at least it can hold an item. It can be a Scarfer. It's not like the Ogre Pawns and the Megas that are stuck at 110.
Yeah.
So it's that and the fact that like Scarf Lando is good, Scarf Chi-Yu is good, and there's a web setter.
I'm not super
and
concerned
you have double
you have-
Prio
you have
with
the Shadow
Aegis
Speed.
Slash,
Yeah.
Conkeldurr. Technically, Sylveon has like pixel quick attack. There are like things to make up for your speed.
Shift gear on the Revavroom, the Terra
Shift
Revavroom.
gear, yeah, sure.
Actually, on Terra
Yeah.
Revavroom, not actually that bad.
Yeah, no, Revavroom's great.
Yeah.
I
was like memeing for a
even
second. I was like, wait, no,
seen-
that's kind of sick.
yeah, it's pretty good. We've seen Overmat use it in All Stars, I believe, or maybe that was in a different league that he used it. I don't. But I know that he's a Revavroom fan, and Filter with Terra is good. I mean, Steel Poison is usually kind of meh. It's
Yeah,
it's
that's
really
that's why I
actually
like
not
Terra.
that bad. I think
It's
I
not.
think
It's
Steel
just
Poison
that
gets
ground
too
weakness
much.
is so
Yeah.
so brutal. But he has
Yeah,
filter
so-
too. Like he actually
Yeah,
like
Filter's
he
great.
tanks it better than a lot of other mods.
Yeah, so Terra Revavroom is a real threat, but so is Terra Conk. Terra Normal Facade, Terra Fighting Mach Punch,
Terra Fighting Mach Punch, I
even
was
just
gonna say,
like
that's scary.
Terra Dark to beat the psychic types, Terra Poison to beat the
Terra
fairies
Flying
and
Defog.
everything. Oh my god, Stab Defog.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking.
Double evasion
Conk
drop.
is like the fact that it's really durable means that you Terra it into whatever its answer normally would be, like the fairy or the flying or the psychic, and you just have a free mon.
Yeah.
So I like Terra Conk a lot. I think more people need to draft Terra Conk. It's really strong.
I don't think we've seen it before in NBA.
Maybe not in NBA actually. Now that you mention it, yeah,
Yeah, I
which
don't-
is
like, I
pretty
don't think we have.
surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe it
I
strikes
would
me
like
as a
never
mon
thought
that,
about it, but now that we're looking at
it
it,
strikes
it's
me
like,
as a
this is
mon
good.
that Jortson would use, but I feel like maybe he used it in PGA when we teamed.
Maybe.
I think that was when it was. Anyways, we do have a spin blocker with webs,
A good
which is
spin
nice.
blocker,
Aegis Slash. Yeah, really good. It's one of the few like reliably defensive viable ghosts that don't mind if you get the rapid spin prediction wrong.
Yeah. Like Annihilate.
Yeah.
Talked about.
There's only one rocker though, which does feel pretty bad to
Is
have
wait,
this
does
conversation before.
does Conkeldurr not have rock?
No, it's straight up the only rocker, and it's like it's completely fine to just do that
Yeah,
a lot of games.
we did talk
but-
about that with a Lando as well.
Yeah. I think was it the only rocker though, or was it like only
think-
one of two?
I think it
Lando.
might have been one or two. Either way, I think whatever
there
the
was
conversation
an
we had was
Aggron
still
and a
relevant.
Quillfish Hisui on that team,
Oh, the Aggron's like
and a Quillfish Hisui. Yeah,
Aggrons are better
it wasn't the only one.
backup.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We have the tried and true Ladio Sylveon Aegis Lash before, I'm pretty sure, or at least Ladio Sylveon plus another reliable Steel type. I'm not too sure if exactly Aegis Lash has been drafted with that, but yeah, I mean, pretty good combo. I would like to have seen a slightly more sturdy ice resist, considering you have Lando, Amoonguss, and Latios. I feel like Aegis Lash is actually under quite a bit of pressure here, and
I mean, Chi-Yu resists,
This is-
Arachnid resists.
yeah,
Revavroom
maybe I'm
resists before
discounting.
Terra.
Maybe I'm discounting the Arachnid. I do think Arachnid's actually a ice resist. I forgot.
Yeah. I
So
don't
honestly,
think I
that
would
seems
count
fine.
Chi-Yu as like a real ice resist, but Chi-Yu
Yeah.
is a mon that can come in on like a choice mon
Pre
using an
Terra
ice move.
Revavroom too.
Yeah.
It has a real defense stat. If anything, I think its defense is like its highest stat. I don't remember.
Revavroom?
Yeah.
No, its highest is attack. It's 119. And it only
has
has
a good
90
defense
defense,
stat.
80 HP, 67 speed up, so it's not that bulky. At least not
I mean,
especially.
like if you invest in HP and defense with filter and like
For
parting
defense,
shot, it's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
pretty cool.
I was able for Spadef though, which I feel like Lando's usually eating special ice moves because of Intimidate. Like, you're not really aiming for it with like the ice spinner. You probably throw an ice beam on something.
Maybe it's just an emergency option, but yeah, maybe not the best.
Either way,
all
though,
things said, though, it's like a very sturdy core, right?
Rice Man made a good point, though. Or Rice. Is that Rice or Rice Man? It's just Rice.
That's just Rice.
Because there's 2 Rices now. There's Rice Man and Rice. So Rice made a good point. It's a Webs team with only defog for removal. Now, I don't know if I'll go as far as to say this is a Webs team. It has Webs. I don't think it needs Webs. Like, I don't think like that's like the only thing it'll do.
Yeah, I mean, you see Chi-Yu Webs and Latios Webs, and you're like, yeah,
it's a Webs team. But also, like,
you know what you're doing
fast
here.
enough to just like do Scarf stuff, or even just be a generally fast Specs
user.
But
now they can do Spec stuff.
Yeah, but like you can still do Spec stuff with these mods. Like, I don't think that it's like the same as like, I don't know, like Exploud. It's like super so like, oh, he's gonna start sweeping with the Specs Boom Burst because the webs are up.
Yeah, yeah. Skyhops makes a good point too. I didn't like how limited the pivot options were on a Chi-Yu team. I do agree. You usually want to be a little. I think that like Sylveon, Latios, pretty decent. Sylveon doesn't want to run Baton Path that often. It usually needs its moves.
Yeah.
But yeah, you kind of have to like. No. I feel like, especially the fact that Lando is the only rocker. You do have T-Spike for Everbroom, but Lando being the only rocker makes me think it's just going to be like Rock's U-turn into the Chi-Yu most games.
Which is fine.
Which is fine, sure.
Well, what I was saying...
Everbroom is parting shot, yeah, that's true.
About the ice issue, too, is that, like, it's a prediction game, so it's not always going to be, like, the most fun call to make, but Chi-Yu does... like maybe sometimes actually want that situation where you're not pivoting, where you're just going straight to the ice move and being like, haha, here's my Chi-Yu that you now have to like do something about. Again, like it's risky, so it's like probably not like the best thing to have as an option, but like, you know, I don't think it's like the worst.
It's only risky
situation.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
like it has a good spit F stat,
right?
So it's only
like,
really risky if it's like a mixed attacker or a physical attack
or a water type that has ice coverage, which is common, but still.
Yeah, honestly, you could probably take an ice move into a water.
Maybe
from like a Vaporeon, for example. If
yeah,
Vaporeon is clicking like Ice Beam into Amoonguss.
But to be fair, you're also like in this hypothetical, like I don't think the water type is the mon that you would put Chi-Yu in front of to be like, haha, now you make your move. It's like, what are you gonna do?
No,
it's like you just go like Dark Pulse.
Yeah, just an example, but no, you're right. Offensively, let's see. I don't think Lando is gonna have the option to set up very much. I do think it'll be mostly shoehorned into being the defensive rocks pivot, which is sure fine. It doesn't matter.
Is it 18 points? Maybe. Is it? But I think it's still like. I think it's still.
I think with Webs Chi-Yu, you're not trying to run plot. Well, actually, maybe you are trying to run plot. I was gonna say you're kind of just trying to run specs, but yeah, plot's fine. Yeah.
Do we have screens on this team? Latios, Sylveon.
I think that's it. Maybe technically Chi-Yu gets screens. I don't remember.
Maybe
that's pretty bad.
But I was gonna say like to set up for the Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
But because that's also.
I guess parting shot is kind of like a screen, if you think about it.
For one mon.
Yeah, a temporary screen.
I guess it lets you get the nasty plot turn though. It gets you the nasty plot turn.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, parting shot into plot Chi-Yu with webs up seems pretty devastating.
Yeah.
So, I think the team has a lot going for it. I do think I agree still with Skyhops in that like it would be nice to have one more slow pivot. Lando's not really slow, so if there's another like let's just say an Ursaluna, it's like a 50 base speed like physical attacker. You can't slow pivot on that. You don't have like a teleport. You don't have something actually slow like a I don't know, whatever, another slow pivot.
Yeah,
can't think of one right now, but it could definitely use with one more of those. Maybe even if you could make Araquanid like an Aloe or something. I know, just hypothetically, you are giving up the web. I know it's taken. You are giving up the webs, but it's okay. Thank you. Yeah, we
Yeah,
did
we talked
mention
about
Baton Pass
Baton
Sylveon.
Pass, yeah.
It's still like not even really that slow. Although I
Yeah.
guess minus speed Sylveon is pretty fine.
Why
It's
would
only
it be?
65, I
Oh,
think,
minus
right?
speed
Speed.
nature. I thought I was gonna
Yeah.
say, why is it dropping in speed? 60 is
Sling
actually kind of
had
low. I
wanted
didn't
to get
realize
it,
how
but
slow it
it
was.
didn't last on the board.
That's
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
Aloe.
That's the same speed as Clefable.
Oh, Aloe was taken. No, Aloe was taken literally the pick after Araquanid. So
Was
I
it
don't know what
going
you're
that
on
way?
about.
Let's go back that way.
Yeah, every even pick is going back to the beginning.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you picked it.
And then Aloe was pick
and then
6.
Aloe got
Yeah.
picked.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who needs Baton Pass when you can click Specs Hyper Beam? That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You get me.
Does Sylveon doesn't get teleport, does it?
No.
But
actually,
that's something
that maybe we underestimated or undervalued is offensive Sylveon in webs is actually pretty decent.
That is nice, yeah.
I think 65 is enough to outspeed like
It's
110s.
60. It's 60 speed.
Oh, Sylveon only 60? What am I thinking?
That's what I was saying. Like, I was
65?
surprised. Like, that's like the same speed as Clef.
I thought it. What has 65 speed that I'm thinking of? Is Vaporeon faster? Maybe I'm thinking of Vaporeon or like Primarina or something. I don't know.
Vaporeon is 65.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking of.
That is weird.
Honestly, maybe
speed.
minus speed Sylveon underspeeds the 50s that I was talking about then. Who knows? But yeah, offensive
if they're
Sylveon
not also minus speed, I'm
with 60,
pretty sure it does.
Let me check what plus one Sylveon outspeeds. I think it outspeeds 110s. It does. After webs, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you also got to
that's pretty
consider,
good.
though, that, like,
That's a pretty good
boots are
spot.
common, flying types are common. Like, you can't 100%.
I mean, considering how many teams have their fastest mon an item.
Can't hold an item, yeah. True.
And even the scarves will be -1 at that point, so you're Sylveon outspeeds. Or no, it doesn't outspeed anymore, damn, because it's scarf.
It just goes back
It's
to
not actually +1, it's fake +1. Yeah.
But your Chiyu might.
True. Yeah, your Chiyu might. Okay,
Trailblaze
so
Sylveon
all things said
in
and done,
webs.
all things said and done, I do like the team, honestly. And for something that was like for a team that was put together, knowing that they had to draft a Mungus, it's like definitely pretty all right.
Got to draft a Mungus.
They were forced to. Got to draft a Mungus. Now that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I do think a Mungus is like the easiest mon on this roster to take advantage of by subs. Like a steel type subbing on a Mungus is extremely free. And I wish there were maybe some more knockoffs. I know that Lando has knock, but and Conk has knock. Maybe that's not that bad. But like, it doesn't feel really like a spammable move. Like a stab knockoff is kind of what I'm looking for. Crocodile kind of knockoff. Maybe that's just par for the course when you have Chiyu. But even just like dropping boots, dropping scarves, dropping safety goggles for Amoonguss, right? Are the type of things that I really feel like items pretty good into this team.
Yeah.
But the Terra Captains, I think, are really strong.
Is there any like switcheroo? Like, does Sylveon get trick or switcheroo?
Ladiosa's trick. I think that's it. I'm a little unfamiliar with Revavroom's tech, but it might have something else other than
trick or switcheroo.
I know it has T-Spike's parting shot. That's all I can really think of tech-wise.
Shift gear.
Yeah, that's not tech. That's just what it does.
Shifting gears is technology.
But I still think pretty highly of this team. Not like any of the last couple. Like, I think it's probably around Cory's, but without the flaws of like awful hazard game. So I'd probably give this. If I had Cory an 8 and then I dropped it to a 7, I think I'll give Slingshot Happy an 8 here.
I think he'd be Slingshot happy with that.
I hope so.
Yeah. I might like just say a 7 overall, but I like the Grungus, so I'll say 8 as well.
Grungus. True. And what does the community say?
Community says 6.56.
Well, there you go.
Which is not the lowest so far.
Not the lowest. Let's
it's actually
go.
Probably like right in the middle. Next up, we got
GlitteringAtlas. Recently demoted from the Hustle division.
And also not Satan. Just so
not Satan, literally. Yeah.
In case anyone was concerned.
So Atlas was Hustle division in last season was his first season in not just in the NBA but in draft in general, and he was
really?
put like
put him in Hustle
right into the Hustle division.
Was he? Did he play like competitive Pokemon though?
He was like a top Ranbats team.
Yeah, okay.
Or a Ranbats player. And so we were kind of hoping, because honestly, I think a pretty good way of getting like very new players into draft is by getting them to just play Ranbats. And maybe it's kind of controversial. Some people like that, some people really don't. I think just getting to know like the entire cast of Pokemon. You see so many more Pokemon in Ranbats than you would in an OU ladder or something. So rather than getting over familiar with a small cast of like 30 or 40 Pokemon, you see so many. And you do see some that are irrelevant. You see Ubers and shit, but it gives you a good, like, you don't have to come up with a team. You don't have to go find a team that you don't understand. You just have to try and solve the puzzle that's in front of you. So we really thought that the Ranbats skills would transfer over. And it's not that, by the way, it's not that Atlas is bad.
It turns out the skills did not transfer. There were no skills displayed.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
In the Hustle division.
It was entirely that, I mean, the performance just, like, it wasn't up to standards for the incredibly high bar that we set for them. And I think that's partly on us as mods for putting him like right into the Hustle division with no.
Not a mod, by the way.
No constructed experience, by the way. I don't think that he even played like much ladder or anything either, other than bets. So, definitely just an inaccuracy for mods. So I'm really excited to see how Atlas. Atlas also has a mentee in Truant as well. And is mentoring Jackie, and they seem to be bouncing off each other really well. So I'm excited for them. But anyways, we do have a draft.
I want to say one thing though about the Ranbats thing, because I'm somebody who would like tend to maybe disagree a little bit. Just like I agree, yeah, you see the whole cast, which is good. You see more mons. What I disagree with is that I think it creates bad habits. I think it creates habits where you think some mons are better than they are, and some mons are worse than they are because of the level scaling that people just forget about. And because I've seen it a lot in our other league too, where we have a couple guys who like did a bunch of Ranbats before, and that was like most of their experience. And they come over here and they're like, "Dude, Tropius is so based. He's so good." It's like, okay, what about Tropius when he's like the same level as everyone else? Or like Florges when it's the same level as everyone else. And I think it's learnable. You can get past that. So that's why like I don't completely disagree. I think it's a good place to see the mons in action, see the movesets, but you can't let that be your like matchup knowledge checks because it just doesn't apply.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway.
there's a lot of Pokemon, especially like near the bottom of the tier list, that kind of get the people hop to them of like, oh, this mon is OP because they saw it in random. I think
it's like literally 20 levels higher than the thing. It's like,
that's probably the best like known example of an overperformer in Ranbats is Tropius.
The Terra Steel Tropius.
Or like maybe like Plusle and Minun.
Yeah. Vex Sunflora. Whoa, this thing outspeeds more than I thought.
True, honestly, yeah. Just the nasty plot Minun set that.
Dude, man, that's so funny. Nasty plot Minun 1v1s Koraidon. With Terra Fairy Blast?
With HP Ice.
Whatever it is.
Anyways, we do have a draft for them, and it starts out extremely bulky. Looking at just the actual draft order, it goes Glowking, Gliscor, Kyurem. And I think
I already
Um,
like the
yeah, Slowking and
chili
Gliscor
reception
is
into
like,
Kyurem as well.
yeah, I'm actually surprised that Kyurem wasn't taken second overall. Usually you see when somebody first picks Slowking Galar, it's immediately followed up by the Baxcalibur or the Kyurem
Yeah.
or
So
something,
Glasgow is
probably just
second.
one of
I'm
those
not
two.
looking at the order.
Yeah, so Gliscor was second and then Kyurem after.
I'm
And
surprised
then it was
Glasgow
and then it
made
was
it that
Diancie
far
after.
at, I guess, 16 points. I guess maybe it's not his
Yeah, I
first
mean,
pick
Gliscor
as I
is
thought.
usually taken in, I'd say, the second round.
Second
But
round, yeah.
looking at the picks immediately before it, where Garchomp was taken the pick before it, and Zygarde was taken 2 picks before that, and
Just
Tinglu was
hell.
taken a few picks before that.
Let's get some ice
So
weaknesses.
grounds were starting to go pretty quick. Tusk and Treads were already gone as well by that point. So
Maybe that's why.
might have just been
pulled the
like
trigger
a,
a little
hey,
early.
the ground types are going. I really want to talk ground type.
Yeah.
Nobody else has a Slowking yet. I'm gonna grab whatever, either Bax or Kyurem that falls to me. Cory then picked Baxcalibur round 2, snowless, which is fine. So Atlas was then left with round 3 Kyurem because nobody else had anything.
Not that bad of a compromise.
Yeah, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Skyhop says in chat, Ghost Resist optional. It is something that looks pretty rough.
An Ambipom would tie that up real nice.
Well, I'd say the most unfortunate thing, like something that people forget is, yeah, a Ghost Resist would be nice. I feel like more and more often lately, Dark types in particular are becoming kind of necessary. And that's something that I actually didn't touch on. Cory didn't have a Dark type either. And who else? Metro had Absol. I think that's it so far. Yeah, Cory's the only other one with a dark, or without a dark. Stored power users are a dime a dozen nowadays.
And when you can,
and as soon as you show up with no dark type, you're kind of cooked.
At least in a Terra League, though, you can kind of work around that.
Yeah, but now looking at the Terra captains, Arctozolt and Suicune don't want to be Terra Dark. Let's just... Suicune wants to be like maybe Fairy, Ghost, I'd say is a pretty good type. And if you want to be a Ghost type and you don't have a Ghost Resist, again, that's something that is like just kind of not great.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Normal Suicune with Body Slam.
You could. I mean, it still doesn't help with the stored power users. I guess you'd have to be Haze. Does Suicune have Haze? Psych Up.
It could. Yeah.
I don't remember if it has Haze though.
It probably does.
I don't know. I am looking at another one itemless cap, and I'm gonna pull my hair out. The Mega Diancie capping the speed. There is Scizor.
Good otherwise though.
There is Scizor for Bullet Punch. There is Arctozolt for your Speed Cheater. The problem is Arctozolt's so slow that
yeah, it just gets outsped by like mons that don't even have to do that.
Yeah, I think like 130s outspeed it. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, or like low Scarfers. Yeah.
You know what I find interesting here?
Yeah, what's that?
We have 2 Trick Room setters. And nothing that would use Trick Room.
That is maybe a little unfortunate.
Maybe Arctozolt can like the opposite instead of setting snow and just throw him the curveball Trick Room Arctozolt. But like not that you can't draft Glowking unless you want to run Trick Room, but like the fact that you also have the Carbink, it's like it's a 2-point mon.
Like
maybe not like who cares? Yeah, but also like little, would expect to see something that
it might be like a "Don't talk to me and my son ever again" with like Diancie.
Oh, with the Diancie, yeah, that's actually funny. It could be. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like 2 points. It was probably throwaway points anyway. That it's like I wouldn't say it's like this huge like opportunity cost. Like, oh, you brought 2 Trick Room setters. It's like no, you brought a mon that can run Trick Room, but is super solid without it anyway. And then a mon that doesn't matter that happens to also have Trick Room. I just would have thought that when you see those 2, it's like there's probably a Trick Room in here somewhere, and there's just not. There's nobody.
And especially when your speed isn't that very good.
Yeah, like it's like
you would want something. Yeah, you'd even want your Scizor to be like a I don't know, a Stakataka or something. I feel like would be pretty. No, Scizor is good. I like Scizor on. Wait, what's the water type? Oh, Suicune. Okay, yeah, we're fine.
But it's a Terra Captain.
Yeah, I was like,
and
Scizor,
your Diancie
Gliscor
also resists. Like you have like resists at least.
Yeah, but like Scizor, Gliscor with a bulky water type is. We've seen this for literally generations.
Yeah.
This is not a new strategy. I do think Suicune is honestly pretty underrated. I think it's really been slept on in recent generations, especially with Terra.
Yeah.
Because things that need to be water types are just going to Terra to right? Yeah. But we haven't seen Terra Suicune itself ever in the NBA.
Really?
I believe. We don't have our fact checker here today, so.
Yeah.
I feel like Lee. I swear, Leezy has just an encyclopedic like memory of everything that goes on in the NBA.
I'd be curious if it was like ever a Terra captain that like maybe got like traded not to be captain or like swapped out or something.
You know what? Impulse drafted Terra Suicune and then he dropped.
I was gonna say because I feel like I have seen this before, but I couldn't remember. And I was gonna say like, oh, somebody probably ran it and realized that they didn't like running Terra on it or something, and then. Dropped.
Yeah, it was the secondary captain to Terra Aegislash.
Okay, yeah.
And Aegislash just Terra'd more often than Suicune. I don't think we ever saw it used, but I don't remember. I'm not going to pretend to remember, so.
Yeah, we don't have the encyclopedic knowledge.
Yeah. So some things that I would wish for this team is I would wish for some, either at least some speed to outcap Diancie, or some like a trick room user of some sort. Yeah, those would be my ideals. How are we on hazards? Our
rocks, Diancie,
removal.
Carving.
Our removal's kind of bad. Again, we have Scizor, we have Thundy, and we have Gliscor. I feel like it's just always Gliscor.
It could be.
And for setters, yes, Slowking, Gliscor, Carbink, Diancie. Yeah, I mean, there are at least multiple options, and I'd rather there be multiple options that don't want to do it than like one option that has to do it.
I agree with that.
For setup, I mean, Thundy is like the setup mon. Scizor. Kyurem can set up. Honestly, yeah, and Gliscor I think is a really strong setup mon. I'd like to see some SD Facade. I know that in All-Stars there was a game that had SD Facade Gliscor, but it was like SD Facade, Earthquake, Defog instead of Roost last move.
That's what this
so it just kind of, so it just got like chipped down, and I think it just 1-for-1 with something. I don't remember exactly, but it looked like it was poised to like sweep the game if it had Roost.
Yeah.
And then it clicked Defog before it set up, and it's like, oh, I'm not scared anymore.
No, it doesn't have Roost.
Yeah.
What
else are we thinking?
I would say in the interest of speeding things along here, we could probably... I think we covered most of what we normally do. We want to speed hazards. Type chart looks fine, I think.
I think the team is fine. I think Arctozolt is.
It's got like
good.
the built-in synergies with the Glowking and the Kyurem. Scizor has a bulky water with it. It also has a rock type. A rock type that's immune to Wisp because of Magic Bounce as well, which I like.
It's got 2 rock types.
True. This one's not immune to Wisp though.
Me and my son.
And then and even Gliscor is immune to Wisp. Not that you're like Wisp. Like I don't know why I'm like specifically talking about Wisp, but usually when I think of like somebody like a fire swap, like you also have to consider like, oh, what if they don't click the fire button, they just click Wisp? You can't swap to your bulky like physical water type or something, or your physical rock ground type that doesn't want to get Wisped, right?
Yeah, true.
But yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
I feel like I can't go below an 8 with this team. I think just because of this top part here. And again, this might be one more I'm like more biased with like the potential of it, where it's like I think you make a couple like a change or two, fix the speed problem, whether that's something faster or something that uses the trick room better. And I think it ends up being really solid because I think otherwise like the team is it just kind of gels together pretty well.
Hmm. For me, I kind of think that Glowking Gliscor is pretty fair, if not like really being abused. Um, I don't think Gliscor is like set up in a flexible enough position to be doing unfair things, and there's no like you said, it would be nice if there was a user for
Mm-hmm.
Slowking.
Yeah, to take full advantage.
Yeah, to take full advantage. I do think Zolt is really good with it.
Yeah, that was the
I
other
don't
thing
know.
too.
I think it's
I
fine.
think it was like
It's like
the
at least a
snow with
7.
the Kyurem and the Zolt. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen like Weather Ball Thundy and everything like that.
Right.
So
And
it's
he
actually
has
not
like
that bad.
speed
I
set
like a
up. He
7.
has the priority on the scissor. Like that's why like I'm not as majorly concerned about the speed issue when it is resolvable with trades
Yeah, yeah.
if needed. If it's a problem, because we don't even know if it's a problem yet. That's one of those things where it's like if it's a problem, you can. There are numerous fixes as opposed to like I need a who was it that had like the hands before and then had to trade it for a ground type and we're saying go back to the hands, but it's
Skyknight.
like okay, well then what do we need for a ground type? Like I think that's like a more
Yeah.
complicated thing to solve because it's like more moving parts. And this it's like if something's not working, like get rid of the mon that you didn't bring 3 weeks in a row because you couldn't fit it, and then put something that matches your speed that you did, or
Yeah.
like whether that's high or low, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, it's fair. And honestly, it is a very threatening team.
Yeah.
You know, with like Kyurem, Diancie, Thundy, Scizor, Zolt. And the Terra Suicune, I'm really excited to see it. I think this team
I think it'll be sick.
is going to look better in a 6v6 situation, like where you have your 6 staring down the other opponent's 6 in like the pregame, than it does on this kind of draft preview.
I think that's a fair way to look at it.
Yeah. So maybe my 7 is a little bit low. I'll just stick with it for now. It's definitely like 7.5, but
yeah,
I'll stick with my 7.
All right. Audience thinks this is a 7.6.
Wow.
That's the highest that we've seen so far.
Interesting. I definitely have differing opinions.
Yeah, and
Maybe
actually,
I'm
I'm just gonna spoil it right now. That's the highest overall. Like that's the highest rating that we've gotten. So
yeah,
people are saying this is the best team in the entire division.
Maybe I'm underselling it. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna sway.
I don't think it's the end all be all.
threatening.
I don't think that's necessarily like accurate that it's the best team overall. So I think it's fair to stick to your guns on that because we're analyzing it more than probably most of the people who went through that poll. So.
Maybe. Oh, Skyhop says agreed on it being threatening. Sash Gliscor and whatever else seems nice. I didn't really consider Sash Gliscor, but like because it's usually just bulky enough to. I mean, the idea I think is just like rocks into. Doesn't matter after that. You could even just Sash Carbink. I don't think you have to, like Sash Gliscor, but
is the idea that it's just like you're sacking it?
Yeah, like just get rocks and then have 6 attackers, right?
Oh,
Just
like
run,
if
like,
okay, yeah. But then you also
Diancie, Thundy, Scizor, Zolt, kind of, or Suicune or something.
Yeah, I guess. I think the is also fast enough in like most cases to just be able to like if you really just want to like lead something that's gonna put up rocks and then die, just put up the Dansey, unless it's like specifically something faster that Okos it. But
yeah, and again, maybe I'm overly negative on 110 mega speed caps, but
Custap what though? Just Quake or like is it worth it for that?
Carbink
but you can't run. Sturdy.
I actually forgot Carbink has 30.
Custap Trick Room. Woo! -5.
No,
it's actually still -6, just first in -6.
No, you click Trick Room the first turn and then you explode the second turn. You like fast explode in Trick Room.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're running max speed Carbink. You click Trick Room.
Well, no, fast as in you're slow.
So why do you need Custap?
No, you don't need Custap with that.
Oh, I thought you were saying for the Custap. So we're running fast Carbink in Trick Room, set the Custap. Actually makes it go first. Still.
Obviously, you don't need Custap in Trick Room. If you're either running Custap with like rocks and spikes, or like dual screens or whatever, right? Even like rock screen or rock explosion, or you have Trick Room. Does it have Endeavor? I feel like it has Endeavor. Like Carbink is actually okay.
I don't think it has.
It does have Endeavor. So there we go. There's
That's
what you want to Custap. Yeah, it's pretty
I guess the reason that it doesn't get as much use out of it is because it's so fucking bulky that it's like a lot of times you're OKOing it or you're not, or you're like chipping it down so slowly. And if you're not, and when I say OKOing, like maybe not through the sturdy, but also like if it's taken any chip at all, it's not getting sturdy.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe Carbink is a real thing that we're gonna, and it'll just be like suicide lead with 5 attackers go. Who knows?
Yeah, with your 2 steel resist. I guess 3.
Yeah.
Your
I feel like
steel
maybe my
weakness,
7 is a little bit
quad
low,
steel
but
weakness.
whatever. We're
Yeah.
all right. On
Let's
to
move on. Stella.
Stella. Finally we see the Terahedron. I think maybe I've mentioned this before. Hold on, was it the first one? I just meant finally in this division, but
I think
Heatran is not a Terra Captain in Truant.
Yeah.
So this is the first one we've seen. Heatran was kind of the golden standard for me that I felt like was a good and solid captain to be like the standard for what should
the
be
high
the
tier
best
one.
captain.
Yeah.
Like this is like a high tier, very good, very consistent captain that's flexible. It can Terra defensively, offense, not doing any broken setup. It can get worn down, like it has flaws, but it has a lot of upside.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was definitely the captain that I wanted to be, like I said, like the golden standard for what everything else that should be Terra legal should follow. If it's better, I don't think there's very many better captains than Heatran. If they are, they're like inconsistent or like very one-dimensional. Yeah, Rillaboom is very strong too, by the way. So I'm excited to finally see it. We do see it with Mawile, Chomp, Slowking. Right away, I feel like that's actually a really strong team.
This team
assuming there is another steal for Mawile.
This team has the quad weakness to ice, and then 4 resists in a row, and one of them is a quad resist.
True.
That Garchomp is well protected.
Yeah.
And the Thundy too.
So the first 3 picks were Mawile, Garchomp, Slowking in that order, and then Heatran. That just feels like an extremely solid core. It's like you're not breaking, news headlines with the core. It's been done before, and we've seen it. But no, it's like extremely versatile, extremely durable, physically, offensively threatening. And then Terahedron comes in to either be that support piece for the Chomp, be that second steal for Mawile, even just be the fire Mawile, be the ice resist,
true.
Or just be the special attacker. Like it's just a good special attacking threat. We didn't see Thundy until round 8, actually. So it was the second last pick.
And this is Prankster Thundy.
It is, yeah. But up until then, we didn't really have much special attack. After Heatran, we saw Quack. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of Quack and Slowking. I do agree that the team needed removal. But I feel like if Quack is your spinner, you're probably usually better off doing something else as your spinner.
Yeah.
Like maybe a Tentacruel would have been good there to just save you a couple points, because you're not using Quack to do Quack things here. You're using Quack to like spin, and everybody knows that. Unless you're running Defog Thundy, and that's just kind of a different can of worms.
Yeah. You know what I noticed though is this is a team where the one fairy is Mega Mawile.
And you know what they say about that. Minus 1,000 Nahyma bucks.
Yeah.
Stella, you owe me 1,000 Nahyma bucks.
There are more electric flying types on this team than there are fairies.
Than there are fairies, true. So I'm curious about that pick. Like, if the plan is, I want Thunder.
I think it's a cool Terra Captain. I'm wondering why, like, if that was your plan or if it was like an emergency thing. Why do you also have Thundy? Like, just get a different, like, special attacker for Thundy.
So they didn't have Thundy on the team yet.
When the Oricorio was drafted?
Yeah, Oricorio was
so the Thundy came
and Thundy was 8th. Yeah, it was the immediate next pick.
I got nothing for that one.
I don't know, man.
I was gonna say, like, I can see, like, you get down to those last couple points, like, oh, this could be a sick low tier Terra Captain. Cool, let's throw it on there.
Yeah, just pick whatever one. Who cares?
Like, regardless of the fact you already have.
Matter.
Yeah, no, this is like you deliberately took the Thundy after you already had the 5-point Oricorio Pom Pom.
I would think if you wanted one, if you really don't care what type it is pre-Terra, if you wanted one, you would probably want the Ghost one, just because it's not reliant on boots like Fire and has the most immunities, is kind of
Yeah.
all I can really think about. Like, just adding the normal and fighting immunes might be
But I think
more
as a
than...
Terra Captain, you get your Bolt Beam. So I don't think the other one gets like electric moves. Right?
Sorry, what do you mean? Which one gets Bolt Beam?
As a Terra Captain,
Okay, yeah.
you get Bolt Beam. Having this one.
Okay, so
whereas as a Terra Captain, the other one.
So I feel like you're just missing an important mechanic here. What move is Oricorio clicking that's an...
Oh, does he not get like Thunderbolt or anything?
No.
So it's just Revelation Dance.
It's just Revelation Dance. Yeah.
Okay, then he doesn't get electric.
Yeah.
He gets Bolt or Beam, which I guess so does the other one, just depending on which one you Terra.
Yeah. Okay.
That's actually funny. I forgot.
But now, just to make sure, so I don't
that's why you
feel
need
like
Thunder.
an asshole.
You can press
just so I don't feel like an asshole. What electric move? Okay, yeah, it doesn't have any electric moves.
Thundy was because of a snipe.
Oh, interesting.
The chat.
So Thundy... Oh, you know what? Maybe it was because of Sandy Shocks being taken. Shocks was taken 4 picks before Stella picked.
Curious.
Thundy, so possibly.
First game was a quack sweep.
Or like maybe Silvally is all I could really think of. The first game was a quack sweep? That's funny.
I mean, I guess we could see that looking at the screen.
Oh, I did not.
We're
again,
yapping
I'm still just
about
looking at
the
roster
quack,
page.
and it's just sitting here like
that's funny.
Chatting out.
Yeah. I mean, we did the same thing about Mega Bana, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's like, what does this mon do?
Yeah,
well, apparently it's the only kills on the team.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that's
like
one reason why you
U-turn
shouldn't listen to the casters. Sorry,
like
the what?
The U-turn protection with the
the flame body, the Garchomp.
Mega Mawile. Even the Quack is a resist too. Because it covers both your Slowking and your Celebi. The Celebi, so Celebi can be a Terra Captain, right?
It can,
like,
yeah.
Like not points wise, but like it could.
It's legal.
Curious, have we seen the raw Celebi anytime? I feel like we haven't seen one. I feel like maybe we've seen a Terra one, but I don't remember like ever really seeing Celebi get used at all. I kind of wonder like if it's been good.
I'm sure it has. I feel like Celebi is kind of a fan favorite.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like kind of surprised. Like I'm trying to think back, like I can't really think of a.
It feels like a mon that Gensuzu might have used in earlier seasons.
Maybe.
I think he likes it.
It's just
I can't say.
There's just so much going against it. With like everybody hates like the quad U-turn weakness and all this. And so I feel like most people when they draft it, like they make it a Terra Captain. If they draft it at all, but then also it's like there's other mythicals that like kind of do the grass stuff better. Like Shaman is sometimes better at that. Like I've seen Shaman a lot. I feel like we've seen a decent amount.
So yeah, I think Celebi is a much better Terra Captain than Shaman, but Shaman
right? Yeah, I'm not comparing them as Terra Captains.
No, I know, but Shaman's probably just a better like Fizdev grass type if you just need something to beat ground types.
Right, and that's why like we see more of it, which is why I feel like Celebi is just. I don't know. Like I could be wrong. I'm sure somebody has used it, but like I personally cannot recall a single replay that we've watched that had just like a regular Celebi that wasn't a Terra Captain.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'll leave that for
in other words, I'm curious to see what the Celebi does.
Yeah, me too.
I've always liked them on. I've just personally never drafted because I've like the same stigma. Where it's just like I don't want that 4 times weakness. I can get a different grass type, right? Or
I feel like maybe Royce had it in a recent season.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not going to think too much about it.
Yeah.
Funny though that like the one mon that we keep on each of these teams is the one that won the first week's game. So maybe we should just keep doing that.
Yeah, well,
maybe
speak some of these into legends.
Yeah. Overall, so again, I don't think this team is really reinventing the wheel here. I do think the only real like maybe not the only real, but like the limited removal pointing towards Quack feels like kind of just a weakness, but I don't think it's that big of a problem.
But
actually,
rock
okay,
resist, rock resist, well, neutral.
Well, it's not just about rocks though. There's so many
Yeah,
other hazards
spikes too.
than rocks. But you're right, the team isn't like weak to
Regen
the
kind of
most
ignores
common
it.
type, or the most common hazard rather.
You still like the chip on regen though.
But yeah, I mean, we didn't really talk too much about Umbreon. Do you think Wish is that nice here, or is like specifically for foul play? Or I do think the
I
team
don't think a
wants a dark
95
type.
HP Wish is going to be working wonders.
I mean, Mobile has like 50 HP, so I think that's fine. It'll heal it up nice and good.
Yeah, I guess to heal them all well. I'm just thinking about like usually when if I'm looking for a Wish Pass, I'm thinking more like something with like 140 base HP.
I mean, and maybe it's
They're
also
very
a normal and fairy type.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's
Yeah,
probably like one or two of those.
yeah.
I'm not allowed to
Goated.
say
No,
any
I agree.
names, though,
Celebi's
so-
great. Doesn't need Terra. No, I for sure
Yeah,
agree.
It sounds like I'm like calling it out like this shit, man. Who's gonna do anything with this? I just
No.
want to see it do something because I feel like I haven't
Yeah,
seen it do anything.
and like we said, the support you have for like the anti U-turn is pretty good
Yeah.
with the flame body, and like the rough skin chomp is pretty good. So
We are at like 9 minutes on the team though. So do we
Yeah,
want to?
let's,
We didn't really talk about speed. Caps out at 111 with the Thundy.
111 is fine. There's a lot of speed. There's Quack. There's Oricorio. I
speed
do
boosting
expect.
is existing.
Yeah, I do expect to see like Scarfetran pretty often.
Yeah.
Scale Shot Chomp is also good.
You could do
Celebi
trick
can be
room
baiting
stuff with the
U-turn for
Mawile
Helmet
as
Chomp.
well.
Yeah, no, I agree with the Helmet Chomp.
Yeah.
I wonder if like Annihilate was up. I feel like Celebi Annihilate is a pretty good combo because everyone wants to run U-turn.
Yeah, that's like permanent punishment for the
Yeah.
U-turn. That's not just like chip on them on them. I don't care.
Yeah. Thundy and Snow again. We saw this last team where like the Weather Ball in Slowking Snow was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do expect Slowking to mostly just be clicking Trick Room, or sorry, not Trick Room, Teleport.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to see even just a low tier, like rather than Oricorio, maybe if it was Arctivish or something,
Maybe
as just a Snow abuser, or even just like
an Arctivish.
is Beartic
3 water
is
types?
Beartic 5? Let me check. I mean, it's not actually a water type.
Yeah.
It's like a water type, but it's not a water type.
Yeah. It's another physical attacking water type.
Oh,
though.
Beartic 6 points. Oh, so you can't even make it a Terra Captain. That's with Heatran.
Rigged. Like actually rigged.
Who made this dog shit tier list, man?
Yeah, come on.
What the?
You're hurting the Heatran Beartic dream, dude.
Yeah. How am I supposed to get my bear and my lava mountain thing together? Umbreon was also a snipe pick.
Umbreon was a snipe pick? You sniped it or it got sniped?
I think like something got sniped, so Umbreon
Mandibuzz.
one of Mandibuzz. That makes a lot of sense.
That's like
Mandy
5 more
would be good.
points though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it probably. I mean,
It could've been
Thundy was a
earlier
snipe
on.
pick, and then yeah, Umbreon was like. It was. I think the
I
Mandy
guess,
just
I guess
turned
Thundy
into
was like the
Thundy
leftover
Umbreon.
points, yeah.
Yeah. Where
That makes sense.
where is the Mandy? I remember seeing it.
We
Oh,
just went
Lukey
over
has
it.
it. Yeah, Lukey has it.
Yeah, on your favorite team, dude.
Yeah, woohoo!
How could you forget?
Let's go, Lukey.
All right. Overall rating.
Yeah, overall, I like the team a lot. I think it has a lot. I think it's like at least an 8. Like I said, we've already identified it would be nice if the hazard removal was slightly better.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you had something slightly faster. And it would be nice if you had something to use the snow, but like none of those problems are going to stop you from having success.
Yeah. I have a hard time rating this one honestly because I agree, like I agree with that last statement where it's like I don't think this team is like hindered at all from being able to win games. It kind of like it has something when I look at it that like you can tell that the snipes happened. Like now that like we have that knowledge, like you can see that something went wrong and like towards the end of the draft. So like that part of me kind of wants to like rank it a little lower, but again, like I have been like kind of overrating teams based on like potential from trades. I don't know. Something to me says to do 7 though. Like I don't know why.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
like
fair.
I don't think that's anything to say that like again that it can't win. But it's just
Yeah,
for me it's like it's just not my favorite one that I've seen, and
that's all good.
there are enough things that
Some
like
teams
make me
just
kind of
don't
like
like resonate, and I think
yeah.
that's what was the team that didn't resonate with me before? Oh, it just kind of didn't resonate with me. Maybe
Well, no,
it's Sun.
you're cutting out a lot. Can you
Sorry, I'm
repeat that?
leaning back in my chair.
Yeah.
Um, some teams just don't resonate for some people, and I think DJ Red Lanterns was for
Yeah,
me
that was one.
where
Well, that one I think is a little more fair because it's like it's you either like weather shenanigans or you don't believe it, and I think
yeah,
that's like a more normal thing to be like, I don't love that.
yeah, yeah. What does the community say about Stella's team?
Community says 6.48, so right around the middle.
Yeah, that's like a
Maybe,
I think
yeah,
B tier ish. Cool.
yeah.
Um, Stella, thanks for chatting with us.
Assuming like 6.5 is probably A tier.
Good team.
All
Yeah.
right, Golden
Okay.
Mazda.
GoldenMazda.
I like the Terra Captains already.
Wait, this is our first PWC goon.
For Swarm.
Although no, never mind. No, Mazda is yeah for Swarm, but Mazda is identifying as an NBA goon now.
Oh, okay.
It's
This is our
canon.
first
Yeah,
NBA goon.
yeah.
We
Our
haven't
first
had
NBA
any.
goon. Let's go
Yeah,
Mazda.
official.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like the Terra
Surely
Captains here.
Gallade isn't the. Oh yeah, yeah. These are probably my two favorite captains. Not
And
like
yeah,
actually favorite, but like my
yeah,
favorite combo.
of the teams, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
There's one more combo that's really good that we'll talk about later.
oh, it's not up yet.
It's not up yet, no. But the yeah, Moltres Jolteon I think is really, really good.
Yeah,
Like
if we're
Terra
looking
Terra
at
Moltres Galar is so like how do I its setup is so weird in
yeah,
that like
like it's
changing
so
its
hard to
type,
prep for.
yeah, changing its type makes its setup threat potential, I think, just really go through the moon. Through
Yeah,
the roof, sorry. And to the moon, but through the roof. Where suddenly you're like taking one hit doesn't put you to berserk after you Terra, you like take a hit on the Terra 50/50 as you agility or as you
yeah.
nasty plot. And then you
It's
get
like a
hit
weakness
again, you
policy without
berserk.
having to hold it.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets pretty insane and it's really hard to prep for and it's really bulky. It lets rest sets really cook too with like Resto Chesto agility. I think that's probably my favorite Miltris Scholar set. And then Jolteon is tried and true. I mean, I think we see Terra Jolteon in just about every
Yeah, there was one in
division.
sure. It's such an easy option with. I mean, it's like it's a
Yeah,
cheap. It's like it's a perfect lower tier Terra
yeah,
Captain.
like 130. It has
It's
an immunity
exactly what you
ability. It
need.
has a speed boosting ability. It
Yeah.
has decent
And it
offensive
doesn't have to
stats.
come to every. Like, you don't have to shoehorn it into every game, but like when it can come, it can really pop off. And I think that's
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, for sure.
Looking at the speed
Um,
tiers, I know you mentioned you were about to say like, oh, I hope Mega Galley's not the speed cap here, right? Or is that what you're
yeah,
gonna say?
and thankfully
Where it's
it's
like we
not.
do have the Jolteon
Yeah,
above that, who might be a
it
little bit
is.
out of the range of like you respect that. You just kind of like figure you don't outspeed it, and then
Yeah,
you're just looking at the Gallade. But I like that it's still like kind of beats out some like potential scarves too. Like if you decide to run
mhm,
some speed.
yeah.
I just saw like 4 chat messages appear at once, and they're all like
Whoa,
three.
yeah. Atlas is
Yeah.
just okay. We'll
uh,
take a sec to read this maybe after we go over teams, so we
oh
just stay
yeah,
on
okay,
track
that was a
here.
couple ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So when looking at Zygarde, the first thing you want to see is the ice resist, and we do immediately after the Zygarde have an Empoleon pick.
Yeah.
It's the only ice resist though, which does kind of worry me.
It's a
I guess Silvally can be
quad ice
whatever.
resist with recovery at least. Like I would
That
still.
I don't think that really matters though, because it's not about just resisting ice itself and taking as little damage from the ice move as you can, but it's about like certain type combinations where if you're, I mean, okay, Mamoswine is unwallable. I'm not going to pretend that you can wall
Amazon's like
Mamoswine,
the
but if it's
quintessential
like
like good luck. I cover both
if
things.
if you're going against this team with your Weavile, you know that you can beat their all of their ice checks by bringing low kick.
Yeah,
But if
or
you
even just
have
knock
like
as neutral for like the Empoleon at least.
right,
And
but
then
then if your ice resists are like Vaporeon and I don't know, a random steel type, then their low kick isn't going to beat Vaporeon,
Yeah.
and so they're only teching for one of your two resists, right? So that's kind of my problem with Empoleon in general. That I don't think Empoleon was drafted in the other day, I think about it, but I was really high on it when it got all its buffs, when it got like the flip turn and the roost and it changed to competitive and it got like wave crash and the whole shebang. I was really excited for it. And then I realized it kind of still has the same problems that it had before. Its typing is too important to put onto one Pokemon that's kind of mid.
Well,
like
also,
having
like your water type isn't a fire resist.
Yeah, trying to shoulder all of the burdens of being a defensive water type and all of the burdens of being a defensive steel type, I feel like is too much for Empoleon to handle. If it had like an extra 10 or 20 in each of its defenses, it could probably do it a lot better.
Yeah.
Or if it was just more offensive and could just like only invest in defense and then always be always hit well, it would be good.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I just feel like it's
attack, but it's
its special attack is good. But yeah, I just have a problem with it like shouldering too many things, and it looks like this is another classic case of that where it's the only ice resist for a Zygarde, and it's not the only fairy resist, at least, but
we got quite a few fairy resists.
Yeah, there's two poison types on the team too.
Yeah.
So
there's 3 normal types, but one of them is a Silvally, which can also be whatever it wants. This can be your other water type or your other, if that's what you want, or steel type or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
I do like that it's a pivot. Silvally pivots. Technically Porygon Z pivots. Technically Weezing pivots. Weezing is my favorite pivot, where you just pick one of its like 4 moves that kills itself.
Misty Explosion, Self-Destruct,
Memento. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Make a set that's just only those 4 moves.
I think in a like meme game that somebody had me build, I did something like that for their Weezing. I don't remember, but it was funny. Trust me, it was funny. Thanks. Okay, looking at setup threats, though, I mean, almost all of these mons can set up. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I had to find it.
It's okay. So we've got Gallade, Zygarde. Technically, Empoleon has setup, but I won't count that too much with SD.
Aqua-Jet.
True. I mean, I've run it before, especially when I had Defiant. It was actually
like
I
feel like that's not like a complete meme set.
Yeah. Moltres, Jolteon, Silvally, PZ. There is technically a Weber. I think actually didn't Charjabug come? Didn't Charjabug get a kill?
The game is not.
I don't think I've marked the game yet because we pretty much started streaming like as soon as I got home.
Well, and that's also when I got the message from Metro like literally like right before.
Oh yeah,
the game must have just ended right before.
When I got home, I literally just slapped some cream cheese on a bagel, sat down, and joined call, and we started streaming.
Yep.
So,
guys, I tried to convince him to unmute the mic with the bagel that he was eating, but he wouldn't.
No.
He didn't want to do it.
Agility SD Power Trip and Empoleon. True. Power Trip would be funny, even then when the competitive boost doesn't matter and you get the special attack increase, your Power Trip gets stronger. That'd be funny. Yeah. But I mean, there's lots of setup all over this team.
Yeah.
There's at least a couple screeners. Maybe if it's like screens Jolteon into like setup Zygarde would probably be pretty good. But then you're kind of using your Terra Captain to set screens, and that feels a little weird.
Yeah. You know what's weird is there's double ground and Volt Absorb. And nobody that like particularly hates electric types. I mean, Empoleon, it's nice for Empoleon. And I guess it's nice if you don't want people like Volt switching all around.
Yeah.
But that's just like, interesting.
I do usually like to say that like Zygarde is another one of those Pokemon where it's like it has an important type that it doesn't want to shoulder the burdens of. Kind of like how Mawile doesn't want to be the Steel and the Fairy, blah, blah, blah. It would be nice if there was a second ground for Zygarde. And Claude is... I'm a Claude hater. I'm not gonna lie, but Claude is like it's a ground type. You can't. I mean, you can't deny that Zygarde is also a ground type, I guess technically, but like
Zygarde is not a
there's
ground type.
there's no
I just did.
okay. There's no two sides about it, right? Where like Claude is just like a good ground type you can bring to a lot of games to be there for Zygarde. And like let Zygarde not be the electric switch. But then the fact that you have the Volt Absorb also kind of diminishes your need for a second ground type.
Right.
But I mean, hey, it's here. Whatever. Who cares? Claude is good, probably.
What I like about Claude is that it's a ground type, but like that HP and Spidef together means like you're still absorbing the ice, like the special ice attacks. Like you're not really super concerned. Like you don't want
A lot of the time.
You don't want to take like double like specs or anything, but at the same time, it's
although
like,
you know what's funny though is being having the Jolteon for Volt Absorb means that you can just run Claude as the like water absorber and not even bring it in on the electric types.
Right. And I like that it's a grounded poison to go with the Geezing that might be levitating.
True. That is something that Weezing suffers from is like Levitate is just such a good ability on it that are you really gonna run like Misty Surge just so that you can get rid of the T-spikes on Switch? Yeah, neutralizing gas is really good too, but like are you gonna run that just so that you can drop T-spikes when you don't know if they're bringing it? It's kind of tough. But having Claude as the grounded for sure is pretty good. Autono feels pretty inconsequential. Charjabug just adds a 1-point Weber. Non-Terra Porygon Z is fine. It does add some special attack to a team that I don't really feel like it needs that much special attack, but it is nice. Well, the thing is, like, Jolteon and Moltres Galar don't actually have, like, a lot of instant, like, attacking pressure because their stats are fairly low.
I think Jolteon
but adaptability, Jolteon's at 110 special attack, and with Terra it definitely goes up. But like it's hard to deny also that adaptability and download Porygon Z just kind of trumps that immediate offense. Especially with like a Hyper Beam or something, it's just gonna kind of kill something. So, yo, Stormtide, welcome back. And Charjabug did get a kill, according to Tony.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, final thoughts for this team.
So I'm thinking we haven't really gone over the hazards much, but there's
no, I guess we didn't. I mean,
2 Rockers and 2 T-Spikers and a Weber. Technically a Weber. The fact that it was brought week 1 makes me have to count Charjabug, sadly.
This is another issue though with I forget who had it before, where it's like you have webs and you have like some other reliable hazards as well that you want to be stacking, and your only removal is defog.
Yeah, also true. Yeah, I do think it's good overall. Like I think more often than not, like Weezing can't come every single game.
Yeah.
But it is the only fairy, so maybe kind of has to. You can make Silvally fairy. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
I keep forgetting about the Silvallias too. Like this thing does kind of just fill any type needs that you have.
Yeah, if it's like fairy Silvally, I can see Claude coming with rocks pretty much every game. Or Empoleon will have rocks, and that'll be games as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So like you're not like those Pokemon aren't hurting for move slots really. Empoleon could use the move slots. For like a knockoff or a flash cannon or like just an extra move because it does have good special attack and it does want to be clicking attacks when possible, but like hazards are fine. Removal, you have Weezing, Silvally, Empoleon, completely fine. You can run defog on any of them.
Yeah.
Speed's pretty good.
I don't think there's a lack of it at all. It was just I noticed the defog specifically was like the same thing with the last web team.
Yeah, it's definitely sufficient. Like you have a few options for everything. It's fine. Your speed is pretty fine. It's 130, 110 to 95, and below that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Double ground.
I think overall, for me, I mean, it almost doesn't pass like the eyeball test just because of some like the overlap and stuff. But but I think I want to give it an 8 just because immediately I saw like the Terra combo that I like a lot. I think I'm maybe more of a believer in the Empoleon. I agree with like the drawbacks that you said too. Like I think that is an issue. But I also think like it shouldn't be slept on doing both of those roles into some teams that don't have the option of being like, oh, my Weavile will run low kick. It's like it's still gonna deny like choiced ice moves or really anyone that has like brick break because it's only fighting coverage in that case.
Yeah, true.
And you have the Silvally that if you really need it, that can be your bulky water type or just another water type.
True.
And Empoleon like doesn't have to worry about resisting water as much whenever you have the water absorb on Claude, like so he doesn't have to also shoulder that a normal water type would have to do. So I think it's good. I like it as an 8.
Yeah, a lot of these abilities really circumvent some of the problems that like the weight that the rest of the Pokemon are trying to carry is pretty high. Like those abilities are good at lightening that. So yeah, and like you said, the first thing that jumped off the page to me was the Terracapins. I think it's my favorite duo in the division by a pretty good amount actually. And
I thought you said there's one other one that you liked better that we haven't gone.
There's one other that I want to talk about that I think is good, but this is my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and pretty much like you said, it isn't lacking. Like I said earlier, I wish maybe there was a special attack that Porygon Z, because the other two special attackers don't have that much immediate off.
Yeah.
Great team, and like you said, 8 out of 10 for me.
All right, so that one got a 6.72 from the community.
Damn, community.
Upper end of the 6s. I think that's still fine. So far we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 above a 7, and then one was a 6.96. I think that's the next highest 6.
Okay, let's catch up on what Atlas said in chat. Just catching up on analysis of my team. I definitely agree that Rambats doesn't transfer over, but not because you think of Monza's good and Monza's bad. It's because the way to win in Rambats towards find an opportunity to set up as fast as possible and take risks to get there if need be, and that does not work in draft. That's fair.
Because your opponent.
I was definitely playing in a Rambat style. I was definitely playing in a Rambat style, and it was not working well. It took me a while to get used to slowly converting small advantages in draft. Yeah. It is a lot more of an incremental game where
people like throw away something more like.
Yeah, and there's different information. Like in Rambats, you pretty much know your opponent's set as soon as you see their Pokemon. Mm-hmm. In draft, it's the opposite, where you see their Pokemon and you have no idea.
Right.
So you're scouting for very different information. You're playing for very different rewards, and you can't just assume that whatever setup you have is gonna potentially be left unchecked because they have random mods, like you can in Rambats. All right.
Or like pressing the setup move brings in whatever their best option is, and then like if you swap out, you know what mon you have to get rid of now to set up that sweep. But
okay. We are on to
Tony. Tony, is this
my boy Tony?
Was he always?
He just got promoted.
Yeah.
And he rounds us off with a Roaring Moon first pick into an early Donphan. It wasn't like second or anything, but a 4th round Donphan. I know that I was kind of harping on Donphan on Wednesday. I'm hoping that Donphan didn't 6-0 Tony's first game, or I'll be sad. Not like the Excadrill and the Quack we've been shitting on.
We didn't shit on Excadrill. It was the Quack and the Bennett.
Oh no, I wasn't shitting on Drill. That's right. But it was funny that the Spin SD set won the game.
Oh yeah. Like just like this would be a great bulky mon to run on this team. It's like what if it's just
Spin Swords Dance can probably win, and then it won. Yeah.
Wait, so you ghosted that game, dude? You literally cheated.
I must have. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is a Terra Captain combo that I think is good. This isn't the one that I wanted to talk about.
I like Terra Dogi. I think it's a good
one. Terra Dogi. I feel like Okidogi is the kind of mod that I don't think we've seen it actually utilize Terra very well.
We've seen it as a Terra Captain a lot, but I also agree with you.
Yes.
Like we haven't really seen it use it well. Either it doesn't come to games or it doesn't use it well.
Yeah. Well, I do think that's partly due to the way that we had our Terra set up before, where if it was, let's even just say it was still a 9-point captain there, that means you're paired up with a 16-point captain potentially. I know what I'd rather Terra most of the time, my 16. And so
especially
it was definitely
when it's like as an offensive one.
Yeah, it's definitely like a fatality of, or I guess a collateral damage of that Terra system, where if you're going for 2 mid-tier captains and you get like a 12 and a 13 pointer, like you could with 25 points, you're not going to get Okie Dokie for one of those because it's just slightly not good enough.
Yeah.
Right? But now it's like a pretty good middle of the road 9-point captain. It takes up half your points, and your other captain isn't just going to be leagues better than.
Right.
Right. So yeah, Terra Okie Dokie I think is going to be really good in this new Terra setting. And Terra Torn, I talked about on Wednesday. I used it in PGA in like a mid-tier Terra setting, and it did wonders for me. I mean, just like Nasty Plot, Bleak Wind, Terra Blast, I think is all you really need.
Yeah.
And yeah, very strong attacker. I wouldn't try to use it too much as a utility Pokemon if you're going to actually Terra it. I think even just like Terra Flying Bleak Wind is really strong. Or just using like an accurate Focus Blast with Terra Fighting, for example.
Yeah, kind of like the Gengar.
Yeah, like the Gengar we mentioned. But yeah, honestly, these captains are, and Okie Doki's stats I think are really underestimated. Because it's not
it's crazy.
It's not seen that often, but it's very bulky and has good attack, and like Drain Punch heals it for a lot and has good ability.
Yeah. I remember having to prep for a Terra Okie Dokie before, and it was like the hardest thing to prep for on the team, and it didn't come to the match. Because that was an example of like when it was like the lower tier Terra, but it's like you can't just let it run amok, right? Like you still have like have a plan for it, and it's actually you have to respect the Terra on it that just kind of lets it like, you know, it can bulk up and stuff, but you can't toxic it, or maybe it goes Terra Fire, which I think was like, I don't want to say like a common set because I don't think we saw it that much, but like it was something that was like a real threat for a lot of like teams that we played into, like Terra Fire for whatever reason, because you immune to burn, or you know, stuff like that. Where it's just like it's surprisingly versatile. I think for some reason, I don't know why this is, and I think like Sneasler is like the exception. Poison fighting types are not bad, but they're always like so hard to draft. And I don't know if you can relate to that, where it's like you need, like if you're looking for a poison type, you're probably looking for something bulkier. Like if you say like, oh, I need a poison type on this team, you're probably looking for something bulkier. Fighting types are a dime a dozen. There's so many of them, and many of them are better. Or just faster, you know, like a fast close combat is usually more valuable than a slow, bulky Drain Punch. And I think like Toxicroak is one where like I've seen the same thing, even when like the power level of the meta is like shifted down, where like Toxicroak is like closer to the middle. It's another one where it's like it's not a bad mon by any means, but like usually you have either a poison type or a fighting type by that point. But if you don't, you're looking for something else. Like you're looking for like a different kind of thing. Yeah, so I think that's another reason why it doesn't get used that much, even though it's not bad. It's just an awkward type for like for needs for teams, you know?
Yeah, it's the same type of thing that I've mentioned even for things like the Keldeo and the Paldean Tauros and stuff like that. That fighting secondary type doesn't really do you any services other than just making your fight stronger.
Right, yeah, it makes the body press stronger on the Tauros, makes the drain punch stronger, yeah.
A dark resist is nice, and I think most teams need dark resist, but usually you'll just get either your own better dark type or a fairy type, right? And so it's not actually that like necessary. But so yeah, I agree. I wish that like Toxicroak was just better, but it's kind of just too mid at everything, and its type is like just not good defensively.
Well, and also, it doesn't help when you're slow and you have 4 times weakness in any capacity. Because like even, and again, that's why the Terra is nice here too. It makes it a lot more threatening. But like a bulk up Okie Dokie non-Terra, it just gets beat by whatever's faster than it that has a special psychic move. Because like, you know, it's like
you have one psychic move on your team and you're chilling.
HP. Yeah, it's just dead. So
Yeah.
the terror is nice for that because it can like enable those kinds of sets without like putting you at that risk. But I think that's why like a lot of those like fighting the poison fighting types for whatever reason until Sneasler had that issue being like just they're not fast enough to like have a 4 times weakness like that, but they're also like not covering the things they need the types to do. But it's a lot of yapping on okie dokie there. What do you think about
Yeah. So outside of the
these guys?
captains,
I know you hate
so
Blacephalon. It's your least favorite one. You always shit on it every time
you know what's
you
funny?
see it.
You know what's funny is I was literally looking at Blacephalon going, wow, Blacephalon.
You cut out, so
Because
now it
like,
still sounds like you just hate Blacephalon. You said, wow,
yeah,
it, and then it cut out.
it looks. I was like, wow, Blacephalon looks like it was really just tacked on at the end. Like
Oh, okay, so
it
you do still
was.
shit on it. You actually do still hate it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I did. I was shitting on it because it's
wow.
like I don't know. It's not filling like a big speed gap. You have
Think
Torn.
of the type chart.
You have
Fire,
Roaring Moon. What do you mean type
ghost.
chart?
I know,
It's not.
that's what, like we were talking about
Yeah, we
last
did
time, where
that
it's
last
like, oh,
time.
look, a
Yeah,
fire type and ghost type. We don't have any of those. Onto the team
yeah.
you
Wow.
go.
I understand that Blacephalon can win games. I understand that Xurkitree can win games, right? Like the Beast Boost
True.
are good. And there, I had somebody talking to me recently about like they were asking me for recommendation. It wasn't they weren't NBA, but they were asking me for recommendations for what they should pick, and they were really lacking in speed, and they had like not very many points left. So I was like, it would be really good if you could pick like a fast electric type. Maybe even like Mega Manectric or something like that's like a tier electric type that's quick or Electrode or something, you know? And so they said, well, I think I kind of like the Xurkitree, and I think Xurkitree is underpriced. Or I don't remember how to afford it exactly, but oh, it was in a thing where you could steal other people's Pokemon. So it was like either I could pick this Mega Manectric or I could steal this guy's Xurkitree that's like the same cost right now, kind of like auction house style.
Oh, so like it's
And
whatever point it was at.
yeah, so it was cheap at the time.
Yeah.
And they went and they took the Xurkitree, and I was like, well, I disagree with that. I think you could have used some speed, but hey, power to you. I know it can win games. A couple weeks later, they message me back and say, haha, my Xurkitree got a 6-0.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Get
didn't
owned,
say
dude.
exactly that, but I was like,
Get owned.
okay, come on, man. Yeah, so it's the kind of thing that Blacephalon can do the same kind of thing, right? And is Blacephalon the right pick? Maybe, but it's like your pet card in Magic, where in trying to convince somebody to take their pet card out of a Magic deck is hard to do because they've been playing their deck for so long that that card has been in the perfect situation to win them a game before.
Yeah.
And they would have lost that game if it wasn't for that card in that.
So therefore, it's, I mean, dude, it's so good.
Yeah, and so they
Undeniable.
get confirmation bias and they be good. And I feel like Blacephalon, to me, feels like that same kind of Pokemon, or that same kind of like Magic card, or that example, right?
Yeah.
Where it can win games, and it's honestly it's strong. I don't see too many reasons to pick it over like Gengar unless you specifically need a fire type. I know you have Okidogi, so over like an Iron Moth, over another fast fire type, right? The secondary type doesn't really matter too much. So Tony's talking in chat about it though. He says it was tacked on, to be honest, and it really was 90% for types. There's a world where I make some trades after one or two games, and Blacephalon is kind of on that list for things I'm looking to drop. The other 10% is I played a Blacephalon deck in the TCG a while back and wanted to draft it. Yeah, yeah, Gengar was drafted at that point. You're right. It was a terrible. But I mean, even like an Infernape, right? I mean, I fighting type too, so it's things like that that like I don't know. Blacephalon, it makes sense, and you can see the vision, and I'm sure it'll win you a game maybe over a season or a couple seasons of drafting it. It's a good mod, and it's worth 14 points for a reason. But I never get the feeling of like, wow, Blacephalon is the perfect Pokemon here. You know, it's like kind of slightly too slow sometimes, just way too frail sometimes. I don't know. Maybe it's a personal thing.
I mean, it's way too frail all the time. It's 53
Yeah.
HP and 53 defense.
Yeah.
But it's fast enough to be a Scarf and 151 base attack. Means like you're not losing too much firepower. But no.
Yeah, but then it's like a Rock Week Scarfer, and it's I don't
Yeah.
know. Anyways, other than
What about the
that,
top
we
chunk
do
here?
see, yeah. So we see Roaring Moon,
And
Celesteela.
Roman is booster banned, right? Or is it not?
No, I don't think it
It's
is.
not?
Let me
Okay.
double check before I. Yeah, it's not.
Okay. Is Valiant?
Yes, it is.
Valiant is, okay.
Yeah.
So Valiant's just the only...
Um,
Oh, and Bundle's probably also booster banned.
I. No, it's not.
It's not?
I think Valiant's better. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Bundle really
I
gets
would
that much
agree with it.
that much
Yeah,
from
it's I guess
Booster.
just like a more versatile scarf, but like only once. So
Yeah.
Moon I feel like is one that's like I guess it abuses it less when it can't Terra because you can't do the Terra flying acrobatics with booster.
Yeah. I love Roaring Moon. I do wish a problem that I have is that Moon would like your steel to resist
Fighting and
ice,
ice.
and would like your flying type to resist fighting.
Oh yeah. I
Now,
was looking at the flying type.
it's okay though, because you then went and got Primarina, the next pick after Celesteela, which resists both flying, or sorry, both
Fighting and ice.
fighting and ice. Yeah, so you cover yourself pretty decently there, and you
Yeah.
also even picked up a different flying type later too. So
Yeah. As a Terra captain, so
and
it's like not
and
even
another
committed
steel
to it.
type. Yeah, and another steel type with Klefki too. But I hate
And another
Klefki,
fairy
so
type.
true. The fairy type that doesn't resist fighting.
Yep.
Yep. But Tony, if you're still around, I would like to pick your brain about your fourth pick Dawn fan.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
forgot
not
about that.
sure.
That
Yeah,
was like the
I
first
was
thing
kind
you
of curious
mentioned,
about
and
that.
I just
Yeah,
forgot.
yeah, that's okay.
Bro wanted
Otherwise, I mean,
the
we see
49th best spinner in the draft. He had to lock it in
true.
early.
We see Ogerpon Cornerstone. I
Not as the speak cap though.
yes, thankfully, I've started. I've really gone back and forth on Ogerpon C. So initially, I didn't think it was that great, and then we
I think
started to
most
see people
people
draft
didn't
it
really
with
think it was that
Terra,
good.
and it was pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was really on the wave for it, and we drafted it for Gensuzu in PGA last season, and it was definitely like good,
Was
but
that
it
with
felt
Terra or
like
without?
without Terra.
Okay.
But it felt like people were really jumping at it, saying this Pokemon is so value. It's only worth like I think at in that league it was worth like 13 points. Like it's so value. It should be like 15 or 16 points. This Pokemon's so good. Uh, I don't know if I can really get behind that. I definitely like it, and rock grass is like really hard to wall.
Yeah. Though it's an awkward type defensively, just because
Yeah,
your grass is in a water or a ground resist. Um,
and your
which is like
sturdy
the
is
big
usually not an ability if any hazard,
yeah,
or if you clicked Woodhammer.
right. You do have like Horn Leech to reset your sturdy, which is nice.
Okay, Tony says I really needed some hazard control, and the defensive core was pretty electric weak at the time. Felt like Donphan was just really needed at
So
the
what
in the
round
draft
was it?
plan. It was round 4,
Boy, that seems really
so it
early
was
to like panic pick Dawn fan.
yeah. So
Like
that's kind of what I was wondering. So it went Roaring Moon, Celestia, Arena, Dawn, which is like it kind of just stood out to me. I think it was the earliest. Oh, I guess Tinkaton was picked in round 3, which is
yeah,
9
it's
points
also
as
a
well.
non-winner.
Yeah,
Um,
and I
but
like.
no,
There's no shade. It's
yeah,
fine to,
I
especially.
understand the reasoning too, where it's like, uh, you want to like when it's like a potentially in demand. We did just talk about with Tinkaton, where it's like where it's a potentially in demand 9 pointer. Is it more valuable to grab it a little early if you don't have anything else that you like desperately need? I just think that what you described is like the thing that I would describe when I'm on turn 8 and I'm like, damn, I
Mhm.
needed an electric community and a spinner. There's Don Fan. Like so I
Yeah,
think
but
there
like
might
the
be like
odds of
better
you
options
getting it.
at that point, right? Like,
The odds of you getting it at that point is like you're more likely to have to rely on like Claydol or something, which is just
yeah.
worse.
Right. No, I'm not saying
Um,
that he would have definitely got it there. I'm saying that like that reasoning for like why Don Fan looks like the glue is something that I would like coat myself into by like when it's available at that point and like I can somehow get it. Whereas
Yeah.
like when it's up here, it's like I feel like there might have been like better ways to like resolve that like without needing the Dawn fan. But you know, if it works, it works, right? Like
Yeah, whatever. And even like we said about the Tinkaton earlier, if you have a bunch of draft plans and they all converge on Dawn,
right.
like taking the Dawn fan and seeing which paths are still open to you for your next pick is
Yeah.
completely valid.
Yeah, that can make sense. And actually, you have
Especially when like
double sturdy.
yeah, and it was taken on the wheel back, so it was going to be like 20 picks before Tony
Right.
could pick again.
Kind of like readdress the playing field and see kind of like which route you're going with, but then at
Yeah,
least you have
so
that.
yeah, it gives you kind of
I
just
guess that's fair.
an anchor point, right? Like a save point almost that you
Yeah.
can now continue your game from later.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, any other quick points? We have a 119 speed cap with
111,
and a
110, 107.
Mm-hmm.
Jumps down to
Lefty,
80 from 110 or 107.
Yeah, I do wish there
That's
was
a bit of a gap.
from 107, whatever. I do kind of wish there was like a 90 or at
Like a
least
90,
an
95.
85. Yeah, but yeah, whatever. I don't think that's the end of the world.
Yeah, probably not.
He says, I didn't think of it as a panic. It just nothing else was as neat. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
definitely like you're gonna want a Dawn fan later. Might as well
Yeah.
pick it and then
I
reassess.
was just saying like that,
5.
like when I've made that like reasoning for like just specifically, I think it's just the wording of like I need a ground type and I need a spinner. It's like I've heard that so many times in my own head, you know, where like you look at the Dawn fan and you're like, this is the one, this is what I need, and then it like never comes to a game.
Yeah.
It just never fits. But
Yeah.
No, it makes sense in
Or
the context of how you need it though.
But then something I find funny is something like Weezing. I feel like so many people are always eyeing it in their draft plan, and they're always like, "Oh, I can pick it later. I can pick it later." And then
That
it gets
surprises
to
me.
like, and then people take it like round 4 or round 3, and everyone you see like 4 people go, "Ah," and they face palm. Ah, I should have picked it.
That's crazy.
Oh no. But like mods like that, I feel like are just in such high demand. No, it's not Dawn.
Yeah.
It's kind of on a different level a bit, but
Well, I think what he was doing was he was trying to like bypass that, where it's like when you get to like round 6, 7, that's where Dawn fan is that mon, where it's like, oh, the Dawn fan got sniped. It's like, dude,
yeah,
like, anybody
5,
who
6.
needed a spinner at this point was taking the Dawn fan.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So you just cut in line. It's fine.
Right.
I don't have too much else to say. I love the
I think
Moon
we've
Prim.
talked about this one for a little while.
Yeah, Roaring Moon Prim. I think is a really good basis for the team. I do think there's some decent pivots to bring Blacephalon in. I kind of wish. Actually, I was good. I'm not too sure exactly the scenarios where you'd want to bring Blacephalon in. Maybe
No, flip turn
U-turning
on a grass type. Flip turn on a grass type.
Yeah, flip on a grass type, or even like Ogrepon turning on a steel type switch would be good. So you do have some pretty good things going. Honestly, Roaring Moon can even U-turn on the fairy into Blacephalon too, because fairies probably won't be able to touch Blacephalon. There are a few that get Shadow Ball.
Right.
But
and he's also
overall,
enough, like, man, I want to just take hits.
Overall, a pretty cool team. Definitely interesting. I don't think there's too much wrong with it. I also feel like there's not too much like amazing with it.
Yeah,
other than I really like the
jumps
Terra
out.
Captains. Yeah, I like the Terra Captains and specifically Moon Prim.
Moon Prim's good combo, yeah.
So it's another team. I kind of want to give it like a 7.5, and I've been rounding them all down.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I can go with 7 too.
Yeah.
I think almost for like the exact same reason, where it's like, yeah, there's like I don't think it's like anything that's so like, wow, I can't wait to see this in action, but also like there's nothing that like cripples it, right? Like it's still just I think it's just
and it's not like
team.
Specifically bad, right? Yeah, it's totally
it's like
fine.
Just the average 7 to me.
Yeah,
which
and I hope you bring Ampharos one time.
Yeah, Ampharos for 1 point is actually kind of surprising. I mean, I guess in the context of Nat decks being so broad, it makes more sense. But like,
yeah,
it seems like pretty decent value.
Sorry,
I've seen Ampharos like do some things.
You said the audience gave it
6.56. They're close to what we said.
It's like at least the B tier.
Usually, like if like you add a point or two to what the audience says is like what we said.
Yeah,
so it's still accurate.
True. Okay, on to
Panziska.
we're in the final stretch now. We only have 3 more.
Last 3.
And it's
We
only
might
been
finish by midnight.
it's only been 4 hours.
Well,
Oh.
we started. We didn't go live until 7:30, and then we also like didn't start talking till like 8. So I
No,
think
I
we're
think it was
actually
like
like
I think it was like 7:45 or so we started talking.
maybe did we start like reviewing at 7:45?
I don't know. Who knows? Who
I think
cares?
relative to last night, we're actually like kind of on the same pace because I think we like kind
Maybe.
of started about an hour after.
Maybe. Anyways,
But anyway,
we
yeah.
have Panziska, who's back in the Swarm division.
Back in the sword. Wait,
Um,
was I thought last season was Panziska's first season? Maybe I'm wrong though.
yeah, and they were in Swarm.
Oh, I get it. I thought you meant back in the Swarm division, like they moved out
No,
of the
as in they're
Swarm division,
returning.
and then yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh, back in the
So I
Swan
guess
division.
so I guess keeping up the trend for the last like 5, 6 teams is these are the Terra captains I wanted to talk about. I feel like
Okay.
Rhyperior Gardevoir. Rhyperior I feel like gives a very good basis for like this is just a really good captain. Like offensively, defensively, it can kind of just be like the permanent 1-for-1 trade machine while staying an electric community. It is unfortunately the only electric community, but I feel like on a team like this that's incredibly offensive, you don't need more tools than you're going to use.
Yeah. And it's like it can
Um,
still Terra and keep the electric community if it wants to.
yeah, exactly. So it doesn't even need to as well because I like Gardevoir. I think who was it that had Gardevoir in Hustle Division? It was somebody who didn't. It was Shoshin. Do you remember Shoshin?
Was it the Terra Gardevoir?
Yeah, he had Terra Gardevoir, and he just ran Scarf
Scarf, yeah,
Gardevoir,
it was like every yeah.
Scarf Terra
And it
Fairy
was
Moonblast
good.
every week, and it was like our like season KO leader.
Yeah.
It
I do
was
remember that.
really really good. I feel like Trace is an incredible ability that um it leaves room for creative builders to find like sneaky paths to victory.
Yeah.
Like if you come in on like a I don't know, some like
Unaware Skeledirge.
a Tentacruel's flip turn or something, or no, sorry, like a Vaporeon's flip turn or something, and you trace the water
Oh
absorb
yeah, the waters are yeah.
and start setting up on it, kind of deal. Like
For me, the thing that always threw me was the unaware interaction where it's like they like if you're doing like a calm mind set and it's like, oh, I'm
yeah,
gonna get my calm mind sweep with my thing, and then it comes in and traces your unaware, and then it starts setting up, and it's like, oh, who wins this out?
noted Clefable user.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's like actually how it's actually
Yeah,
literally just with calm mind set up. Like, oops,
yeah.
forgot that interaction. I'm not gonna kill this thing.
I think it's the only unaware calm mind user though. No.
Probably because like Dirge doesn't learn it, Quag doesn't learn it, Claude doesn't learn it.
Mm-hmm.
So at least noteworthy.
So it
Unaware
definitely
users.
wasn't just. I definitely didn't just guess. You definitely gave me all the information I needed.
Yeah.
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 But Gardevoir, I'm interested to see. I don't think we've seen Terra with it since Shoshin left in like season 2 or 3 or whenever.
Yeah. It's been a while. I
Um,
think as most people who like want to just click big fairy move on Gardevoir, just draft Mega Gardevoir and click Hyper Voice Pixelate.
yeah, that's true. That's definitely not like the power fantasy that you have when you want to draft Terra Gardevoir. But the fact that Trace is such a wild card ability with a mechanic that makes you a wild card Pokemon, I feel like Terra Gardevoir is so incredibly customizable.
Yeah.
And it gets so much crazy utility on top of its insane move. I think Gardevoir is really slept on, mostly because of its 80 speed, which I think is pretty fair. 80 speed is pretty bad. It used to be a lot better
Yeah.
at 80, but
The
it
Gen
really
4,
just
like,
doesn't make the cut
decent
anymore.
speed. Like,
Yeah. So I think it's still great. And I do think that Scarf is going to be powerful if you do end up running it. But I'm really excited to see what you cook up. And I know that you're creative kind of build for the funnies kind of player. So I'm excited to see what kind of stuff you cook up with Gardevoir Pan.
his Pan in the
And
chat.
Rhyperior is honestly, I don't know, but Rhyperior
I
is
thought it sounded
also
like you were,
pretty
like,
customizable.
talking.
In that like the stats are just always there. We've seen Terra Rhyperior seasons.
Yeah, it's
We don't need
tried and true.
to talk too much about it, but yeah, I mean, Solid Rock, Lightning Rod, great abilities. insane stats, very like assault vestable, good in trick room. You don't have a trick room, Gardevoir. Go.
Good trick room, yeah.
You can trick room and teleport. Um, but yeah, like good assault vest, good like swords dance user in trick room. Um, just kind of kill whatever you need dead, so that the rest of your team doesn't have to worry about it. So yeah,
Yeah. I haven't said anything about this yet, but like literally I've drafted half of this team before. Like the Zapdos, Infernape, Mega Venusaur, like I've drafted those together multiple times.
yeah. So
um
okay, so about that specific like 3 Mon core, then what do you think?
so I mean for me it's like I always pick them just because they're like some of my favorite mons. Like that's like literally just not
Have you used
constructing
Golden
it
Go
around like
before?
I have and I hated it. I drafted that was the
Oh, really?
season that I had. It's not that I hated them on. It's that it was the season where I was like, I'm gonna like fuck it. I'm drafting Webb's Goldengo and then like Terra Legal Urshifu Rapid Strike, who I brought to less than half of my gains because I just didn't want to bring it. I just didn't feel like it. That was that team. Where I was like, this team doesn't feel fun because it doesn't feel like it's not that it doesn't feel fair, but it's like it's just like I I hate using it as much as I would hate fighting it, and then I just like didn't
Yeah.
like it. But
I mean, if you have a button on your screen that says instantly win the game, like how much?
yeah, like it's so it and Goldango is actually I actually think Goldango itself is like kind of fun to use, just because like
Mm,
the mind games around it. In draft it does get a little bit harder because like people are bringing like the two things that they can hit you with, and any Ghost Steel type has like a similar issue in draft, compared to like on ladder where it just like checks so many more things. Um,
yeah.
but also just the idea where it's like the status immunity makes it like it's interesting to use, but like you also that like somebody's gonna bring like some crazy tech that like you weren't ready for, or like it's one of it kind of demands that, and like so it kind of makes
Mm.
it like more unpredictable than usual, which is kind of like counterintuitive to running a mon that like doesn't let other people play the game.
Good.
But yeah, but
True.
the thing I like about like Venusaur, Zapdos, Infernape together is because I think that like first of all these two can pivot around, which is nice. The Zapdos and the Infernape. And I mean, really, if we're just isolating these ones, like the psychic weakness isn't great between these two. But I think about, like Infernape answering ice types really well and rock types for the Zapdos. Like it can just kind of like eliminate those threats. Even the Venusaur is good into like the rock types, but also like not. It's a grass type that's like also not weak to ice. So having like that combo, like that between a flying type and a grass type, where they're not sharing that weakness, makes it easier for your grass type to check like the rock ground types or like the kinds that the ones that like have that kind of coverage. So I don't know, like usually I would have like a couple other things like round it out. But these
Yeah.
ones specifically I like. I think Infernape,
Well, it's pretty
unfortunately,
decent. Like it's yeah. They're like Venusaur doesn't pivot. Like Zapdos and Infernape pivoting around is, I guess, pretty okay. But honestly, all three of them are pretty offensively sound. Like you can run
yeah,
offense, and you've got like a pretty good team of hard hitters there.
yeah, and
Um,
just Zapdos
that are
and
bulky enough
Venusaur
and
are
sustainable enough that
yeah.
they're not worried about taking a hit.
They can invest in like just HP and still be bulky, and they can also invest in pure bulk and still like hit decently enough.
Yeah, and same as
Which is
Rhyperior,
nice.
same as Goldengo. Like they all
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
I
Goldango
really
especially
like
like you can
the
run full bulk and just click nasty plot. It's like nobody can taunt you
yeah
out of it, nobody can encore you out of it. Um,
yeah I really like
yeah,
that their stats let them cover for each other. Where like
yeah,
if it's defensive Zapdos, you can run like 3 attacks in Venusaur,
yeah.
like Modest with
Well,
a
my
nasty
my
plot
favorite
Goldengo, right?
defensive core that I would do, like that I've done multiple times, was the Zapdos, Mega Venusaur, and then a Fat Fairy, like Clefable or Screamtail or something. Like I feel like
Yeah,
that
sounds
was
great.
always so like you have all of them resist fighting, which is like nice for I feel it usually depends on what else I have, right? But like all resisting fighting is huge, but like in different ways. So it's like you answer every kind of fighting type. You answer the ones that have like rock coverage and ground coverage with Venusaur. You answer the ones that have I don't know, like I can't even think of like
It doesn't matter, but it's
you know
it's
what I
the
mean.
exact
Yeah, like
opposite of what
yeah,
it's the exact opposite of what I was saying about Empoleon, right? Where like there's so many combinations of like here's this mon that loses to water types but has coverage for the steel type, right?
right.
And
Yeah.
yeah, the
And again,
Zapdos
the stats just make
Venusaur,
them so flexible too, where it's like you're not
yeah,
actually sacrificing the ability to hit something hard. Like you're not sacrificing your ability to one shot something that's weak to grass just because you ran a bulky Venusaur. It's like it's still going to kill
right,
something
right,
that's
right.
frail.
Yeah.
But
Now I would say that I think a good steel type is more important than a good fairy type with those with Zapdos Venusaur.
with these, yeah,
Partly because of the ice weakness. I know the Venusaur's thick fat, but it's
right.
like
But it's not a
still
resist.
not
Yeah,
a resist, yeah. So I like the Golden Go for that. And I guess you could kind of say the Gardevoir is like a cheaping out of fairies. I think it's still pretty
yeah.
good. Um,
I wouldn't use it in the same way. I mean, I guess what I like that it does here is that it covers psychic types. Like it'll protect against that a little bit. Like you can at
yeah,
least have a
yeah.
swap for it. But then you also have two
Well,
dark
you have two
types.
dark types,
Yeah.
so yeah. So I was gonna say between Darkrai and Samurott, um, I kind of uh like okay. I like it when Samurott isn't the only water type, in the same way that I like it when Keldeo isn't the only water
Yeah.
type, right? And like Greninja.
Right. But I
So
think
now
they're fine as
Samurott's a
the only
little
dark type.
bit Samurott's a little bit more sturdy. It's kind of like like Quack, but
Yeah.
without Roost, I guess,
Without
because it has a
recovering.
decent defense stat, right? And it's very assault vest, so you can just run like HP, AV,
Hmm.
and Ceaseless Edge, flip turn your way to victory, right? With like knockoff Sucker Punch. Um, it has good prio though, so like it doesn't always have to be Scarf. But every time I ran non-Scarf sets, at least I've only drafted it one time,
Hmm.
and it was on a Tusk team, so maybe it was just better on that team than normal. But yeah, it just felt like I every set that isn't Scarf, I would rather it be Scarf, and so I
Yeah.
just started running only Scarf all the time, and it was just amazing. And it almost feels like Darkrai is just like worse Scarf Samurott, but only because it's on the same team as Samurott. And so maybe my
Yeah.
my image of Samurott is skewed because of my use of it.
Well, you
And
know what's
maybe I just don't understand Darkrai. I don't
you
know.
know what's actually funny though is that so when I've run these mons, and let's assume there's a steel type and a fairy type also. Greninja is usually the mon that I put in here, and it's funny that's the same typing. Um, and these two together kind of fill the role that I would have Greninja fill on these teams, where it's like it is the psychic immunity for the Venusaur, right? But also usually a scarf, or just like if it's fast enough without scarf and other things that threat it, it's like it's just something that is fast, comes in, and it's like a threat at the end if it's not dead yet because it's just faster than everything, like everything. And if that's what these mons do, except like split into two mons. Granted, Samurot's not as much of like a it's going to kill everything at the end mon because it has that spikes utility. Like it's going to be like out sooner. But
Yeah.
Darkrai is like where it's like it's just kind of sitting in the back, or maybe not sitting, but you still want to get it in to do stuff. But like it's that threat that's there, right? It's the speed threat, it's the special attacker, like So that's why
Yeah.
it's funny to me, where it's like what you're describing about like how Samurott just runs Scarf usually anyway. And in my vision, how like Darkrai is kind of similar to Greninja in terms of like being just that kind of like speedy, dark special attacking threat in the back. That it is kind of the same idea, but just split into two mons here.
Yeah.
On a
So
core that I would otherwise use.
so we've seen other teams with this problem of you're stacking a lot of hazards, and you also have good hazard removal denial. Like Golden Go is the hazard
Yeah, but
denial
then you have
mon,
to remove your
and you
own.
have no spinner. You have
Yeah,
to your removal is exactly
Zapdos.
Zapdos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Um,
Venusaur sitting on toxic spice.
sure. That feels pretty bad. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, because Type Null doesn't have defog, right? Just Soul Valley.
I'm
I'm
not
pretty sure
sure,
it
but either
doesn't.
way, it's still default. Like, I don't mind defog, like running defog on Zapdos 9 games out of 10. Like I don't think that's a huge deal. Though I will
Well,
say I
with the
usually have
Samurott,
some.
it is a big deal. I
Yeah,
feel
with
like
the
if
Samurai,
you're
yeah. I thought you were just saying like because I mean if we're talking about like type null, if it also has defog, like that would be irrelevant to the point about the spikes, right? Like I thought you were saying that
yeah,
just to have a backup defogger. Um,
yeah. Well, it would be
whereas
nice to
I
have a
don't think
backup
that's
debugger,
it would
but
be nice.
like
I
I
don't think
feel
that
like
Zapdos needs a backup defogger. But yeah, it's
no, but
bad
I
when it's
feel like
the
this is
spikes.
this
Yeah,
is just the fact that there's a Darkrai and there's like a defensive Mega that doesn't want
yeah, it doesn't
um
want to take chip.
it, like defogs just make sense on this team, but then you're running like the offensive hazard mon.
Yeah,
It's like that's its whole thing, and you're not spinning, and you already have another dark type, but then you also have the like hazard removal denial guy.
yeah.
It seems really like confused
It's like
just
really
with those
split
three
down the middle.
Pokemon. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
those three Pokemon with the Golden Go, the Darkrai, the Samurott, and then like the kind of bulky the like bulky core with the Zapdos, Venusaur, even Rhyperior, like
yeah.
wouldn't want spikes around. Um I don't know, it just I feel like Samurott is just the odd one out.
It is, but it is
Or
until
get
you
a
look at
good
the
spinner.
Goldengo though, like right, like then
Yeah,
it's like
or
the
get a good
Gold.
spinner. Exactly. Like
Yeah,
pick a lane. I feel like you're kind of in both lanes, and
yeah.
it's hurting your team
Which it's hard to do
unless
like in free agency to like just say, oh, just get a good spinner. Like replace your Darkrai with a good spinner. Like okay, easier said than done.
yeah,
But
yeah, very.
also like at the other end of that, it's like then maybe yeah, maybe you just don't commit to the spikes. And sure, maybe Goldengo is not as full potential of denying hazard removal if you're not stacking hazards. But also it's like it's still a
Mm.
solid bond. Like it doesn't have to do that, right?
I guess you could always just miss your ceaseless edge, and then you don't have to worry about defogging
True.
your
Yeah.
spike.
Then you're just defogging the enemy hazards. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just miss your spikes. You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I do think overall though. Okay, let me break this down a little bit more. The Darkrai, Infernape, Zapdos. Darkrai is a
Speed.
great speed cap.
Yeah.
Infernape is fast and good and has prio. No
Yep.
notes. Zapdos probably doesn't want to always be fast,
No,
and
it probably wouldn't on
it's
this team.
like it's fine to be fast, but the rest of the team is really slow. Like Samurott, Golden Go, Type Null, Gardevoir,
Yeah.
Venusaur, Rhyperior, like they're all what 85 and below, whatever
Yeah.
gold is. Um, I don't know.
And the Darkrai is like way faster.
It's very muddled, right? Where it's like it's all contained in that like 80 to 85, and then Zapdos is kind of caught like, oh, do I want to catch the
Yeah.
95s who are outspeeding everything or not? I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Well, that's why again, like
Now,
when I've run this, I would have the Greninja to like I kind of have something on top. Again, like the Greninja is kind of filling the role of this, but I'd also have the Ambipom, right? Like which is another 115 that's just kind
oh,
of
of
like
course you
filling
just
up.
have the
Yeah,
Ambipom.
you
Yeah.
gotta have the Ambipom. Like it's essential speed control.
Yeah. I'm not saying you need another 115. You have Infernape. But like it's
Well, I'm
just the
saying like
fact that
yeah, if you're like
Zapdos is
changing a
like a
Darkrai out,
defensive mon that happens to have 100 speed.
yeah,
In my opinion on this team.
yeah.
It's a defensive mon with
Which is
100
fine.
speed as
I think
opposed
that
to like Victini,
that's a
right?
fine role for it to have because it's still like faster than other like defensive mods. But like I would say like I don't think I ever ran a fast Zapdos when I ran a similar team. But I agree with what you're saying. Where on this
Yeah,
team
so
it's
it just means
awkward
you
because
don't
it's your
have a
100.
100 speed mon.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
when we say like
And then you just jump
100
down
speed
to
mon, that
85.
means a Pokemon that can reach 328 speed, not
Right.
with base 100, right? Zapdos can reach a 328 speed, but like, is it
Yeah.
doing
Usually
that?
it'd rather take a hit from the Floromon, right? It's like you're not even gonna
Yeah.
like it would rather be able to take a hit than
Yeah.
outspeed the mon that it was gonna take a hit from.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, because then you jump to the 85, which might even be a Scarf, right? And so you have the 84 Goldengo, who might also probably not be running speed, like it's probably running like HP special attack or HP in a defensive stat.
Yeah.
And then it's like Gardevoir can Scarf, like it really does feel like it's like you Infernape's like the only one, and even Infernape Scarfs a lot too, especially like now that speed creep has happened so much. Like I feel like I ran Scarf Infernape this amount, unless you're like Banded, Iron Fist, Mach Punch.
I mean, that's still
but-
neither here nor there. Like the speed
right.
tier is still there, which is
Yeah.
the important thing. Because
Yeah.
sure, even if you're Scarf, whatever, but like 108 is such a clustered speed tier that you having a Scarf doesn't matter because they can have it.
Yeah.
Or their 110 is Scarf, right? So like it's I don't know. Every 108 mon saying that it can Scarf like everybody else's 108 10.
No. I wasn't saying that as a positive, by the way. I'm saying like that. I think that
Yeah.
a lot of these mons are like they like this speed tier doesn't exist. Like if your Infernape is scarfing too, it's like it's still like there's still nothing between then the because if your Zapdos is the speed vest, you have the Darkrai, Infernape's faster than that, and then or maybe even the Samurot's faster than just a regular 85 because it's scarf too. It's like you just have that weight in between there.
Well, the importance of having the speed tier isn't like having it in game, right? So as long as you like have the Infernape on your team, the opponent has to outspeed your Infernape.
Yeah.
Right. So you're not actually going to have the 346 speed Infernape in a lot of games, but like it's the fact that it has to be respected, and then when it comes out that you're scarfed eventually, like when it's scouted, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think honestly, if the kind of identity crisis gets solved, I do think that the flexibility of the defenses on the team, plus the Terra Captain quality combo.
Yeah, this is I think we
plus the speed, plus the like resilience of the team. It's honestly a really good team. It just kind of needs to pick a lane. Is like, is this a Samurott Hazards team, or is this like a fat, bulky offense team? And
with Darkrai,
with Darkrai
and Infernape just jumping around and hitting things.
And I don't think it takes too many changes to figure that out.
It's really it's just kind of choosing between these two, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, kind of. Like gold doesn't have to be the hazard denial, right? It would
true,
be
but
nice
you do like having the steel
have other hazards. Yeah. But I think the team is still fine. I think it's honestly like on par with Tony's, even with the kind of identity crisis. Maybe like. Maybe I would rate Tony slightly higher because it's a little bit more focused.
Mm-hmm.
But I still gave him like a 7.5, which I rounded down. So I think I still want to give Panziska a 7 here.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of good ideas going on, and the Terra Cap is great.
Yeah, I think like I'm gonna have to give this a high score just because
it has Infernape and Mega Venus.
It has Infernape. Yeah, like of course I have to give it a high score. I agree with like the identity crisis thing, but I also know that I've won games with like these three, and then like you can fill these two in. It doesn't really like that overlap.
They're all Blacephalon.
Exactly. So it's all anecdotal, which means that it's a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
But
I also think that like. Yeah, it's a little bit lost with what's going on up here, but I think the fact that first of all that I like these mons, right, like that bumps it up, but then also like we talked about these Terra Captains are a great combo, like, and I think that also gives it like a bonus point that it might not have normally had. So yeah, I think figure out this part, and it becomes a really good team. But even if you don't, like, I don't even think it's bad. I think it's like it's missed potential, right? It's one of those teams.
Yeah.
So.
All right, and what did the NBA say about it?
NBA said 6.8.
There you go.
Second highest
of the
sixes.
On to our second last and our final PWC goon.
Unbanned.
We've got Pabby.
Now. Okay.
Yep. We've got Pabby. Kicking it off with Greninja Mega Metachan. Yep, that's another tried and true combo. And they third picked Hydrapple with Terra. I think...
That's a good Terra Captain. We talked about that in Truant.
Yeah, so somebody, I think it was maybe Monkey Boy picked it in All-Star, who said, how is Hydrapple 11 points? It should be like 15 points. And then a bunch of people started picking Terra Hydrapple as like value. And then none of them used all of their... Not a single one. So it's like, okay, another kind of pick a lane thing. Like, is it actually value? Are you getting more Terra bang for your buck? Saving 4 points on what it should be, or like
it's like the stock market.
Yeah. No, I know you
You,
save regular points as well by not just Terra points by picking it if you think it's value, but
yeah, it is funny. That's like you do that, and it's like,
so-called
all
free
right, here's my
takers.
6 point other
Exactly.
Terra Captain, and
Yeah.
don't even
No, Avalugg
use
is
any of the
great,
points.
by the way. Terra Avalugg is great. And if you
Sure.
just specifically wanted Terra Avalugg, then I mean,
Jeez, I
nothing's
don't
gonna
think I've
stop
looked
you.
at its
And
stats like in a while because that
yeah.
184 defense is so
Yeah.
crazy.
It's also just straight up the only other legal Terra captain I draft.
Yeah, on
Everything
this
else is
team,
10
yeah,
plus. Yeah. So
you would need a 9 pointer.
yeah, I guess you're kind of stuck there, but
It is a very like evenly spread team. Your highest point is Greninja at 17.
yeah,
And then it's a
it's
lot
very
between like
like
10 and 13.
yeah, 10, 10, 11, 11, 11, 15, 15. So yeah, a lot.
So
Um
I think there's positives and negatives to that where it's like
yeah.
you have many answers to many things. It's also going to be extremely hard to find 6 mons to put on a team, like and who to drop in certain matchups, right? Uh,
Yeah. I do think there are
so
some mons that are like more reliable than their points make it seem, just because they're kind of like mostly defense.
right, but that's
Like
where I
Skarm and
think it gets
Milo,
tough.
yeah, Skarm and Milo, I feel like you can bring to like most games and Sandy Shocks too. I guess you kind of have to if Sandy. No,
Right.
you can just be like ground Hydrapple if you don't want to bring
Yeah, but
shocks
Sandy Sharks also brings like the only
or
hazards on this team.
Milo.
Well, I guess Skarmory has spikes,
Yeah, there's
but
there's Skarm, there's Gren, there's Moth, there's
yeah, I
Rabombi.
guess I wasn't thinking about like spikes and T spikes. I'm thinking more of like a rocker, which I guess
Yeah,
Shock's the only one.
still just Skarm, but yeah. I
Skarm,
mean, there's a
I
lot
thought,
of setters, and
I thought
they
Skarm
are
could rock.
packing every single other hazard too, right? There's a Weber, a Spiker, a T Spiker, two T
Oh yeah,
Spikers,
that'd be yeah. You know,
a Rocker.
Goldango would be good on this team.
True, dude.
Maybe they
And
can make a
honestly,
trade,
Gren,
swap the Greninja with the Goldango, and then you have
yeah.
three dark types and two water types, and two of them are the
So
same
Gren
types.
Medi is like a known combo, kind of like we saw already the like, Mawile Garchomp Slowking kind of deal,
What makes it
and like the Samurott
good?
Golden Go. Well, it's very good. Like so, Gren pivots from or in front of like the bulky psychic types, for example. They have to switch out as they go into their Spadef water type as
Mhm.
you U-turn into Metacham, and it's like Metacham is just a really good payoff
Yeah, I guess because like,
for
it's not about like the type
momentum.
matchup; it's just the amount of damage that comes out.
Yeah, yeah. So Gren just forces is good for forcing a lot of switches because of its speed tier and
Right.
its Protean specifically and its good coverage.
Or like trying to
So a lot of
deny the
things get
battle
forced.
bond.
Yeah, it could be trying to deny the battle bond too. And then yeah, you can pivot around and just bring in Metacham a lot more. And then out of Metacham, after Metacham gets a kill, you just rinse and repeat, honestly. Go back to
Yeah.
Milotic, click a slow flip turn, go into, it doesn't even have to be Granite, it can be Iron this time. And
Yeah.
you turn back into Mega Metacham.
Actually, I didn't even think about it before, but this is an example too, where it's like you have your bulky water to go
Yeah.
with the Gren, so he's not the only
Yep.
water type.
Yeah. I think that's like the third team we've seen do that, right?
Yeah,
We
water's
have
probably
the
like the best type
Keldeo.
to do that with.
Yeah, we have the Keldeo team. We
Maybe
have
fairy as well.
the Feeny team had a
Speaking of
second
fairies, though,
water.
only fairy on this
Yeah.
team is the Rebomber.
Is the Rabombi? Tough. No, honestly, I've seen so much Terra Fairy Hydrapple. I kind of just
That's
think
true. Yeah, okay,
Hydrapple is a
that's fair.
fairy
That's fair.
type here.
Or even, I mean, Terra Fairy Avalok, just fat as fuck.
Yeah, true. I think for the most part, I think Ghost is really good
That probably makes
for
sense, yeah,
Avalugg.
because you don't want to stay weak to steel.
Um honestly, the especially if you don't have anything weak to I mean Delmise is another ghost type. Um
Backup
but
grass type.
like the moves that are hitting especially hitting Avalugg special aren't very strong. Like Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball are like 80 base power.
Yeah.
They're not very good. So Ghost in general is just a very good defensive typing just because the things hitting you aren't very high base power.
Yeah.
If there's a couple exceptions with like Wicked Blow or Hyperspace
Yeah, but
Fury
they're
or
like
like
signature moves that
specific,
yeah, you
signatures,
just
yeah.
wouldn't
But
do
that's
the,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wait, Wicked Blow is also physical though.
Yeah, like just those types in general. But yeah,
Yeah.
they are physical.
Yeah, just like, so, yeah, special moves.
Yeah.
Um, Speed
It's
on this team is very fast at the top, and then it drops off
yeah,
a cliff.
that's my favorite thing about this team is it's layered. There's 100, 110 Sandy Shocks, Greninja,
My
Rabombi that top it.
like it's insanely fast, but like the next thing from 101 is your Melodic who's not running max speed, and then the
Yeah,
next thing after that is your Skarmory who's not running max speed.
yeah.
It's literally
So
101,
it
and then
very
like
top heavy, right?
yeah, and then like nothing underneath.
Now that's kind of a
Then again, it's
good
also most
and a
of your
bad
team,
thing.
so that's like I guess it's not that
Yeah,
bad.
it's like a good and a bad thing where like you
Yeah,
have good speed,
right.
and
And it's still
I feel
spread
like
out.
every time I tell or I say that a team doesn't have good enough speed and I take a mark off, I look at a team like this, and this is the trade-off where you have good speed. This is a team with great speed. And maybe it looks like it's not bulky enough. I'm not sure. I still like it.
It's still bulky. Yeah,
I yeah, and it is, and I think Skarm and Milo are, and even Delmise and Terra Avalugg, oh, and Hydrapple, like they're all good, right?
yeah.
And can pull their weight
I
defensively.
I would say the drawback is that if people aren't like respecting these speeds, you have a fast, somewhat frail team. Well, like on the upper end, right? Like Greninja's frail, Iron Moth isn't like frail on paper, but the 4 times weakness. Rombi's frail as hell. Like a decent amount of frail mons. You are now making the things that you are trying to like calc to be able to kill are now more likely to be like running HP, or like you're not sure what they're running. Like, did they invest in defense? Did they invest in Spadef? Are they running an assault vest set just because they can and they didn't need the speed? I think that's the risk of having too much top heavy speed, because you have those like 90s and 95s and stuff like Excadrill, like Rillaboom that are just going to run full HP, or they're just going to run
Yeah.
AV, or there's, and it's like it almost makes your job as a fast frail attacker harder. Now, Metachamp probably ignores that to a degree, right? Like Metachamp's
Yeah,
like
it
probably going
doesn't
to kill
care.
those things anyway, which I think is one way that this works out. But it worries me for like specifically like the Greninja, like you're saying like, oh, you the reason these two go together is because you pivot into things that you just have this great payoff. What if they don't? What if they like don't switch, right? Like what if you're
Yeah,
just
that's
bringing
the
Metacham
problem.
in on something because they know that this Greninja with 103 special attack that's like not boosted, that's like at most it's gonna hit you with like a Specs Hydro Pump that might miss, or Dark Pulse, like you know, so like you're not super scared of
Well,
it,
well, they don't
and
switch,
so
and
you
you just
just
go into your Skarm. Like
sure,
you
yeah,
have
yeah,
very
yeah.
strong
Right,
defensive
and
options
I'm not
here.
saying that there aren't options here for that. I'm saying that there might be situations where it's like you have set yourself up into these like 50-50s that might not have been there if there was more like plausible deniability that you had like something under 101 speed.
Yeah, true.
So again, it's not the end of the world, and I think yeah, this team is benefit. The Mega Metacham works around it. You have good defensive options to go into if that situation comes up. You just might end up in a situation where you send the kill move in the late game, like on the grid. Like maybe you didn't pivot, you call the bluff, and then it just doesn't kill, and then you die. Right? And yeah, sure,
True.
you revenge, but then maybe they have something. I don't know. It's complicated, but I think that's the way that I always see it. Whenever it's a little too top heavy on speed, is that if you don't have that extreme immediate like breaking power, which Mega Metacham has, but maybe not the rest of the team. Um, that's where I'd be a little bit concerned, and where I'd be
I don't
looking
know. Like
for.
Moth has breaking power. I feel like Shocks is underratedly strong.
I think
Delmise,
Moth's issue for
Hydrapple.
me is that it's usually if it's running booster, it's gonna be speed. Um, so it usually has to cut back on special attack a little bit. And one
By
of
like
these
20
types,
EVs.
right? But it's so it's still like the stats still a little bit smaller. And fiery dance before the boost also doesn't hit that hard just to begin with. Sludge Wave does, but then it's like the mind game thing, right? Where it's like, is the steel type coming in, or is the thing that like takes the fiery dance, or is again, I'm not gonna try and like map out an entire game scenario here either. But I think Metacham's a good example of a mon that does a good job of answering that problem of just being strong enough that it's going to punish either way. But that's just my concern when I see no real mons between that range, especially when the lowest is like 101. I've seen it where the lowest is like 95 and then it drops off, and it's a little bit different because there's just so many more mons in that range. Sure, there's 90s and stuff that'll abuse that.
And it almost feels weird asking for your mon to be slower.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think that's not the case. That's not really what we're saying.
Right.
It's just that, like, rather than making, like, Sandy Shock slower, it would be nice if, like, Delmise was 90 speed. Wouldn't that be great?
Right.
That would be an ideal world, right?
Well, because it's like what you said before, where it's like the speed tier doesn't matter when the game starts, right? Like it's the fact that they didn't have to do something, like they didn't have to plan for that. Even if you end up running a bulkier shock, so it's like that doesn't change that they're also bulky, right?
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, true. Looking at some more things, I mean, you've got a poison in Moth. You've got having technically the only fairy be tough, but I won't take too many marks off because I feel like Hydrapple and or Avalugg.
Well, I think
like great ground type.
I heard Hydrapple and or Avalugg, and then
are going to be fairy most of the time.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I can't like look.
I probably could have guessed
look
that.
At the screen at the same time. Yeah. Shocks is a great ground. You have really good hazards. Like
I like
double hazards on Shocks. Double hazards on Scarm. Double hazards on Gren. You've got webs on B. You have a spinner. You even have like a friggin' competitive Milo to deter defog. You have a spin blocker. Potentially Avalugg or Hydrapple could be ghost spin block.
2 booster.
Like honestly, you have it all defensively. This is a really strong team. I think.
Yeah.
I would agree with you though, Toady, about like, are these paper thin offensive mons really gonna force the switch so that you can U-turn into Metacham? It might get readable if you try to spam U-turn too much.
Yeah.
And you might be just like inhibiting your Iron Moth from getting sweeps if you're trying to do that too often. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. That's just kind of maybe a warning. Yeah. But I think the team is great, and don't have
is that they can't be
problems with it.
They have to try to avoid being predictable because it might not just demand that respect like just right away, because if you know that your team's bulky, like right, you have to like earn that fear of the pivot, right? Or like fear of like the move just coming out.
Yeah, and like honestly, the team is your own team is bulky enough too that like even though things like Gren and like a non-specs or non-booster special attack Iron Moth, or even Sandy Shocks, like though they might not be able to instantly like just plow through a team like Metacham can. Your team is bulky enough and like pivots around well enough that you'll get the chip on things so that over the course of the game, Gren can... and the hazard
spikes options.
Gren will be able to kill stuff by the end of the game.
And Rocky Helmet Scarm. Like there's definitely a lot of ways to chip teams down.
Yeah. A very chippy game, which I like. Chippy plus Metacham. And like Specs Moth.
Wait, one last thing. We talked about how fast this team is. And we have a Weber on the team. Is the Weber for Delmise? Like, who's the Avalugg? Maybe? Like, Avalugg, I don't think without speeding anything after Webs.
It would just let, like, Metacham kill everything.
I guess that's true. Yeah, you know what? It's Metacham.
It's just for the Metacham,
100 isn't
so
enough
that you're like Specs Gren and Specs Moth will outspeed stuff.
That makes sense.
It's just a different game plan when you bring Rabambi, right?
I just thought about that. I was like, wait a minute, we have a web setter and we just talked about how this team is like over 100 average speed. Like, why do I need webs?
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna look up the leaderboard. What is the fastest team?
You know what's funny? I don't even know if this team would be at the top because it is 28 on Avalugg, 40 on Delmise, 44 on Hydrapple. It's so
Funny
low.
enough, Pabby is below average
Yeah.
at
Because like
number 9
even
out of
who was it that
16.
we just looked at? There was somebody who I think it was like the Clef team maybe. Who's the Oh, it was AKhant's team.
Hmm.
Or no, they have the Dirge and the Outlaw. But so like 65 being the lowest on a team that's like still like relatively fat, like their lowest speed is 65. And I think there
Yeah,
was another
they're
one too,
second
like
in speed.
yeah, and then oh yeah, the Clefable was Corey's team. Corey's team, Clefable is the slowest mon on the team at 60. And they have
Hmm.
a a Wheezing at 60 as well. And it's like it's just funny that it's like that team on average is faster because it doesn't just have the dumpster speed Avalug or
Yeah,
like the stack attacker or something that just like drags a hole in there or the Carbink,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But anyway,
Okay.
I still want to rate this high. I still want to rate it pretty
Yeah.
high.
I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. I think
Nine
there's
out
a
of ten.
lot going.
Okay.
I think there's a really strong game plan, and it's
Yeah.
like
It looks like it makes use of all of
you
its points.
dedicated. Yeah, you dedicated to this game plan from the very beginning of
Yeah.
like hazard chippy, get Grenin, and kill shit with Mega Meta
Yeah.
and webs, and that's awesome. It would be nice if you had an, but again, you have one
Yeah.
after the first couple turns, so it's okay.
Yeah. I think I'll go 8. I think like I like it a very I think it's a very good
Cool.
team overall.
Yeah, cool.
I don't want to like I feel like I've given out nines kind of sparingly, and just because I
Yeah,
do
that's
have
fair.
like some issues with the team. I don't know. I'm gonna keep
Although
it there.
honestly, Swarm Division I feel like is just pretty strong, and even the teams
There's
that
a lot
have
of good
things
teams too.
like,
Yeah.
even the ones that are like, okay, you could do this better, like it's still a good team, and
Yeah.
I don't think I've rated anything less. Actually, now that I think
When
about it.
Swarmos has a lot of like people who have been here for a while, right? Like whether
Mm,
that's like they've been in different divisions or if they've been Swarm the whole time, they've seen a lot of things that work, right? And like
yeah,
so I think like passively, even though the power level is still relative to the rest of the divisions, like still kind of at the same point, the player knowledge is also better, right? Like they've seen
yeah,
more
yeah,
things, seen more like synergies that might not have known of when you were like new to draft or something.
yeah.
But yeah.
So
Uh
what did the community give Pabby?
Community gave it 6.92, so that's pretty good. That's like basically
Okay,
7.
yeah,
Yeah, I think it's like top 5 or top
cool.
6
Yeah,
in the draft.
definitely repping the PWC pretty well.
Yep. And Mudkip,
Excited to see how they go.
our last team.
Mudkip, Mudkip.
Here's your
Okay,
Sneasler
Sneasler
with
Lele, another
terrain.
terrain team.
This I like this
With
one better
Sandler,
because I mean I like the Sneasler with the psychic terrain just because it gets rid of the priority.
the Prio. But honestly, sometimes Sneasler likes to run fake out normal gem to proc. I guess if you
Right, but
have
then
a
you wouldn't
terrain
be running
setter,
the
no,
yeah
you wouldn't have
like
Psychic Seed. That's fine.
yeah. I guess I
But
guess it does like
yeah,
eliminate that sometimes,
just
but
because like even like with Poison Touch, like the fake out is pretty good if you're not normal gem.
yeah,
It really isn't the end of the world not being able
right.
to run fake out on your Sneasler. Oh no.
No.
But otherwise, honestly, it's kind of over Matty, and not just because of
It
Mega Aggro.
is, yeah.
He's, at least in the past, he's been known for being like the Rotom Wash guy, and he was
Yeah.
also known for a while for being the Hoopa Unbound guy. And this is back in like Gen
Terrahoop
6
on
and
Bound's
7. So,
interesting.
so
I don't
yeah,
think I've ever
Terra
seen it.
Hoopa is really threatening.
I really
I
haven't
want
seen
to
it.
say, yeah, I mean, it's the same speed tier as Gardevoir, except it just absolutely kills shit. Like you don't have to be Scarf. You
170
just run like
special attack
Life
and
Orb.
160
Yeah,
attack.
you just run like Life Orb or Black Glasses or Choice Band or whatever,
Yeah.
and you just nuke things.
I think that the crazy thing
It's pretty
about it
nuts.
too is that like the first turn that it's out is like the most important turn for you defensively because you got to guess what it is. If it's physical or if it's special, and it's like if you guess wrong or you built your check wrong, like that mod's gone. Like it's not taking 2 hits, right?
Yeah, and even then, like it can just be mixed. Like Life Orb for
Right.
attack
Yeah. Yeah.
is very good.
So I think
Yeah,
that's
so
pretty strong
even
at the Terra Captain. I didn't even know that was
yeah,
good.
and plus even if it is special, like it still has Psyshock too, which can
Right.
just
Yeah.
nuke
Just
special
gets
balls
through
too. So
people.
yeah, it's extremely threatening. It'll tear defensive teams apart. Like honestly, Panziska's team, if Pan, if you don't kill Hoopa in the first couple turns, you lose.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there is always like a Scarf Samurai that slightly outspeeds it. That'll outspeed
Or
like a Scarf
Infernape as
Hoopa,
well.
but yeah. So you've got to like always revenge, and then yeah.
But then again, I
Just
mean,
hope
with
that
Terra, then you don't have a guaranteed like thing that you're gonna hit it with, right? So because it's bulky still, right? Like I mean, I guess not defensively, but like Spit F, it's bulky.
yeah, that's honestly the craziest. Like, not okay, maybe not the craziest, but it's a really crazy part about Hoopa, just in general, is
130
it's
Spit F.
not as frail as it should be for being so good offensively.
Yeah. Well, I think that's
No,
just one
it'll
of the
die to a
ways.
U-turn.
I think that's one of the ways where Terra just kind of like breaks them on like this, where
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like it's designed to have this because it's dead to a U-turn. And again, like the physical defense is just not there either way. It doesn't matter. But then putting Terra on this mon is like, oh, when the designers gave it 130 speed F on a mon that has 160 attack and 170 special attack, they probably weren't thinking about being able to become, I don't know, like
Yeah,
a ghost
become a
type
fairy
or
type.
a fairy
Yeah.
type, yeah. But
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's like a very. It's like it looks like a fair team, but then you see its abusers, and it's actually pretty unfair.
yeah,
Like Sneasler Lele is pretty unfair. Honestly, even just Lele itself is pretty unfair.
tricking items and being unpredictable.
Yeah, like
Tinglu.
but like Rotom, Aggron, no, Aggron's not even fair, dude. Man,
No.
body press is the stupidest move that they ever could have invented.
Yeah, I think it's cool in concept, but then every time I'm like prepping for it, it's like this is the stupidest thing ever. It's like
It
why do I
just
have to
completely
why do I have to
breaks.
prepare defensively for a wall? Then because you can
Yeah,
quick body press.
yeah,
Especially when it's a mon
completely breaks the
that's
point of it of an
when it's a
attack stat.
defensive mon that like normally a steel type would wall. Like you would think that like your bulky steel type checks the other bulky mon. Oh, but it has iron defense body press, so you actually get 2 hit KO'd. Oh well, GG.
Yeah, body press is not cool.
Yeah.
Definitely was a mistake. But I mean, like it does. I understand that they're trying to increase like offense in the
Yeah.
game. They took away toxic from a lot of mons. They're taking away recovery, PP, and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're
No, I
making
think it's cool in
defensive mons
concept.
like hit harder.
Yeah. I think
But
the
then it's
problem is
like,
that it makes
why
the
is it
defensive mods
defensive
harder to
then?
check. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like once it's set up a couple iron defenses, like you would normally want to be able to like find other ways to shut that down. But it's like, well, no, it's also just boosted its main offensive stat now, and you can't kill it. So,
yeah.
yeah,
So that's kind of why Mega Aggron's kind of unfair.
Garg is goofy.
Hoopa is very dishonest and will just kill you.
Yeah, I mean,
Lele
Hoop is a genie
has
though, so
psychic
like I think it's
terrain.
allowed to
Lele
be
is just
dishonest
nuts.
canonically.
Tinglu's unkillable. Sneasler doubles its speed.
Yeah,
Thank
and
God
like
Dire is banned.
Tinglu, like, yeah, what's your answer to Tinglu? Like physical close combat? Okay. Quad resist. Resist flame body. Immune. Like it's like you have
Yeah.
these two mons that like you have to hit with like fighting moves and stuff. I mean, granted, you're not hitting him with close combat, right? He's not dying to that. But like Tinglu specifically, like usually like that's your way out, like against an AV Tinglu or something, right? And it's like that button doesn't work against
AV
this team.
Tinglu. What buttons are you clicking on AV Tinglu?
I'm
Does it
saying
even
like
have 4 attacks?
Earthquake and nothing else.
You just have
yeah.
you just have 64
Earthquake
earthquake
and like a
PP.
rock move to hit the flying types. No, but
GG.
like what I'm saying, like just the super spidef Tinglu, like usually like if you notice that it's taking negative damage from a super effective stab ice beam, okay, maybe I should use close combat, or maybe I should like use my banded physical attacker to like break through that. And it's just like, yeah, you can't do that against
Yeah,
this team either.
there is a lot against physical attackers.
Yeah, and actually speaking of like the U-turn, even though again this is a Terra type, Talonflame just punishes that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good catch. And you're doing 2% to an Aggron with a U-turn.
Right.
So.
Yeah. It's so like
Yeah.
unafraid of that.
Yeah. Something else
think
that
it
actually
protects us really
I
well.
kind of missed this on my first pass through the team is Terra Driftblim is also actually pretty nuts. It's
Yeah.
another kind of dishonest strat from Mudkip here. Uh, it can do a lot, right? Where it can be like the defensive kind of strength sap, calm mind setup kind of thing, or even just like I don't know, more offensively minded calm mind. I guess they're all calm mind, but
Flare boost.
true. But no, Drip Bloom is crazy, and I think who was it that used it last season? Was it Kai Guy? I think.
I think it was, yeah. I remember it
And I
pretty
think he
well.
won with, I don't remember if he brought it to the finals, but he definitely won the season, and I'm pretty sure he had it with him. Or did he? No, he won Truant. Did he win Swarm? I don't remember, man. Who
I
knows?
don't think he won Swarm. Maybe he
Well, he
did.
still did well.
Well, he's not in Swarm right now, which means he probably
No,
got
he got
promoted.
promoted.
So but I don't know if he won. But either
I
way,
forget. It was so long ago, man.
yeah, I know.
Oh, Luke Nukem won.
That's right. Yeah. Was Sky Guy in the finals?
Might have been.
Yeah. But either way, I was gonna say something else here. Oh yeah, another team that has hazard stacking its own terrain, which terrain's less of a issue here, but your only has removals defog. Rotom, Talon, Driftbloom, defog. So it might be a little harder to like set spikes on Tinglu.
Mm.
But
Oh, it
not
was
the end of the.
Drix who had Driftbloom?
Did he? Drix had the Terra Excadrill, didn't he? Was Driftbloom the other one? I
Drix
don't think he
did
would. No,
technically
wait.
have two teams, so
Oh yeah, that is true. Well, I was gonna say, but like Terra Extra is like 19 points, so like I don't think you would have been able to get a Terra Driftbloom with that.
I think it was 17.
When it no,
But
when
even
it
then,
became
remember
a.
you had 25, so
Oh, true. Yeah, yeah, it wasn't 20 as the
or
limit.
maybe it was 18, but still, yeah.
I think I know it went up. Yeah, it might have been 18. So I do not think it was 17 with Terra.
Yeah.
But
Well,
anyway,
yeah, so I'm
overall,
thinking so it's
yeah,
I think it's odd. We haven't seen non-Terra Sinistcha for a while,
right. I looked
but
at
it's
that, but
like
but
it's
you
still
can't do it
really
with the hoop on
strong.
bound, and the hoop on bound's like probably too good with
Yeah,
Terra
yeah,
here.
I know. Maybe that would have been a good captain duo in previous seasons with
Yeah.
25 with
Oh,
like
oh,
Hoopa
certainly, yeah,
Sinistcha.
yeah.
Yeah. I
I
don't
just
think I
like how
have
a lot
too
of these
much
things
more to
go
really
together.
say. So
Yeah.
so like looking at so there's only I guess two hazards and Sneasler I guess
Yeah,
would
but one of
count.
them's really consistent though. Like Tinglu can just always set
Yeah.
hazards,
Yeah. There's
and then at worst you
I
put
guess
rocks
not
on
that many
aggron.
pivots. It's like Rotom Talonflame are the only pivots other than Sneasler, but none of them are bulky. Like Rotom is the bulkiest you're gonna get, and it's not that bulky, you know. It's not like a
Yeah.
Zapdos. So I guess it could use some more fat or slow pivots.
To like get the
To
Sneasler in
bring in like Lele.
or Hoopa
Yeah,
actually.
I don't know about bringing in Sneasler because
Yeah, probably not.
especially like most of the time Sneasler you want to
It's just
wait until
revenge.
the end game to pop it. But if it's a banded set, then yeah, you probably want to bring
But
it
the
in.
Hoopa you want
But
to get
like
in
mostly for
safely.
Hoopa.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Mostly you want to pivot in for Hoopa. Now Hoopa can switch in for itself just because it has such high SpDef and like Assault
Yeah,
Vest
it
is
just
pretty
depends.
decent on it. With an Assault Vest, you can just come in and you actually just don't care what special attack it is and you'll eat it.
Yeah. What was I gonna say with the? Oh yeah, the speed is also a little bit weird here. Let me move the screen over. So we have the Sneasler who we
Oh,
kind of.
Skyhouse meant it was Drix
Yeah, I saw. I just
who was
read
in the
that. Yeah,
finals,
yeah,
yeah.
that makes
Okay.
sense. Um, so the Sneasler can be a real 120, but we've also talked about like the unburden, especially when you have it with the terrain team. Like you're gonna assume it's gonna be unburdened. You're probably not respecting that as 120.
Mhm.
Talonflame is your other fast mon, where it's like it does often run speed, just because it's like it. There are some matchups where it like has to run bulk, but like sometimes it's like it doesn't matter whether you run bulk or not. Like you can't take enough of the hits that you just end up running speed HP or something. Um, so like that can be real, but you're also still not really like planning around it the same way. Like you're not saying like, oh, I gotta speed creep the Talonflame. It's like probably not.
Yeah, and like
And then it
what is
jumps
a
to
speed HP
95.
Talonflame doing, you know?
It would just be like fast wisp is really like the only thing that you get from it.
Yeah,
Um,
like who cares? I don't know.
but right, that's what I'm saying. Like you wouldn't really even need
Yeah.
to speed creep that.
Like I know literally what it's doing, but like it's not doing any
yeah,
damage, you
right,
know?
yeah. And so I think that's a little bit weird here that it's like you kind of have like the two, and even let's ignore the fact that these mods like aren't likely even going to be these speeds. It's still 120 drop down to 95,
Yeah, definitely a
which is
big
a
gap.
big jump.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, it is assuming that Sneasler is not unburdened,
Yeah.
cheating at speed.
So yeah, so like that's like even being generous and like saying like this is a
Yeah.
120 speed mod.
Yeah.
So
Now we did when Azzy drafted Sneasler, I don't remember which season it was. It might have been last season. I think he ran a lot of Scarf, Poison Touch with Switcheroo.
hmm
Maybe it wasn't last. Was it last? I don't remember when it was.
did he
But
have
I
terrain on the
liked
team
that
though?
set from him. I don't.
Because
I
I
don't
feel
know.
like the difference is like when you have the terrain on the team, it's like it's more reasonable to expect the unburdened set, right? Because like that's what
Yeah,
you
that's
have.
fair. Yeah, that's true. Overall, I think, like I said, the team is trying to be very dishonest
Yeah.
and just kind of like AKhant just does everything ridiculously, and Iron Defense is pretty cheesy.
Yeah. It's
Hoopa
funny because
will just punch you in the face and kill you. Lele will just punch you in the face and kill you. Sneasler sets up by
yeah,
Lele
Lele
and
will
punches you in the
think at
face and
you
kills
really
you.
hard and kill you.
Yeah. Oh.
It's funny because
The
this reminds me of the Pans or not Panziska. Was it Pabby? It was Pabby. It was literally the one that we just did. The Pabby issue where it's like if you have all these mons kind of in the middle that are just running bulk and then offense because they don't like they have no hope of reaching this, but they also are like fast enough that they don't. I mean, I guess 95 is better having that 95 there. Um, what I think is different here too is that like your team is so annoying and like so there's so many more things that make it like that you can turn that punishment on them but then you have like the hoopa that's like the big hitting like kind of like the meta champ where it's like you still have things to like pivot into that will ignore the fact that they invested in bulk that they wouldn't normally had because
yeah.
he's just gonna hit you hard anyway. But I like that. I like quote. I think it's mean, but I like the way that this team will like somehow troll you into like being at a disadvantage for doing that
Yeah,
just
yeah.
because of the team.
And it's just very scrappy, right? Like it
Yeah,
wants to just do a lot of damage, get
right.
some hazards, sack the Rotom,
Yeah,
you
but
know?
it's like, but
Maybe
I almost
Rotom.
like that better than the one that's just like we have everything that's super fast and it's all gonna still hit you pretty hard.
That's
But
fair.
like this one's like it has maybe the same issue, but like I think it is more scrappy. Is I think a good way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, and like maybe Rotom comes in, gets a Will-O-Wisp, maybe even gets a screen,
Right.
Volt switches out, comes back in and dies, you know, like pivots one
Yeah.
thing in and then dies, pivot another thing in. Like
Right.
that's gonna mean that Hoopa,
Yeah. Well, actually,
you know.
you know what I
So
like that just made me notice too is that Rotom, especially in Nat decks, has like the 4 move slot syndrome.
mm,
Um, and a lot of times you want to run Wisp just because like it's so solid because he answers physical attackers so well already. You have a Talonflame,
yeah.
so you can, and these two are both pivots too, so you can easily bring these two to the same game. And obviously also like a quad grass resist for Rotom. Like I actually think like this combo, even though they're fake bulk, right? They don't actually have like, I mean Rotom's not completely fake. He actually has like defense, but like they're not like an actually like fat mon. But like I like that these two can pivot around, and they both punish physical attack. Like they can both do their wisps if they need to, or Talon does the wisp while Rotom doesn't have to, or maybe Talon wants to run different moves this time and doesn't have to run wisp. And
Yeah.
Rotom, right. And I like
And
that. And
maybe
I
it
like
means that like Hoopa can actually take a physical hit, right?
right,
Now
exactly. Yeah, like you
now
have a
I would
lot of good answers for that.
personally I would probably rather see Rotom screen over Wisp.
Yeah.
Because then you can screen and Wisp with
Right. Well,
Talonflame.
exactly. Yeah. The possibilities are they just open up.
Or
I
even
think
Burn
having
with Sinistcha too, right? Or
yeah.
Driftblim, or like there's a lot of
There's so many.
dampening
Yeah.
attack.
I didn't even know. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would do Driftflim also has whiffs. Yeah.
Yeah. I also could foresee Lele running like terrain extender, or because a psychic terrain boosted move from Hoopa is gonna again like
Oh
if
shit!
stuff wasn't
Yeah,
dead yet, like
that
now
is
it's super
true.
dead,
Yeah, yeah.
right? um, so like terrain extender or even like eject button, I guess, to like switch in, set the terrain, and instantly pivot out into Hoopa.
Yeah.
Something that I loved when I drafted Hoopa as well that I feel
That you
is
feel. Hold on, wait, it
eject
cut off. That you feel what?
oh, that could use to keep up the momentum is eject pack on Hoopa. So if you like Terra Dark eject pack, um, you use Hyperspace Fury, proc your eject pack, steal their item because you're making contact with them while with Magician.
Oh, wait. So that counts as being even like
Yeah,
even if the eject pack like happens technically after the move.
yeah. So you consume it as you lower your defense because for some reason lowering your defense is like part of the move that is calculated before the damage happens, I
So it
guess.
doesn't. That's interesting.
Yeah, but then it doesn't show up until later. I don't know the exact mechanics of it, but yeah, it procs the item, you do your damage. As you're about to switch, your ability procs, you steal their item, and you just keep up with the momentum from there. Oh, you've killed something, and you switch into your Sneasler while the Psychic Terrain is still up,
Does
for example,
pickpocket
right?
work
And
when you
like
kill the target though?
Pickpocket or
Or
Magician?
magician? Oh,
I think
yeah.
so. Pickpocket is when you get hit.
Right, right, right.
But
But
Magician,
I mean,
I think it does.
I thought that there was something like
I'm not
thief. I
100%.
think if you kill something with thief, it doesn't take it. So that's
I'm
why it
not
wasn't.
100% sure. I know
Yeah.
that if you try to knock off a Pokemon that has Rocky Helmet and you die to the Rocky Helmet chip, it won't knock off the helmet from the
Yeah,
Pokemon.
because you die before the knock
Yeah, same
happens.
as
Yeah.
same as Rapid Spin. If you like spin and die spinning
Yeah,
to a
it
helmet
doesn't
user,
spin.
it won't spin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something I vaguely recall, like covet and thief, like if you kill it, it doesn't take the item, but that could be wrong.
Well,
Or maybe
if
it's like
that's
it's
the
just a
case,
different interaction entirely
then scratch
than how
that.
magician works.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, but even if you're
Regardless,
not killing it though, like that's still you're still doing it, right? Like you're still doing something.
yeah. Yeah. Regardless, I am excited to see what Mudkip cooks up. I know that Mudkip is a really creative player. And I'm so thankful, finally, that we got Mudkip at a Truant division, because there's no way that he deserved it. But
I
his
actually kind of
record just
forgot that
never...
he's been in Truant for
He's been in Truant for so long.
yeah.
He's our season 5 Truant champ.
Yeah. Did he start in Swarm? I guess we didn't have Truant originally.
I think he started
Or
in
was he in season 2?
Swarm. He started in Swarm, did badly, and got demoted.
Yeah.
And
But he's just been
it,
in Truant that whole time.
and he's been in Truant for okay, maybe I don't remember exactly
Yeah.
actually, but
Either way, yeah. I agree that like I kind of forgot that he was in Truant
yeah, like
before.
Mudkip
Like
is a
I
good
feel like we've
player,
just seen
and
so many replays from him that are like good.
yeah, no, he's crazy. He's like the DJ Berard of Swarm Division.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and Cory. I feel like Cory is kind of like I feel like they're pretty similar people, but or like players rather. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Mudkip cooks as always. What do you think out of 10? We can wrap this up.
Like it was funny is that like I've said that like some of the things just kind of like annoy me to look at with the team, but I cannot help but like acknowledge how brutally strong this team I think is going to be. There's
Yeah.
just so much here, so much
No,
to
I'm on the
prep
same
for,
page.
so many options for you as the player. Like there's so much. I think it's at least a 9.
Yeah, I want to give it a 9 as well. It's like it almost doesn't, like you said, it doesn't really pass the eye test, right? Where
Yeah,
it's like, okay, but what are you doing? But then you start looking, what the hell beats all this stuff?
yeah.
And about all the
This,
cool
yeah,
tech that you can run, right? And the synergy with like the screens and the burning stuff and the pivots and the terrain. And then the like, oh yeah, shit. Terrain isn't just for Sneasler. Hoopa uses it. Drifloon uses it. You could even be like Psychic Seed friggin' Sinistra, I guess, if you want. I don't know.
yeah.
Or
Well,
Psychic Seed Talonflame. Wait, imagine that. Psychic Seed bulk up Talonflame with acrobatics? That seems hilarious. And that's the kind of stuff that I expect out of Mudkip, honestly.
Yeah, but you can't run Gale Wings though because the psychic terrain.
Oh, true. Good call.
So don't heal.
Yeah.
But
No healing allowed.
you know what this team makes me think of? It makes me think of a team where if I was playing it, I would glance at it like on Monday and be like, "Oh, it's a Sneasler terrain team. Okay, I'll figure that out later."
Yeah,
And
and
then
then
I'm
they
like
wouldn't bring
prepping for it 30
Sneasler.
minutes before. I'm like, "Holy fuck! I didn't like. What am I gonna do about this?" Like, just like
Yeah.
go down the list. Just it's more like I don't know what I'm bringing anymore.
Yeah.
Like, but
Okay. Last thing, what did the community say about Mudkip?
7.32, which is
Hey, there we go.
maybe the highest overall. No, the highest overall was GlitteringAtlas 7.6.
Yeah.
Second highest though.
Okay.
So, and we can bring up I'll bring
Our
up
little
the
graphic.
ratings.
That's right.
So these were the ratings. These are the numbers on their own. And then so we have, yeah, like not in order though. It's just in order.
We
of the
definitely
rosters.
got the right person to write the numbers on the screen.
Yeah. And then we killed him.
No, I don't think I did much better last season, so don't worry.
It's fine. And then this is below it. So here's the tier list
Wow.
of what you guys thought.
Yeah, Atlas is in a division of his own. And it's Cory too.
Yeah,
Sorry, Cory.
Like, wait, 6 point. Oh no. He was the 7.6. So I guess it was 7.5 was the cutoff for S.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see Lukey's team is pretty high. I'm very surprised that AKhant's team is so low. I feel like that team is like near perfect as well.
Okay. Yeah, that was a good one. That
He's
was
like
did you give
obviously
that a
near-
10
at
or
the
did
top
I
of
give
the-
that a 10?
You gave it a 10.
I gave it a 10.
I gave
yeah.
Lukey a 10
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it
and
again. Yeah, that's
was stuck on
Yeah. Yeah, Cory is the one with the Scizor and no fire resist, right? Or the Mega Scizor and no fire resist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's
I
Mega
can see
Scizor
where
with
people like the belt.
Excalibur, dude. I don't think you
Yeah.
understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's got a beta.
So just going from top to bottom, we've got, like I said, Glitter in S tier all alone. Good stuff. Maybe I was a little rough on your. Maybe it was just a personal thing. I do think it is very threatening, and I was kind of rounding down my thoughts, but I don't know. Community liked it more than I did. Yeah. For Atlas. For Atlas.
Oh, Atlas. Okay.
Yeah,
because you cut out
in
when
the
the name
A-tier-
happened, and I just assumed that you moved to the next one because we just talked about Mudkip, so you were like, oh, maybe he's talking about Harry.
No, Atlas in a tier of his own. Then we have Mudkip, DJ, and Lukey in A tier. AKhant, Fairs, Pabby, Panziska, Mazda, Tony, and slingshothappy in B tier. Stella, Skyknight, Metro, and Davegrigger in C tier, and Cory all down there on his lonesome in the D tier.
But dude, Scizor Thermal Exchange? Come on, dude.
True. So it should be noted that being in D tier doesn't mean bad team. It just means the lowest rated. And they're kind of clumped together based on like who's close to each other. I think it's within like 0.5 of each other.
We were doing like
right?
0.5, yeah. But also keep in mind that the people who voted on this tier list are a lot of them are the people that are on this tier list. So the opinions displayed here could have been from C tier Metroshock, right? So does that really hold a lot of weight? Maybe not.
True. Probably not. So maybe Cory's just the nicest guy because he rated everybody else really high. But when all of the other guys did the poll, they rated Cory really low, and what's he gonna do? So Cory,
or he's just really honest, and he's the only one who didn't rate his own team a 10.
Yeah, Cory's the MVP, and he boosted everybody else's scores but his own.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's 12:43.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You think we have time for hustle tonight?
Yeah, let's get the hustle right now.
Yeah, let's just hustle on over.
It's all good. That was a quick 5-hour stream.
Yeah, no big deal.
If anybody's still here, you're an MVP.
Yeah. Well, 5 hours is normal though, because like Wednesday we did 4 hours, which is an hour shorter than like the past couple ones that we did because they were all 5 hours when we were looking over them. So this is more,
on a weekend we're gonna get to
accurate.
hustle and All-Star.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay,
What's
well,
nice is that the further we get into it, the more we can be like, oh, we talked about this comp, like, somewhere else,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And we don't have to explain it again. So,
Matayoshi wants us to review his specifically. Sure. So you've got some Pokemon, probably either 9, 10, or one of them has a speed of at least 5, and that's good. You want your Pokemon to be faster than 5
all right, we'll let
usually.
you guys know when the next stream is, and until then,
Hey, Stinky!